Dorian flopped about, gasping, feeling like a slab of meat left too long on the grill. Beneath him lay a vast stretch of molten coal veined with fissures, shifting uneasily atop a sea of churning magma. Hunks of the stuff jutted up everywhere, clumping into hills, gently rising and falling with the currents. A floating wasteland spurting with lava, stretching far as the eye could see. His stumped arms throbbed. His stumped waist leaked. His intestines oozed slowly out of him. Even the air hurt to breathe. Its sandpaper smog grated his lungs, brought up coughs flecked with blood. His skin was cooked red, and tiny sparks of chi singed his hairs. His weak human body couldn't cope. It simply didn't belong here. He groaned. First things first. He needed a new body, and fast. A dragon form, like Hu Yi said. What else had his blasted brother blabbered about? Something about infinity hearts, was it? The source of Hu Yi's power? A dizzy spell struck. The insides of his head rattled like a gong. He fell over, hacking up a gout of blood. He groaned, flopping to his back, breathing heavy, trying his best not to throw up what was left of his lungs. He was reminded of how he started this run back in the desert tribes, poisoned, dying, underground, in a scorpion's hive. There had been some fun to it way back then. Survival had been a game, a fresh challenge. That was before his soul got cut off, of course. Before he was left stranded here. Now his death would be painfully permanent. That stark fact sucked most of the whimsy out of it, truth be told. He glanced down at his stumped self. An image came to mind, wriggling furiously as some gargoyle sauntered up to him, bent over and swallowing him in a gulp. At least it'd make for a funny way to go. Not much comfort, but he took all the scraps he could get in a time like this. Laughing at his own plight was still laughing, and if he didn't even have a little laughter left in him, he was done. What else did he have? He looked back down at himself. Not limbs, certainly. His bottom half was slowly sealing, sparking with darkness and fire, whatever little chi he had left trying furiously to sew him back up. Trying and failing spectacularly. It was like a very fat man trying to squeeze into pants a few sizes too small. Despite his best efforts, body parts kept spilling out. Dorian stared at it. He felt for his chi reserves. Empty. He glanced at his stumped arm. It had once had a hand that had wore an interspatial ring full of all sorts of goodies that would have been quite handy right about now. Alas, also gone. He wiggled his left stump. He wiggled his right stump. He frowned. It seems I'm fucked. Well, he died before, and it wasn't so bad. Wasn't like life was so much better. The only way he could bear living was by doing these runs, over and over and over, up, down, all that running. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to let himself relax, close his eyes, sink into that warm blackness. Bleh! Who am I kidding? Wheezing, he propped himself up to his elbows. He was God's damned Dorian, renowned trickster, god king of time. Sure, he'd been rather horribly beaten, but despair? Utterly ridiculous. He refused it on principle. He'd made it through worse before. He paused. He wiggled his stumps again and frowned. Have I? It was rather hard to conjure up any examples. He had been in worse situations than this, those he could think of quite easily. But they all ended up with his usually gruesome death. Half the time he went out while shitting himself. At least I haven't got enough intestines left in me to shit myself. Another scrap of comfort, he supposed. Now he had two. A few more and he could start a collection. He shook his head. He was getting delirious. Maybe it was the blood loss. Or maybe it was the painfully recent loss of everything he held dear, which was to say, himself. All his bodies cut off like that. And his entire estate, too. His many mounds of treasures, his servant. It was a lot in one go, even for him. He giggled. He giggled some more. Then he burst out in hysterical, shuddering, hacking laughter. He suspected he was in shock, at least a little. He was spiraling quite a lot. He frowned. Maybe it was the blood loss. Enough nonsense. He forced himself to think. Think. Think or die. That much was plain. All this gunk of the mind, this loss of his bodies, this loss of his brother, all a very unfunny joke. A joke he resolved to laugh at later. For now, something actionable, moron. How do I fix this? He racked his brain. A long, weighty pause. He racked some more. There was one tiny bright spot. He clung to it. He knew this place. Hell. Knew it like the back of his severed hand. He knew, too, of 1,000 items that'd fix him up in a flash. There were the swamps of the damned, for instance, with their juicy, blood-boiling fruits. Devilish things that'd have him healed in minutes, at the cost of taking on a few curses. There were the twilight caverns, studded with their thousands of crystals, each of which was enough to boost an untrained mortal to the peak of sky. The problem, of course, was that he had no way of getting there, or not dying along the way, for that matter. If only I was at full strength, he groaned. Then he at least stood some minuscule chance. He was so drained of chi that he scarcely had an idea of how to move. Obviously, limbs were out of the question. As for shadow walking, in hell, even gods would be foolish to try that. This was not the lower realms. In hell's shadow realm lurked creatures stripped from children's nightmares. Obscenely powerful wraiths with lots and lots of teeth, eager to seize any hapless interloper. At least he could ride the javelin. It wasn't nothing, he supposed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is somehow even worse than the start of my last run. Forget living to see tomorrow. It'll be a minor miracle if I last 10 minutes. What the hells am I supposed to do? Nothing for it. He'd have to be in stump form until he scrounged up some other way to heal, somehow. And he suspected his lifespan in this form was on the order of days, maybe hours. Sharp grating noises filtered to him, a background hum. It was the theme song of this realm. All kinds of horrid shrieks and screeches and howls ground up in one uniquely noxious concoction. It was ear-splitting at first, every time. You got used to it after a while. It brought to mind another stark fact. This place had among the highest monster densities in all the multiverse. The ground shifted beneath him. His eyes went wide. Sheer instinct saved his life. His javelin was there in a spasm of shadows. He clung on to its long chain best he could with his arm stumps. Then he shot straight up. Just as the ground beneath him erupted, the stone layer bulged up like a red-black tumor, then violently tore apart. A great big head rammed through, a rocky, craggy thing, jaws flared wide, two beady yellow eyes burning, geysers of magma splashing all about it as it arched for him. Hell whale! The javelin shot up as fast as it could, Dorian in tow. The jaws rose around it, farther still, and Dorian saw 4 long fins broach the surface. Its whole body seemed forged from ash and brimstone and obsidian, the base elements of hell. The jaws snapped shut, body hanging at the peak of its leap. Then gravity wrestled it down. The beast bellowed, furious at the loss as it sank back into the depths, leaving naught but an upset pool of magma in its wake. Dorian started to sigh of relief. The sigh cut off before he finished it. He realized just how high up he'd gone. There were no clouds here in hell. The closest thing was the endless streams of ghosts churning high above. He saw them a stone's throw away, a layer stretching horizon to horizon, an endless sea of swirling gray whirlpools of ghastly, moaning faces coursing by. In a panic, he tried to arrest the javelin's motion, send it arching back down. It wasn't the ghosts that scared him. It was what lay above. The air up here was infested with creatures he had no business tangling with, and he was getting awfully close. Shit. With luck, he'd pull out of this before... A screech from up high. A shadow blotted dark gray against the ghostly stream. Dorian shoved his javelin to go with as much mental force as he could muster, just as a great feathery head burst through the cloud layer, beak flared wide. Its whole body was some shifting, molten silver, feathers like plate metal lining its comically wide wings. Quicksilver rock! It came so close he saw his watery, terrified reflection on its shining feathers. Then it dove past, making a slow loop. The grounds erupted again, this time in 2 places. 2 hell whales breached the surface, like mountains rising out of the ocean, jaws unhinged. One clamped a rock wing as it passed. The other spewed out a great big glut of smoldering fire laws. The rock thrashed, twisted, slashed at the hell whale, clamping it with its other wing, edged with shining silver chi. Geysers of gold blood spewed out from the whale's side. It held firm, even as the other whale's technique engulfed the rock's head and did its horrible work. The rock thrashed, howling, choking, melting, then went limp. The technique sludged off it. What had once been a proud, sleek head was now a sagging mess. The whales dragged it under. That was that. Fucking hell! From up there, Dorian got a good eyeful of the place. Demons everywhere, swarming under the lands, clogging up the skies, always hidden just out of sight, if they bothered to hide at all. And that wasn't even counting the things on the land itself. Motes of crimson light were everywhere, prickling the shadows of volcanic ranges in the distance, dancing atop the broken coal plains before him. Little sprites of fiery, hateful chi, scarcely sentient. Each of them was more than enough to end him, and these were the lowliest creatures hell had to offer. Dorian hung low in the air, breathing hard. This was the only thing he could still do, cling on to his javelin and flee. Hardly a plan. Then the grounds just below him started boiling and trembling again. He bolted. A third scrap of comfort. He was small, which meant he was very mobile. He whipped over a rocky ledge, taking care not to go too high, went over the other side, where 2 gangs of stone-skinned gargoyles were busy tearing each other apart, limbs flying, blood splattering everywhere. Screeches clawed at his ears. Godly laws shivered the air. Nope. He made a quick left turn, skirted a long spine of coal, then veered up as he almost whizzed straight into a crowd of cackling hell spawn. He went up midway to the clouds, trying to get a breather. The land below was mostly flat, fissured like it was the dry skin of some slumbering giant, studded with hunks of rock and, from his vantage point, festering with beasts. He tried scouting out a direction to run, any direction, and wherever he looked was a battleground. Demons everywhere. Creatures made of dripping, oily chi, slick and black, white bones peeking out, each one more bizarre than the last. To his left, wolf-bear hybrids tore at eagles with human faces. To his right, a 2-headed, feathered serpent lay waste to a horde of hell spawn. A massive gorilla with elephant's tusks was busy nailing a baby hell whale to a slab of coal. Chaos. This was hell, overrun all over with demons. And where there weren't demons, there were spirit beasts waiting to make a meal of you. For those at the bottom of the food chain, there was no place to rest, or even so much as take a breath. At least he was also very weak and very small. These beasts were all at least peak sky. Most radiated the aura of a demigod. With luck, he wouldn't be paid too much attention. 2 gray beaks broke the ghost layer above him, leaking green slime. Baby rocks. Hungry baby rocks, staring straight at him. They dove. Fuck! He gunned the javelin and sped on through the multiverse's most deadly obstacle course, screaming as he went, weaving between warring monsters, dodging juts of coal, hanging on for dear life. 175. Demon Food 2. Dorian knew he was going mad. He laughed, he whooped, he howled. It seemed only fitting, since the world had gone mad too. In one fell swoop, his speed run went upside down. One moment he was in a desert, the next in hell. One moment he was a peak god king, the next, whatever the hell's this was. As he veered left and right, dodging boulders and diving baby rocks and leaping hordes of hellspawn, and all the while his head felt like it was about to burst open. Every nerve ending on his body screamed at him. But when you'd been mauled as many times as he, that was easy enough to ignore. It was his thoughts that really had him cringing, that whirlwind mess pressing the insides of his skull to near bursting. Think, damn you. There had to be a way out. Most of his mind was spent weaving this mad obstacle course. The rest was coming up blank. He yelped, veering left as a rock beak snapped shut not a pace away. Near miss. Far too close. His face was drenched in sweat. Odd, you would have sworn there was no water left in his body. He was being wrung dry of every last hint of life. His thoughts flowed to him slower now, muddy and syrupy and worryingly warm. Something, anything, for the love of fate. But fate did not answer. That silly old coot might have been sent back to dust by now, for all Dorian knew. A passing hellspawn loosed a stream of fire, searing a blackened strip down one side of his body. He hissed, cursed, spat out a gob of black blood. Behind him was a confusion of screeches and roars, bursts of chi. He didn't know what chased him. If anything still chased him. Didn't matter. Had to keep moving. Here, stillness meant death. He raced across a flat field where 2 hordes of demons clashed in a heated melee, skirting the battle's edges, thinking furiously. He had to heal. But how? He had to get a dragon form. But how? He grimaced. The only way he could get a dragon form was to consume the embryonic essence of his bloodline. In other words, to steal the life essence of the unborn torch dragon to craft his own second body. And for that, he needed a whole torch dragon egg. The chi from the egg alone would be enough to stave off death, to say nothing of the bloodline. If only torch dragons in hell weren't like unicorns in heaven. So rare they were goddamned mythical. A torch dragon egg, even rarer than a torch dragon, would hardly drop out of the sky. He grimaced harder. Come to think of it, weren't there a whole horde of them in the sinkhole? How had they gotten there? They were natives of hell, so they must have come through a portal, which meant... It was like stars connecting to form a perfect constellation in his mind. He gasped. Then he turned tail and raced straight for the line of volcanoes marked out black in the reddish distance, the only volcanoes in sight. Rushing to any old volcanic range in hell expecting to find a torch dragon egg was a little like diving into any old dumpster and expecting to find a diamond. But it wasn't as batty as it seemed. There was only one volcanic range on the horizon, and it was awfully close. Those torch dragons he'd fought had been baby torch dragons. They were all born in upper realm volcanoes by nature. Somehow they'd wandered into the lower realms. Through a portal, surely. It had to be the same one he'd gone through. Portals didn't grow on trees. Likely they'd wandered in from a nearby nest. Then, could there be a torch dragon nest hidden in that volcanic range? Where else could it be? He clung to the thought the way a drowning man clings to a life raft and went for it. It was far from certain, but what else could he do? He went into a trance-like state. All that remained was the chaos before him. All he did was thread needle after needle, fire showering above, great beasts hulking by, beaks and fins and claws slashing at him. But he was small and weak, too small to be worth chasing long, too small for anything but small fries to take notice of him. He was wily and tricky and fast besides, and he had that desperate manic thrust to him that only dying animals do. He was frothing. He'd gone mad. A burst of fire seared his ear as he corkscrewed. An iron feather opened a gash in his stomach as he went upside down, dodging between two battling rocks. The molten landscape rushed up, whooshed past. He felt it. His eyes went wide. Deep within, Dark Star and his fire planet trembled in recognition. Resonance. Yes! He could have wept then and there. There in that runty volcano wedged between two giants, inconspicuous, out of the way, a perfect torch dragon's nest. With a new energy he didn't know he had, he bolted toward the feeling, dodging and bobbing. He knew then he wouldn't make it out the hour, even as his potent chi did the best it could to hold him up. There was too much hurt in him. It was this, or he was done. Past a killing field of demons, past a herd of griffins bringing down a howling hellhound, past a bubbling lava lake where hell whales breached, bellowing like foghorns, spewing geysers of molten rock from their blowholes, past... He blinked. A strange sight crossed his vision, a sight so out of place that even in his flow state he had to do a double take. Directly in front of him, not 100 strides away, ran a girl. A monkey girl, by the look of her. Shaggy head of brown hair, a long monkey tail, lithe frame. On her back was a giant backpack, jingling so loud Dorian could hear it even from out here. Strapped to its sides were an assortment of ladles and spoons that would have put most kitchens to shame. But none of those things were what caught Dorian's attention. First, she was screaming, but it was not the angry screeches of rocks, nor the warlike bellows of whales, more, "Ah!" Second, she held a frying pan in one hand. Frying pan. Red pan, yellow handle. Third, under her other arm, she clutched a struggling minotaur calf. Fourth, her ass and tail were on fire. Extremely on fire. Purple flames roared up and down her tail, swirling with fire laws. And lastly, there was the roaring adult minotaur barreling after her, bulging with knots of crimson muscle, nostrils snorting furious flame. Ah, that rather explained the ass on fire, and the calf, and the screaming. Dorian watched her run past, incredulous. She caught his eyes, winked. She vanished behind a shelf of rock and was gone. He blinked. What? Was he having fever dreams in the daytime? He must be madder than he thought. At last, he arrived at the base of the volcano, panting his lungs out. The resonance was stronger than ever. He squinted at its boiling peak. Time for another climb. Thank the ruined heavens this thing was a runt of a mountain. His mistake was that he'd taken a second to think. A hellspawn clambered out of the cracks below. It took that second to leap at him. His mistake nearly cost him what was left of his guts. Only a tingle at the back of his spine, a singeing at his extremities, screamed at him to flee. Up the volcano he went, a tiny black and red blur, feeling his senses slipping away from him as he did. The world was starting to float and blur. A dark warmth wrapped him up in earnest. He gritted his teeth, bit his tongue, did every little thing he could to force himself not only to stay awake, but to stay alive. He streaked on, beastly cries and roars ringing in his ears, expecting any second for a claw or beak or blast of chi to shoot him from the sky. None came. Over the lip of the volcano he went. Then a long whoosh of scorching wind crisped his ears, and he splashed into the boiling magma below with a gentle thunk. It all came to him from very far away, fuzzy-edged fragments of feeling. He felt like he was watching himself doing it from outside his body, and he knew then he was on the threshold of death. His soul clung on, but for how much longer? His resonance pulsed stronger. Only once he'd splattered into the magma did he snap back to himself. Suddenly, he was slapped awake. He shuddered, hacked, drew in a mouthful of magma. His eyes bulged. This magma of the lower realms, even the magma outside the volcano, was mere boiling water in comparison to this. The power of the fire laws coursing through it, the density, the purity of the chi was like nothing he knew in this life. It was hardly even magma as he knew it. It was so suffused in law that this liquid was the concept of burning made physical. Yet it didn't burn him, didn't so much as scald his lungs. This magma felt like but a warm bath, soaking him head to waist in a gentle embrace, like a mother cradling its child. The strangest feeling washed across him. Somehow it felt like home. A tingling starting in his chest, spreading down his trunk. The fiery chi soaked him. It daubed at his bloody wounds. It knitted torn skin together. He could even feel his reserves lapping it up, filling up a sliver. It must have been some innate property of torch dragons in its birthplace, an upper realm volcano. He'd long suspected something like this. It was often the case that spirit beasts had a special affinity for their natural habitats. In his panicked frenzy earlier, he'd considered dashing to the nearest volcano for just this purpose. Maybe his bloodline would save him. But he'd also quickly discarded the thought. He'd had a suspicion his wounds were far too grievous for anything but extraordinary means to mend. Sadly, it seemed he'd guessed right there, too. The magma helped, but that was all. If he floated here healing, he'd still be dead within the hour. Still, it was peaceful. Drowning in weariness, he took a breath's worth of time to lie there, to collect himself for the first time since he'd been thrown into hell, to let this tattered body take a brief rest before it made the final plunge. There were creatures here, massive creatures lurking the depths. Their auras washed over him, fathomless as ocean trenches. But these were no mere hell whales, no baby rocks. They paid him no heed. He was like a floating speck of algae to them. Just as well. Clutching tight to the javelin, he dove. Great currents buoying untold swaths of melted metals and dissolved rock churned about. Forces and laws that far eclipsed his being loomed and tugged and worked in this terrifying machinery. But the volcano welcomed him, eased his way forth, and currents that would have torn apart an intruder blessed his journey instead, shunting him farther along. Down and down he went. The resonance was like a clear bell chiming in his mind. There were more than one. Now he felt for it. A glittering chorus, subtle and soft. Eggs. And there was no great blot of torch dragon chi nearby either. No guardian. Maybe it had gone out to hunt. Maybe torch dragons simply left their eggs till hatching time. Whatever the case, he was so relieved he nearly blacked out. Heavens, am I actually going to survive this? He dove for it, feeling out the way with instinct and guesswork. The chi here was so dense it blinded his mortal spiritual senses. Only by dint of his bloodline could he withstand it. By now, even the auras of those massive volcano dwellers he'd sensed earlier were far above him. It was like being at the ocean floor. The heat, the chi, the pressure, its own cruel barrier. It crushed everything. It'd crush him, too, if it wasn't for his bloodline. Half-guessing, groping his way forth like a blind man, he made his way closer. He began to quiver, from excitement or exhaustion he couldn't tell. Probably exhaustion. He was running on nothing but grit as he neared. There was an air pocket. Hidden well behind a thick, rocky ledge in the volcanic walls, but it was there. He felt the resonances within, calling out softly to him. He steered up to it. Then his heart did that little fluttering thing, that thump-thump, thump-thump. Like a sputtering flame about to give out. Shit, not again. As fast as he could, he swam up to the entrance. Dorian was small enough he didn't even need to move the boulder, just squeeze past it into a huge tunnel beyond. Then he steered straight up and brushed up against a web of dark chi, a fractal mesh that encircled the air pocket, simmering with darkness laws far beyond his comprehension. It put a lid of chi on the tunnel. The entrance was warded. No surprise there. Torch dragons had their own esoteric magics. This one was keyed to the torch dragon bloodline. Only they were permitted entrance. A sensible choice, since the mother of this brood was almost certainly the only creature with a torch dragon's blood within 100,000 li. The only creature, that was, beside Dorian. With the last of his strength, he launched himself up and through the mesh. It shivered as he passed, but it let him through. And he was free, flopping into open air, cackling madly as mad could be. He landed on his belly and looked up. There, lying before him in a bed of ash, was a huge, glowing egg. 176. Demon Food 3. The egg was big as a man, splotches of onyx staining its rust-red shell, glowing like a dark moon. Thick tufts of chi steamed off it, wreathing it in a soft halo. In that moment, it was the most gorgeous thing Dorian had ever seen. He felt a tug of bloodline so strong he lost it. He was so far gone he let himself be rushed away. What happened next was done unconsciously. He flopped at it, clambered over its top, bashed at the shell with his head once, twice, all desperate animal instinct, felt it give. Then a short fall into a dense, warm liquid. It rushed into his nostrils, into his open mouth, hugging every inch of his skin. He felt like a dried sponge soaked in fresh spring water. He was fading, nearly nothing, every organ failing, his last shred of will quivering a tiny candle flame in an icy wind. And then, warmth. And then, light. Glorious, rapturous light. He gasped, his eyes snapped open. It was said that the albumin of legendary beasts was among the most nutritious liquids in the world. There was no doubting it now. Every failing inch of him was suddenly tender, motes of light seeping into torn skin and ruptured organs, and where it touched there was new flesh and muscle and sinew. But this was no ordinary regeneration. These parts were human parts, true, but they had a special toughness to them. The flesh was seamless. The muscles brimmed with untold powers. Human parts of torch dragon make. His dragon form had already begun. His head, so bogged down he could hardly think a straight thought seconds before, was soaked in a gentle glow. The heavy darkness melted away. Bloodline density, 90% to 92%. A new influx of chi rushed into his parched core atop a stream of egg chi. At last, sweet relief washed over him. He was safe. He was God's damned alive. Right then he could have whooped, or laughed, or cried for that matter. Bloodline density, 92% to 94%. For a while he let himself bask in it, in his aliveness, letting his battered brain rest along his battered body. He didn't know how long he floated there, eyes shut. Bloodline density, 94% to 96%. Bloodline density, 96% to 98%. Bloodline density, 98% to 100%. There it was. He had no more devil's promise. That elixir was long lost, along with his interspatial ring. This body could make no more use of the rest of this egg's bloodline. Humans could only store so much bloodline essence, about as much as a baby torch dragon, which was only the base form of the torch dragon. Once a torch dragon evolved to its first form, that all changed. It transformed into something much bigger, orders of magnitude stronger. The Dweller had been a torch dragon of the first form. Even severely wounded, its cultivation slashed, even with Dorian's absurd chi stores, it had still given him a hell of a fight. Its bloodline stores were heaven and earth from its baby form. And that was to say nothing of the second form. The ones Dorian had once hunted as a god king, those millennia-old Empyreans, must have evolved to a fourth or fifth form. Those magnificent beasts were big as mountain ranges. Their blood could have filled a lake. The nice thing about being a torch dragon was that they could make their own blood essence. Indeed, it had increased naturally as they grew in age and size, and as they accumulated more essence, they naturally evolved forms. It was something a mere human transplant like him could never have. Unless, of course, he became one of them. He turned his sights to the innermost core of the egg. Floating there, a shining sphere of swirling gold no bigger than his fist, was a treasure that ranked among the most valuable in all the multiverse, a torch dragon's embryonic essence, the true key to powers of a multiversal apex predator. He swam toward it, transfixed. Given time, this would have become a torch dragon. They would have slurped up the albumin about it, emerged as an infant of limitless potential. And now, that potential was his. He slurped it up, scalding hot in his mouth, then swallowed. He licked its lips. It felt like a sun setting down his throat. It drifted slowly down, settling in a scalding lump in his stomach. And then it started to decompose, its golden strands pulling apart, dissolving into him. Embryonic essence, torch dragon, 0% to 2%. So it began. When it ended, he would not be a torch dragon. One could not change one's base as easily as that. But he would not be a human either. He would be a human, dragon-formed, a dragonoid. Not quite either human or dragon, sharing the strengths and weaknesses of both. There was a burning at his tail end, a hardening of new tissue. He couldn't crane his neck behind him to see, but he knew what it was. The stub of a new tail. On his chest, faint black outlines could be seen, like the sketch of a scaly chest plate on his skin taking hold. A torch dragon's monstrous strength. A torch dragon's immense durability, so hard even his javelin couldn't scratch its scales. Its vitality, Its lifespan, its regeneration, all would soon be his. Even perhaps its special lung capacities, its powers of breathing fire and smog. He could only hope. Some things he wouldn't inherit. For instance, he would never store as much torch dragon blood as a true torch dragon. His dragonoid form would be a good deal bigger than his human, he suspected, but nothing like the massive heights torch dragons would reach. But as a dragonoid, he'd retain some human advantages too, like the human affinities for spirit weaponry, or humanity's broad range of martial techniques. In domains of craft, such as alchemy, artificing, weaving, arts, humans were unparalleled. Needless to say, he was very pleased with this arrangement. Embryonic essence, torch dragon, 2% to 4%. He laid back, gestating, and let the work of rebirth envelop him. Now, at last, he could rest. Now, at last, he could think. Think on what had landed him here. The last half-day felt like a half-century. He was still struggling to get his arms around it. It was all some kind of vast cosmic joke. Usually there were few things he enjoyed more, except when he was the butt of it. He was struggling to find any humor in it. Hu Yi fallen, his estate cut off, his bodies torn from him, the cosmic order sundered, and his run shattered. Like that. There was some foreign hotness in his chest, rising to his head. He floated there, struggling to place it. Yes, he was fucking furious. All I wanted to do was to be left alone. He could have spat in fate's face then. To do my runs, I bothered no one. I stuck to my sandbox realms. A little privacy, that's all I ever wanted. Not like you multiverse-conquering, empire-building, nation-dominating lunatics bent on picking fights. Yet all the multiverse did was insist on bothering him, because, apparently, being left alone was simply too big an ask. I tried to stay out of it. I really did. Fate had come to him once before the run had even begun. He turned the man down. Then he and Jez kept popping up like weeds. And all the while, he'd tried to stay out of it. Tried. And now he was here, in a goddamned egg, hounded across the godly realms. I fucking tried! Oh, and that Jez, that smug, pretentious little shit. That watery smile came to Dorian's mind now. What he would give to wipe the look off his face. It was like every last thing about him was designed to drive Dorian mad. That fake soft smile, that fake soft voice, his fake apologies as he laid havoc to whole realms while he cut off Dorian from his very life. Oh, did I just do that? Oops. In that instant, Dorian wished more than anything to strangle him. All I ever wanted was to be left alone. Hopelessly naive now that he thought on it more. All Jez was bent on doing was to stick his face into other people's business, to make everyone and everything subject to his will, all while pretending he was somehow the better man. Imagine that. The liquid around Dorian was starting to boil. He realized he was giving off a steaming red chi. Fiery laws flaked off his skin. He wasn't sure how his pompous ass of a brother fucked it up. Whatever the case, it had always been Hu Yi cleaning up his messes all these millennia. He supposed he could find it in him to repay the favor. Just this once, he would finish what his brother started. His arms had grown out the bones, new muscles budding along them, his skeleton fist clenched. For now, he would rest. He would heal. Later, though, he smirked. There was no amusement in it. Congratulations. You got what you wanted. You've succeeded in pissing me off. Jez might be ripping through the multiverse fast, faster than anyone thought possible, so fast it seemed insane, so fast that if no one acted now and faster, this multiverse was his for the taking. Luckily, when it came to quickly gathering power, there was not a soul in this multiverse that was Dorian's equal. All right, you little shit. Let's race. The hours passed. His body started to take shape. His tail grew out, thick cords of dense dragon muscle and scales black as a starless sky. Scales coated his thighs, his forearms, his chest, his cheekbones, an armor of sorts that put an impenetrable barrier between the world and his vital points. If the Dweller set fire upon him now, it'd simply wash off. Even his new skin, lustrous and seamless, inhumanly smooth, would stand up to it. And he was still growing. If he was about 6 human footspans tall, he'd grown to over 7 now. Still, he was climbing, new parts forming. The stubs of horns on his head. Hooked claws on his feet, fitted with javelin-like points, sharp enough to find purchase on nearly any surface. Embryonic essence, torch dragon, 62% to 65%. It kept ticking up, a slow and lovely drip of new power, inching toward his completed dragon form. Then there was his chi and his laws. Star Realm, dwarf, 2% to 5%. Darkness law saturation, 2% to 10%. Darkness law grade, very low. Fire planet, meteor, 2% to 5%. Fire law saturation, 1% to 9%. Fire law grade, very low. The influx of chi was spread across his celestial bodies, bolstering both his darkness star and his fire planet. Both were ever so slightly larger, shined ever so slightly brighter. He would need to work on these, of course. Those law saturations and grades in particular would need upgrades. They would unlock a new world of powers and open the door to true godhood. All in due time. Soon. There was no update in his bloodline essence density. It was to be expected. He was already at 100%. Only half-breeds, watered-down species, or greedy little humans hoping to gain a torch dragon's powers would track density. True torch dragons were all at 100%, and now he would pretty much be one. He could retire this metric. For true torch dragons, the way they measured bloodline progression was not how pure it was, but rather how much they had. For only through increasing their bloodline quantity would they evolve to higher forms. Dorian called up the system in his head. A new way of tracking was in order. He could use a standard multiversal metric, but, less intuitive. Let's set a new metric, bloodline quantity, and have my baseline be 1.0, the amount of blood of my dragonoid's base form. Bloodline quantity, 0.72 to 0.86. Soon, these would be the 3 metrics that would track the base of his power, his chi, his laws, his blood, all merely in the single digits for now, but not for long. He had some work to do. 177. Demon food. 4. Hours passed. Steadily, his embryonic essence ticked upward, past the 70% marker, then 80, then the 90%. His bloodline essence, too, crept closer and closer to 1.0, the base form. He burned with the egg's vital chi, and his new body emerged. A scaly tail emerged, thick and powerful, with a wicked spike at the end. It was a muscular thing, dexterous as a serpent, the sort of tail that might wield its own staff if he so chose, the sort he could use to dangle or swing about. Harder, thicker scales coated his body, hiding his vital points. His chest grew two thick plates. Scales flowed up his forearms, down his shins like greaves, and a smattering guarded his neck, like flakes of night embedded in his skin. Claws lined his fingers. He retracted them, then let them out. Smooth. Claws like lion's teeth lined his new feet. It was like equipping himself with a host of mini javelins. With these alone, he could be a machine of destruction. But these were only his exteriors. Go one level deeper, and he was made anew, too. He was a solid foot span or two taller, sure, but most of his growth was width. Tight cords of muscle ran down his arms and legs like pythons. He clenched a fist, fascinated. A block of reinforced iron would have been crushed to dust in that grasp. No longer was he that lithe, sly figure. Now he had a soldier's body. Now he had some bulk to him. Go even farther, though, and the most fascinating new trait of his new physique stirred within him. His lungs lay dormant, and they were monstrous organs indeed. One breath with these, and he wouldn't need air for a day. But that was the least of its powers. As a test, he poked his head above the egg's liquid and breathed in. Then he flexed something in his chest. Spots of crimson shone through the skin there. The liquid started to boil, hissing with steam. He let it cool off, grinning. Dragon's breath. It was any dragon's signature technique. For the torch dragon, it meant a deluge of fire and smog, often intertwined, supercharged with the laws of fire and darkness. It was, in a way, what his old galactic inferno technique had been trying to mimic. A useful tool for as long as it lasted, but he could safely retire it now. For this was the difference between a slingshot and a cannonball. These were lungs tailor-made for the task. Oh, he itched to test it out. Not here. Not now. Soon, though. Embryonic essence, torch dragon, 98% to 100%. Bloodline quantity, 0.97 to 1.0. Oh? Species change, human to dragonoid. Yes! Now embryonic essence, too, could go. All his bloodline could be condensed into one metric. Dragonoid base form, bloodline quantity 1.0. And it was done. He let himself lay there in the liquid, eyes closed, taking a moment to bask. Ah, the feeling of aliveness, of rebirth, like a salve to his soul, seeping warm through every fiber of his being. Star realm, dwarf, 23% to 26%. Darkness law saturation, 34% to 38%. Darkness law grade, very low. Fire planet, meteor, 19% to 23%. Fire law saturation, 29% to 33%. Fire law grade, very low. But the egg's nutritious chi was fast vanishing. He'd absorbed the bulk of it by now, and the joy was simply in lying in its warmth. No fleeing, no screaming, no battling, no struggle. Floating amid a lake of warm feeling, swaddled in it. He really could stay here a while, a long, long while. Alas, no. His eyes shot open. He kicked gently. He sprung out of the egg like a grasshopper, cracked his head against the ceiling, bounced off it, and rammed hard into the floor. A cloud of red dust bloomed around him. He hissed, not in pain, but out of habit. He blinked. The air wasn't knocked out of him. There wasn't any pain at all. Gingerly, he picked himself up, moving with exaggerated slowness. He felt like a little boy taking a prized stallion for a joyride, except the stallion was his own body. It made for a distinctly weird feeling. A flicker of will, and his tail carved a shrieking arc through the air, scythed into the craggy wall. There would be no resting now. This was a run, after all. There was only time for rest, not recovery, but true rest after the job was done. Until then, stronger, higher, faster. He licked his lips. What now? A few ways to progress were open to him: law, chi, and bloodline. Law would be the most painstaking. There were only two means to further that: meditating in law-dense areas and imbibing certain law-filled treasures, like torch dragon eggs. The Tao fruit of the swamp of the damned, too, would do wonders for his law comprehension. It wasn't so far from here, now he thought about it. Another aspect he could advance was chi, a little easier and faster to power up than law, but the journey was the longest of them all. Cultivation and treasures would do the trick. In theory, though, bloodline was the hardest of the three to come by. A true, legendary spirit beast, and he could now count himself as one, usually gained about the same amount of bloodline essence as its base form year after year, simply by existing in the upper realms. It was how they matured as they aged. It took 9 years here to hit first form, 81 to hit second. True phoenixes, dragons, white tigers, and all the other apex beasts only hit adulthood around third form. That was 729 years. Far too long a wait for his taste, but it could be shortened by breaking a few taboos. Cannibalism was a popular one here in Hell, which was rather convenient. He stood in a snug little cavern of rust-red rock. The pool of magma was the only way in and out. The only other thing here was the torch dragon nest, and his egg wasn't the only one. Before him, 3 other eggs snuggled against each other, slick with light. He cackled. It wasn't every day he could progress bloodline, chi, and law all at once. If only torch dragon eggs weren't so damned rare. Oh, he'd take his time with these. Rubbing his hands gleefully, he advanced on them. He was done being some bottom feeder. Soon, very soon, true godhood would be within his grasp. With this, no longer would these hell beasts use him as target practice. No longer would he spend his days running and hiding like vermin. A bold new life was quickly coming into being before his very eyes, and vanished quick as it had come. His face went slack with horror. For as he reached out to snag an egg, a feeling struck him. It came from deep in his gut, the font of his bloodline stores. Resonance. And it wasn't from the eggs. No, it came from outside the cavern walls. A resonance from a real, living, breathing torch dragon. What else could it be but the mother? A first-form torch dragon. Had to be. Perhaps even higher. And it was coming closer. Fuck! He ran to the eggs and hid for dear life. He snuggled into them, sat perfectly still. I'm an egg. His bloodline signature would, he dearly hoped, be so muddled and blended with the rest there would be no telling the difference. Still, the resonance drew closer. Oh, hells. Did the creature suspect something? Or was it simply doing a checkup? Would it poke its massive head through that pool, see him crouching beside her eggs, one shell broken, and unleash a god's fury on his sorry hide? He crouched there, eyes wide, and waited. And still, the resonance crept in. It couldn't be more than 50 strides away now. 40, 30... It grew stronger all the while, and he felt his heart slowly sinking down his chest. Fuck. 20. He could picture its massive head snaking up the magma tunnel. Could picture its cruel yellow eyes gleaming in the gloom. 10 paces now. What was there to do? Worst came to worst, he'd have to try the Shadow Realm. He'd be torn apart by the wraiths within seconds, but it was that or sit here and be made a husk of charred meat. He was struck then by the unfairness of it all. So close! Why did the blasted creature have to check on its brood now of all times? He hadn't even gotten to test out his new body yet. The only thing to do was to sit, crouched behind the eggs, breath held. The resonance went up through the tunnel. It passed easily through the blood wards. Then it rose from the bubbling pool of magma and landed on the floor in a crouch. Dorian didn't understand what he was seeing. This was no torch dragon. Furry tail, humanoid figure, wry grin, silver headband, a glint of humor in its eyes. This was that girl. The monkey girl with the frying pan he'd seen fleeing across the hellish plains. Her giant leathery backpack was still strapped to her back, laden with spoons and ladles, packed to the point of bursting. Somehow, her aura felt exactly the same as any baby torch dragon's. It was so good his resonance couldn't tell them apart. It was so good it had fooled the torch dragon's blood wards. Even as a god king, I wouldn't have known of a way to do that. He was speechless. What in fate's name is this girl? Whew! She gasped. Her face was beaded with sweat. She set down the backpack, plopped down on her butt, and wiped her face. Thought I wasn't going to make it for a second there. Magma. Really goddamned hot. Who knew? Then she caught sight of the eggs and stilled. Her eyes went wide. A smile split her face. Dorian knew that look. It could have been transplanted from his own face minutes prior. Pure, mesmerized desire. She licked her lips, drooling a little. Ooh. A red and yellow frying pan materialized at her fingertips. I knew I smelled torch dragon eggs. Brandishing her pan, she came closer. Dorian ducked back behind a nearby egg. Thank heavens these things were so huge, and wondered just what the hells was happening. And more pressing, what the hells was he supposed to do about it? 178. Demon Food 5. The obvious answer was to kill her. He found himself settling on it as she neared. He wasn't sure what she was, but she wanted the eggs. So did he. What else was there to know? When it came to treasures as valuable as these, conflicts of interest only ended one way. He crept around the side of the nest, eyes tracking her through the gloom. He watched her yank out a handful of coals, then set them ablaze with a finger snap. He watched her scratch her chin, squint at the eggs. Then her pan grew to twice its size. Humming cheerfully to herself, she set it on the fire. Her eyes gleamed, drawn to the eggs once more. She advanced on them, back turned to him. He stepped out. Now! But before Dorian got the chance to summon his javelin, before he'd even mustered the chi for an attack, she whirled around. Their eyes met. "Oh, hey," she said, smiling. "It's you, the limbless wonder." He blinked. She waved at him. "Remember me? Girl with her ass on fire?" She frowned at his stunned silence. "Really? I was kind of hard to miss. There was this giant minotaur chasing me. I had its baby under one arm, my trusty pan in the other. I was screaming a lot. It went something like..." She cleared her throat. "Ah!" Sound familiar? "Yeah, I remember," Dorian said with a frown. "Last we met, you were a stump. Now you've got arms and legs and a tail. Huzzah! And my butt's not on fire anymore." She grinned. "Life's looking up for the both of us, eh?" What am I doing? Why haven't I fed her the tip of my javelin yet? Something about her threw him off. Some eerie feeling he got like if he attacked now, he wouldn't live to regret it. Instincts were often wrong, of course, but they'd also saved him many a time. Then she turned her back on him, humming, and lathered some oil on her frying pan. "Oh, I've been waiting eons to try one of these." Turned her back. He frowned harder. Did this creature have no survival instinct whatsoever? How was she alive? Dorian gave up. She could act as weird as she liked, he decided. It would hardly save her from being cut in two. He readied his javelin. "Don't." "I know what you're thinking." Her pan sizzled as she sloshed the oil around. "Don't you try it, mister." She said it like a schoolmistress scolding a naughty boy. She turned, brandishing her pan, and her face was so serious he stilled. Her expression transformed. In that instant, she was not some strange monkey girl. She had the visage of an ancient goddess, stern and severe as a cliff face that had seen 10,000 years. The look passed as quick as it had come. So quickly, he was left wondering if he'd hallucinated it. "I am very handy with this pan," she said. She waggled it menacingly at him. "Do anything funny, and I will smack you. I mean it. This pan has caved in the skulls of gods, you know." Dorian was speechless. It was a state he usually left others in. Is this what everyone else felt like when they spoke to him? Yet that pan, in that instant, had a flash of that same ancient grandeur, like a glimpse of aura leaking from under its harmless veneer. Suddenly it was no mere red and yellow pan. It felt like he was staring at the face of an ancient god-beast whose sheer size and age he could not fathom. Gone as quick as it had come, again. Red and yellow. He frowned. The color scheme. That aura. It pricked something at the back of his memory, something he couldn't quite place. Somehow he had the distinct impression he'd seen that thing before. Stranger and stranger. She turned back around, humming, and went back to her pan. "Don't be stingy. There's plenty of egg to go around. We can both have a hearty dinner, eh?" He was at a loss. "Who are you? What are you? What in heaven's name are you doing here?" "Name's Son, monkeykin," she said without turning. "I'm here for dinner, like I said. You know, hence the pan." She gave him a hefty serving of side-eye. "What, is there something on my face?" "This is a torch dragon's lair." He tried to keep his voice even. "Guarded by bloodline wards, under a realm's worth of hell's hottest magma. How'd you get in here?" "I'm a good swimmer," she said with a shrug. "As for the rest, it's a secret. Say, you're a nosy one, aren't you?" She frowned at him. "My turn. Are you going to try to kill me or not? Make up your mind already. I'm not cooking till the fighting's done. It's a personal rule." She made a face. "I'm not getting blood all over my omelets." They stared at each other. Dorian finally put a finger on what bothered him. He could read pretty much anyone, god or mortal. It wasn't hard to suss out their wants, their innermost thoughts. Often they had it written plain on their face. But this girl, it was like staring into a void. A very smiley void. He couldn't even figure out her power level. She could only be powerful or very good at faking it. Which was it? He hesitated. If this were a true run, he might have gone for it. But his bodies were locked away, his brother fallen, the fate of the multiverse teetered on the brink. Screw this up and it was over, forever. In this risk calculus, he had to hedge his bets. "There's 5 eggs left," said Dorian slowly. 3 for me, 2 for you. We stay out of each other's way." She shrugged again. "Deal." Then she turned back to her pan and brought out a handful of seasonings like the matter was settled. Not taking his eyes off her, feeling like an idiot, Dorian went up to the first egg and hauled it off to the other side of the small cavern. Facing her all the while, he punctured the egg. Then he put a hand in and began to draw out its chi. For her part, she kept humming, paying him no attention whatsoever. Dragonoid base form, bloodline quantity 1.0 to 1.1. Star realm, dwarf 26% to 28%. Darkness law saturation 41% to 43%. Darkness law grade, very low. Fire planet, meteor, 23% to 26%. Fire law saturation, 35% to 39%. Fire law grade, very low. And so they settled into an uneasy equilibrium. Uneasy for him, at least. She seemed perfectly at ease. Soon a heady scent wafted over to him, flecked with spice. She nabbed an egg, cracked it open, and sloshed a little of it down into her pan. It sizzled fiercely, popping like firecrackers as she tossed it to and fro. A thin layer of steam soaked the room. His powers kept ticking up. Dragonoid base form, bloodline quantity 1.1 to 1.18, star realm, dwarf, 28% to 30%. Darkness law saturation, 43% to 46%. Darkness law grade, very low. Fire planet, meteor, 26% to 28%. Fire law saturation, 39% to 43%. Fire law grade, very low. His blood coursed hot through his veins. The world seemed to love him ever so slightly more with each uptick of his fire and darkness laws. Chi of those aspects rushed into him. They leapt over one another to answer his calls. His body, meanwhile, only grew denser, stronger, harder as chi seeped into it, packing into his core. The dark star had grown a quarter larger. His laws had beefed up a respectable chunk, too. He'd wager he'd more than matched the dweller in a straight duel now. Monkey Girl's son, meanwhile, seemed happy to leave him be. She had just about finished an omelet, a softly wrapped blanket of yellow dabbed with peppers, crisped brown at the edges, glistening with oil. Its looks were enough to get his mouth watering. Its smell was enough to get him contemplating reneging on their deal. "Don't even think about it," she called. I know," he grumbled. He frowned. "And stop doing that." "Can't help it. I can sense killing intent 100 li away." Gingerly, she cut out a slice of omelet, letting yolk drip out the middle like a dollop of liquid sunlight. She bit into it. "Oh," she moaned. The look on her face was exactly like Dorian imagined how he looked when he leveled up. "Oh, heavens." Something about it ticked him off. Maybe it was her face. Each time he looked into it, he came away with nothing. A perfect mask, betraying nothing of what lay beneath. Even now, he had no clue what her true motives were. Even her face's construction was off-putting. Very pretty, yet also somehow utterly forgettable. "Oh, come off it," he snapped, despite himself. "It can't be that good." "Phew. You dare doubt me?" she snorted, looking every bit an offended old master. "My cooking skills are the stuff of legend, I'll have you know. They've made statues of my frying pan." She held an oozing chunk out to him with her chopsticks. "Here, then, you try it. Go on." There, again. Nothing about this creature made a lick of sense. The only reason she'd offer was if it was poisoned. This was an easy way to eliminate a competitor. Yet somehow he knew it wasn't. She was offering it to him simply to offer it to him. It was the sort of naivete only mortals had. It was the sort of naivete that wouldn't last a day on a profound realm cultivator, much less a god. "I'll pass," he found himself saying. On principle, more than anything. Eh? Suit yourself. She went back to slowly munching and moaning. It's not poisoned, by the way. She rolled her eyes. Another personal rule. I don't lie. I wouldn't break it over something so silly. She nearly sounded as bad as Old Man Fate. Soon she finished and started work on the second egg. This time she pulled out pots and pans, cloves of something green, a wriggling insect thing. Whatever it was much more complex than the first dish. Dorian rolled his eyes and went back to focusing on his growth. Dragonoid, base form, bloodline quantity 1.73 to 1.81, star realm, dwarf, 45% to 47%, darkness law saturation 94% to 100%, darkness law grade, very low, fire planet, meteor, 38% to 41%, fire law saturation 78% to 83%, fire law grade, very low. And then, level up, darkness law grade, very low to low. His laws had been his weakest point. Now, simply by eating 2 eggs, he'd gotten the same progress as decades of meditation. But the next step was a medium law grade, and that was a far greater hurdle to clear. That was the bottleneck to demigod. Minutes trickled by, then an hour. Level up. Fire law grade, very low to low. Dragonoid base form, bloodline quantity 1.97 to 2.0. Star realm, dwarf, 58% to 60%. Darkness law saturation 11% to 13%. Darkness law grade, low. Fire planet, meteor, 49% to 52%. Fire law saturation 4% to 6%. Fire law grade, low. Second egg complete. Dorian breathed out a roiling cloud of black-red chi. If only he had an infinite stash of torch dragon eggs. Alas. To the side, he heard soft snoring. You've got to be kidding me. Sun was laid out against a rock, fast asleep. This time he didn't even bother thinking about killing her. What was the point? She'd eaten her 2 eggs. She'd left his untouched. She could have snagged them, thrown them in her interspatial ring, and then dove for the exit while he was distracted cultivating. Yet she didn't. He gave up trying to make sense of her. Suddenly her eyes shot wide open. Her pupils trembled for an instant, contracting. Then a new expression filled her face. Horror. Oh, please, he sighed. I wasn't even contemplating it this time. Not you. She scrambled to her feet. Her head swiveled to a spot on the wall. No, a spot beyond the stone wall. Ah, shit. Shit. She dashed over to her backpack and started stuffing in utensils at lightning speed. He frowned at the same spot. A moment later, he felt it too, now that he looked for it. A presence at the top of the magma layer, descending fast, something horrifyingly massive. His resonance quivered within him. He hissed. This time, there was no mistaking it. This time, it was real. She wasn't supposed to come back this early, cried Sun. What are the odds? And it was no ordinary beast either. This torch dragon made no effort to hide the tremors of its chi. A full-fledged god. Fuck. There's only one way in and out. Sun stared at the magma tunnel, then at him. You! What can you do? What do you fancy your odds are against her? Me? Dorian choked. Why don't you fight it? Didn't you say your pan had caved in the skull of gods? It has, but I wasn't the one wielding it, she cried. I'm weak as hells. I stole it hardly 6 months ago. All that stuff I spewed, total nonsense. I'm only good at 2 things, faking and fleeing. And neither one's any use here. Dorian's head spun. He watched, face twitching, as she cradled her head in her hands. She sniffled. Oh, gods! Oh, you dumb moron! You stupid idiot! You've done it again! I knew this place was bad news, but no. Listen to my stomach over my gut. Again. And where's that got me? Where it's always got me. Should have never left the goddamn monastery. Should have never stolen from old Grandpa Wukong. Oh! Dorian froze. Wait. It clicked. Everything. How she'd gotten through the blood wards. How she faked the appearance of a torch dragon bloodline. Why she could fool even him. All of a sudden, he knew exactly where he'd seen that red and yellow hue on her pan before. Did you just say Grandpa Wukong? Yeah? She glanced up at him. You're not just monkeykin, he breathed. You're a descendant of the God King's son Wukong, the Monkey King. You practice the art of 72 earthly transformations. That frying pan is the Jingu Bang. This time it was her turn to be shocked. Yeah, that's me, Sun Wukong the Ninth. How'd you know? Never mind that. Shut up. Stop panicking. Listen to me very carefully. He breathed deeply. The torch dragon mother was more than halfway down now. Soon it would start probing for the signatures of her eggs. Then it was all over. There is a way out of this mess. Here's what we're going to do. 179. Demon food. 6. If we are to survive, no more lies. Dorian stared deep into her eyes. Her pupils seemed no color and every color at once. Greenish, bluish, purplish, shifting like an optical illusion in the dim light. Lie to me all you like once we're outside, but if I'm to get us out of here alive, I need clear information now. Got it? She nodded quickly, swallowing. How many of the earthly transformations can you manage? Can you soul shift? She gasped. How'd you know about? No questions, just answers. We don't have much time. No. What about illusion fields? Can you make those? She blushed. No. Really? What can you do? Up to the 16th transformation. That's it? Her tail drooped like a wilting flower. I was the runt of the bunch, okay? All my cousins went into battle against Jez. Old Sun, too. They all died. Now it's just me. Me and Jingu here, that is. She stroked her pan nervously. Dorian sighed. This complicates things. He had a long history with the God King, Sun Wukong, the original Sun. That old fart had been number 2 on the multiversal rankings. With his feared 72 earthly transformations, he could be light as a feather and heavy as a mountain range in an instant. He could change forms, gas to solid to liquid, could burst into a flock of ravens one instant and set upon you as a wildfire the next. And there was no one better at hiding than him. Dorian had tangled with him many a time. Once Old Sun had flown into Dorian's ear as a fly, then morphed into a mountain. One of Dorian's more unpleasant deaths. The shivering girl before him could do none of that. If she was only on the 16th, she could barely manage limb transmogrification. The few good plans that had popped to mind had to go. Only his riskiest idea was left. What about aura manipulation? Dorian cocked a brow. You faked your aura signature pretty well back there. Can you do it for 2? She nodded. Why? Can you fake the aura of a shadow wraith? She blanched. I guess, but not for very long. Please don't tell me. Good enough to fool god-level wraiths? Yes, she said. You're planning to shadow walk? That's a terrible idea. She goggled at him. You're an idiot. I know, said Dorian grimly. But a terrible plan is better than no plan. And you're right, it's very risky. Maybe a god can get away with it or a herd of shadow walkers, but lone demigods would be torn apart, which is why I need your help. I'll do the walking, you do the cloaking. Together, we'll make it through. Unless you have a better idea? A little color rushed back to her face. She opened her mouth to retort. Then a vast spiritual sense fell upon them the way a magnifying glass looms over a tiny insect. It took in Dorian, Sun, the broken and scattered eggs. Both of them shivered. The spike of rage nearly bowled Dorian over. The resonance dove straight for them. Quick, he snapped. Grab the eggs. What? Stuff them in your interspatial ring, now. She scrambled for them. All about them the chamber trembled, chunks of stone crumbling over them. Dorian sensed the chi of the mother torch dragon above, a great seething glut, sensed it like a crashing wave bearing down upon their heads. He dashed over to Sun, grabbing her wrist. Cloak! He screamed. He couldn't hear his own voice over the din, but she seemed to get the message. His skin tingled as stone-gray chi flowed over him. Then he dragged her with him into a pool of shadow and was gone, just as the cavern behind them was blown apart. In the lower realms, the shadow realm had been like stepping through a portal into the deep, lightless sea. No sound, no sight, just an empty, yawning vastness. Here in hell, the backdrop was the same, only the vastness was no longer empty. It was as though they'd stepped into a coral reef, but the creatures here were no fish. They had too many tentacles and too many beaks and were stained the color of tar. Lolling eyes studded their bodies at random, sinking and resurfacing like the bobbing heads of drowning men. The creatures oozed and sloshed about, some the size of a whale, others a tadpole, all equally ghastly, all oozing the auras of gods. Wraiths! They were like their hellish cousins, the demons. It was simply that here in the shadow realm they were in their natural state. No longer confined by the strictures of gravity or physics, they unwound into sloppy, horrible masses, void of nearly all feeling. The only thing that drove them, that gave them purpose, was hunger. As any hapless demigod wandering into the shadow realm for the first time quickly found out. But Dorian and Sun were no hapless demigods, in theory. Sun had at her disposal the best bloodline for disguise in the multiverse, with techniques to power it too. Dorian saw its stone-gray chi rippling across his and Sun's skin, giving off a perfectly pitched wraith's aura. Its powers ran beyond the physical. Performed to its utmost, the 72 earthly transformations worked in the mind. It showed you what you expected to see. The wraiths about them must have seen 2 other small wraiths. Nothing of note. They drifted around soundlessly, passing sluggishly like clouds overhead. Can't hold. Sun's face was pinched, reddening. Go! Dorian needed no more encouragement. He went. With a burst of will, he thrust them along. Not too fast. Not fast enough to draw the mind's eye, but as fast as he could chance it. They wafted by as he frantically searched for an exit point. There! Through a thicket of tiny wraiths, a splotch of dark gray, an opening of shadow. They dove toward it. Then Dorian felt something tear open behind him. Suddenly, fresh sound streamed into the realm, violently cracking the silence, a burst of heat and light and fury. He whirled around to see a massive, sleek head break through a muddy lake of gray far behind. Mother Torch Dragon! Its great thick neck soon followed. Its eyes burned. It opened its mouth, and all Dorian saw was rows upon rows of teeth white as the heart of a bonfire. It loosed a soundless cry. Dorian still felt its vibrations ripple through the realm, trembling his fingers. Then its eyes locked on to them. "Fuck!" "Faster!" gasped Sun. She'd gone deathly pale. Her eyes were rolling back. "Gonna pass out." He stopped caring about subtlety. He whipped them along as fast as he could, streaking toward his exit. He felt the torch dragon rear up behind them, puffing up with chi. Sent wild, thrown in a sputtering arc, flashing out. He chanced to glance back. The wraiths had not taken kindly to the presence of another god. The torch dragon slashed and spewed as bleak mountains descended upon it, tiny drifters streaking up behind. Curtains of choking, cloying darkness closed in. The torch dragon struck back. Laws of fire and darkness burst out, furious gouts of chi carving white scars against the black canvas. Dorian left them to it. With one final burst, he shot through the exit. He was spat out on the molten plains, gasping, eyes bloodshot. The shrill demon cries were a symphony to his ears. He leapt up. He stood in some giant crater, it seemed. The volcanoes were a smudge of black in the distance. He whooped. He cackled. He made a few choice gestures at the sky. "Not today, fate." Then he saw Sun's limp body land face first, bounce twice, and come to a rest in a sorry heap. Frowning, he strode up beside her. He poked her with a toe. Nothing. Not even a groan. She still gave off an aura, and it wasn't flickering like those on the brink of death. She must have overtaxed herself. Left alone unconscious without a partner to watch her back, she'd certainly die. He scratched his chin, searched within himself. Surely there was some speck of conscience left deep in there, some vague sense of obligation to one another. They'd made a team after all. She'd been kind to him. She was fresh off saving his life. He was, morally speaking, in her debt. He scratched his chin some more, waiting to see if the argument would resonate with some long-buried part of himself. Waiting for some indication he had a heart, maybe? Who knew? Maybe those things grew back after a while, like fingernails. He snorted. Who am I kidding? Pity. He shrugged, then crouched down beside her, loosened her backpack, and promptly started relieving her of her life's possessions. Even he felt a little awkward as he did. The partners to backstab pipeline usually took him a few months. This jaunt had gone so fast it gave him whiplash. Alas, hell waited for no one. Any second now, a horde of baying ifrits might crest the lip of this crater. "So long," he said with a sigh. "You were amusing while you lasted." He started with the pack itself, then stripped it of the knickknacks, ladles, spoons, pans, pots, spatulas. Then he dug into the bag itself. A cloud of heady spices wrinkled his nose. A curious thing, this bag. Bigger on the inside than on the outside, a similar principle to interspatial rings. Happily, he rummaged through the first pocket. He squinted, rummaged some more, squinted harder. It's all spices. Spices in shakers of all sizes, spices of all scents, more colors than a rainbow. Enough spices to fill a cellar, and not one item of any use. He zipped it up, unlatched the second pocket. This one housed spoons. More spoons than any one person could know what to do with. A city's worth of spoons. One spoon was so tiny it could have been used to serve dragonflies. Another was so huge it disappeared into the depths of the pocket. All he saw was one chunky wooden handle. Yet again, not a single thing worth stealing. A severe look settled across his face. He broke open the third flap, then the fourth. Knives and forks. So many knives and forks. Not weapons, mind you. These were too small or too square for that. A fifth pocket had plates, trimmed gold and silver, of glass and china and steel and wood. No potions, no artifacts, no technique manuals, no treasures. With a snort, he gave up on the blasted thing. What else did she have? His eyes brightened. Where was the Jingu Bang? That was the God King Sun Wukong's ultimate treasure, a weapon unique in all the multiverse, a shapeshifter. It could be light as a feather or heavy as a planet. It could take nearly any shape. One moment it was a spear, the next a sword, and now apparently a pan, always with its signature red and yellow sheen. A pity he couldn't use it. It was locked to those with the Monkey King's bloodline. But such a treasure would fetch a hefty price nonetheless. She must have stored it somewhere else. Not in the backpack. He would have sensed it. Could it be in a soul space, perhaps? If it was there, she'd have to summon it first. Then he'd need to kill her, of course. No one wanted a bonded soul weapon. He scrutinized her form. There was also that interspatial ring on her finger. He crouched beside it. This was no ordinary ring. Blood-red runes etched its surface. It could only be opened by a creature with a matching bloodline, not uncommon for upper realm clans. It was all rather inconvenient. He'd need to wait for her to wake up, he supposed. Then he'd rob her and squeeze out all the information she had to give. And then... what? He sighed. Suppose I'll kill her. It made little difference either way. She'd pose no threat to him, what with her clan massacred. Still, why leave a possible enemy alive? It was what had gotten him into this Jez mess in the first place. Admittedly, that was an incredibly low probability outcome, and she hardly seemed the vengeful type. He frowned. What am I doing? The mere fact he devoted a second's worth of thought to the matter disturbed him. Of course I'll kill her. He imagined feeding the girl his javelin. It would be the easiest thing in the world. He imagined her head bursting apart like a melon. He waited for a pang of remorse at the thought, some hint of reluctance. Guilt, maybe? He checked his fingernails. Nope, still nothing. He let out a sigh of relief. He was not, in fact, going mad. It had to be the past day. Losing his brother, his bodies, his lives, his runs, everything. Now death was given the illusion of being something else, something more tangible. He was more shaken than he thought, apparently. I'll get over it. A cluster of auras broke up his thoughts. His head snapped up. Cresting the ridge were a horde of grinning demons, demigods all, teeth comically large in their lumpy, sagging bodies. They looked like corpses of spirit beasts picked dry by vultures, then dunked in vats of tar and reanimated by a very untalented necromancer, one who seemed not to know which ways limbs bent and joints swiveled. Laws of rot swarmed their flesh. He cursed. Hells, not even an hour's break. The Dorian who'd fought Jez would be shitting himself right about now. The current Dorian, though, who knew? He felt thick cords of muscle tighten under his skin. He unsheathed his brand-new claws and found to his delight that fire laws were burned into their tips. Laws of darkness stained them too. Poison, flaming knives for fingers. Ooh, he blinked. What else can this body do? And then the beasts were upon him. 180. Demon Food 7. As demigods, demons were still infants, primal, more feeling than sense, but a rush of pure aggression animating a body dripping with tar chi, brimming with teeth, still made for a hell of a fight, like being set upon by a pack of rabid hounds. There must have been a few dozen of them up on the ridge of the crater, stark black cutouts in the somber purple sky. They leapt, hissing and cackling and screeching, a ragged tide of falling shadows. They swamped his sight. He snarled, "Serpent senses!" It was the first time he'd called on the technique in his new body. His pupils dilated, then shrunk. He gasped. The air was hot, muggy, tinged with sulfur, flecked with a starburst of ashy flavors. The shadows arrested. They floated down toward him as though through oil. The demon at the front was a tiny thing, a sprite of knitted bones. He could make out each tiny wrinkle lining the hollow sockets of its eyes as it grinned. The neat thing about serpent senses was it let him think. It let him react with intelligence, to conjure split-second tactics. But it was no true time dilation like those gods of time could manage. He couldn't move any faster in time than the demons bearing down upon him. So if he went close combat now, he might strike down 2 or 3, then the rest would mob him. And worse, mob Sun. Monkey Girl was still doing a very convincing ragdoll impression. No sun, no interspatial ring, no Jingu Bang, none of whatever Wukong heirloom treasures she had stashed away. He cursed. Saving himself would be enough of a pain as is. Protecting others would make this a nightmare, especially since it was something he was hardly in the habit of doing. It meant he was stuck to her. It took out most of his room to maneuver. Looking up at that distinctly unappetizing wall of snapping teeth and dripping rot laws, he thought about leaving the girl to her fate. It would be so easy. Then he thought about the 3 torch dragon eggs she had stashed away in her ring, and sighed. He opened his mouth. His throat burned, and a dark crimson glow poured out of his unhinged jaws. Dragon's breath! Fire and darkness were one, a perfect fusion. The hate of fire and the destruction of death laced cruelly together. The beam that left him seemed the expression of an emotion, a most vicious kind of loathing, blacker than black, burning so hot it made the air about it blush a fierce red. Then it made contact with the first of the falling demons. The sprite's hollow eyes widened. It was all it managed before its whole being, demigod chi and all, was reduced to dust. The dust was putrid gas in the same breath. The beam screamed out, running through a half-dozen demons beside it. In that instant, 7 gods, creatures that would have run roughshod through any lower realm, were no more. Dorian blinked. There was a reason the torch dragons were legendary, a reason he nearly took for granted after fighting so many. Certain beasts you challenged at your own peril. A quarter of his chi was eaten up in a flash. More than worth it. Then the rest of the demons were on him. He bared his teeth and took them on in an embrace of blood and claws. Red and black streaks carved the air, sinking into deeper black, deeper still, carving through, bursting out the other side in a shower of inky gore. The demon's eyes bulged, glanced down. The wound seethed with withering laws. Another stroke gaped its neck wide open. Each strike of Dorian's smoldered at the tips, fire laws burning at demonic flesh like it was fresh timber. But Dorian was already spinning, setting his claws into another demon, ripping down once, twice. It fell before him, smoldering like bonfires. It was so easy. He looked down at his hands, astonished. Were these real demigods? He'd fought demons of hell before in other demigod bodies. It was never like this. 10 claws slashed out in a cross, trailing jagged lines of hateful chi. A demon, great big pot-bellied thing, built like a boar, burst open like a smashed melon. Its insides were the same color as its outsides, and they smoked as the laws in Dorian's claws did their horrible work. A gob of noxious chi flew at Dorian's head. He ducked, watched it flatten a demon behind. Then he made mincemeat of the one who'd tried him. Laws of fire and darkness thickened the air. He was laughing as he whirled, grinning wide and cruel like a demon himself. He let the next strike hit him. An ape-like thing, fist coated in rotting laws, smashed straight into his chest. He watched it glance off, fascinated. The laws fled when they met his chest plate. He drove a hand through the demon's head. The trouble was these things were dumb. They were too stupid to be scared. He'd need to kill them all. He licked some blood off his lips. The way things were going, it would be long. 3 leapt overhead, right for Sun. He cursed, turning, and ate a horn to his back for his trouble. He whirled around, some kind of rhinoceros demon, all black ooze save for a massive horn wreathed in dark laws. All it touched would wither. Even being near it would do active damage to a mortal's life. It was a blow that would have been fatal mere days before, but now it merely clanged right off his back plates. He raked 5 fingers across the thing's face, making mincemeat of it in an instant. Then he leapt for Sun, somersaulting through the air, cursing harder. The demons were almost upon her. His tail gored one right through the chest. It looked down, surprised at the harpoon-like spike protruding where its heart had once been. Then his tail arched farther, thwacking aside 2 demons like he was swatting flies. He crouched beside her, feet carving thick lines into the brimstone ground as he whirled to face the rest, teeth bared. A dozen left spread out in a loose circle, and his dragon breath was heating up again in his chest. A few more seconds, and it'd be primed to go again. They didn't give him the chance, springing at him from all sides. He caught one with his tail midair. He struck down a second, gashed a third. Then the rest piled into him, a whirlwind of bludgeoning and slicing and biting. A torrent of chi blasted him. It was then he found he wasn't invincible. His scales weren't full body. On his upper arms, down his sides, his forehead sprouted lines of shocking pain. Still, he danced with the demons, bringing them down with prejudice. Then something swept his legs out from under him. He fell awkwardly as 4 others piled over, thumping, hissing, blasting waste chi all over him. A few gobs got into his eyes. He howled, building up to the knees, trying to get up before a ramming at his side bowled him over again. It wasn't at all dire. He was hardly hurt. It was more annoying than anything. There was a sharp gasp. He chanced to glance over. Sun had chosen an inconvenient time to wake. She looked horrified. She leapt to her feet. A red and yellow flash and a pan appeared in her hands. She wound up and chucked it right at him and the demon pile, kicking the shit out of him. It grew as it flew. First it was pan-sized, then it was the size of an oven, then a kitchen table, then a house. He watched, horrified, as it bore down upon them. A massive shadow fell across them. A handful of demons looked up. It flattened them all with a hearty clang. Something hit Dorian hard. For a few seconds, all he saw was darkness. His head felt all gummed up, throbbing with white stars. Down seemed like up, seemed like down, and he dearly wished he could vomit. He would have been a little worried he'd been killed by the blow, if not for the fact that he'd been dead before. It felt nothing as shitty as this. He felt like his brain had been wrung dry and stuffed full of cotton balls and set on fire for good measure. Then the pan flew off them, and Dorian was exposed once more to a swirling purple sky. No, the sky wasn't swirling. His sight was swirling. Groaning, he stumbled to his feet, blinking bright spots from his eyes. The demons around him weren't faring much better. They tripped over themselves, clutching at their heads, spitting gouts of chi in random directions. One was trying to rip out its own tongue. It was something in the Jingu Bang, some kind of horrendous mind magic. Sun, meanwhile, geared up for another throw. "Stop helping," Dorian grunted, fighting the overwhelming urge to bang his head against the ground. "Oh," she blinked. "Oops." At least the Bang's strike had settled the demons. It seemed to affect him less than them. They were writhing, while he merely had the worst concussion of his existence. Drunkenly, he went through the bunch, feeding them claws, and that was that. All in all, a commendable test of his new body. He'd put himself somewhere in the range of an elite demigod's power levels. Handling mindless beasts like these was a lot easier than he'd expected. He would have felt a lot more pleased in the moment if his head didn't feel like it was folding in on itself. A pang of nausea nearly knocked him over. He spat. Whose idea was it to give the Jingu Bang to a demigod? That thing was a threat to god kings. It was like handing a prized katana to a toddler. "I saw what you did, you know," the voice warbled over to him, loud, soft. It took him a moment to identify it as Sun. He glanced blearily at her. "You saved me." She had tears in her eyes. He blinked. She sniffled. "I would have died there, but you, out of the goodness of your heart, you stayed. Wow." Said Dorian. He ran a quick mental calculus. How hard would it be to extort her in his current condition? Rather hard, probably, given he could hardly stand up straight. "Well," she paused. "Either that, or you were keeping me alive so you could get at the goodies in my interspatial ring." She frowned. "A less happy thought." Dorian couldn't for the life of him figure out if she was very stupid or very perceptive. Was she about to hug him or kill him? She rather looked like she wanted to do both. "Which one is it?" She studied him. "Grandpa used to tell me, always assume the worst in people. That way you never get hurt." She paused. "But I hated that old shithead. So, to me, you're the first. A dragonkin with a heart of gold. Huzzah! It must be fate." She winked at him like they were sharing an inside joke. Then she glanced down his body and hissed. "Oh, my!" Dorian did too. When had that happened? Apparently the demons had done more than he'd felt. Everywhere that wasn't armored festered with laws of rot, stopping gaping gashes down his sides from healing. It wasn't life-threatening. Left untreated, though, a slash of pain sent him reeling, a white bar running up the center of his vision. He knelt, dry-heaving. "Ah," Sun winced. "Right. Sorry about that. You'll be feeling it for a few hours yet. The Jingu really does a number on people." She frowned. She seemed to be debating with herself. Then she shrugged. "I guess you did save me, whatever your motives were. Why don't you come with me? I've got a secret hideout you can rest in while it passes. I keep some nifty treasures there that'll help. You're hardly in any condition to—" He hacked up a splattering of black acid. She winced. "Yeah, you might have a rough time of it while it lasts, and I guess it is my fault you're like this." "Yes," he gasped. He was finding it rather hard to think in straight lines. His thoughts ricocheted like lottery balls in his skull. "Take me." 181. Demon food. 8. "Follow me." Sun set off at a brisk pace. Dorian tried to follow and ate a face full of soot for his trouble. He groaned, trying to flop his way to a halfway upright stance, but basic motor skills still eluded him. His limbs felt like wet noodles. Sun skidded to a halt, frowning. Below, magma gurgled ominously. Her eyes widened. She ran to him and got one hand on his wrist before the ground fractured beneath them. Dorian caught sight of a broad red blur, a whale head, before the world spun, his head spinning with it, and he ate another hearty serving of soil. And then he was flying, speeding his way across the terrain at a pace that had him gasping. The world was an endless streak of shifting red, purple, black before his watery eyes. The wind whistled by so fast that flecks of ash stung at his cheeks. All the while, from out in front, came a high-pitched scream. Ah! Sun hadn't been kidding when she said she'd been good at running. It must have been what kept her alive all this time. The stone monkeys, the lineage of Sun Wukong, had always been a speedy bunch, among the speediest in all the multiverse. It made them a tricky lot to fight and a hell of a lot trickier to corner. Dorian's thoughts were unceremoniously interrupted by a third serving of ground. He spat it out, opened his mouth to protest, and promptly ate a fourth. From then on, he resolved to let himself be dragged along, plug his mouth, and try not to pass out till they got there. Wherever there was. Somewhere nearby, he hoped. Smashing him with hell's coals over and over wasn't doing his recovery any favors. His hopes were sadly disappointed. To her credit, Sun really was great at fleeing. As a master run-and-screamer himself, Dorian had to give her a grudging sort of respect. She wove through war-torn battlefields like a rat through a maze. She ducked blasts of law, limboed under scything chi waves, and made a gymnastics course out of all manner of demonic body parts. Sadly, her cargo was not so lucky. Dorian counted 3 times he got brained on stone arches, which she'd ducked, 4 where he'd eaten chi blasts she'd so nimbly dodged, and a dozen or so times he got raked by a passing claw or tail. She yelped a quick, "Sorry," each time it happened. Somehow it made things worse. Dorian had gotten intimately acquainted with the flavor of brimstone by the time he'd come to a halt. Only when he was absolutely certain the wind had stopped screeching past his ears did he chance a glance up. This wasn't the plains anymore. No shifting, cracked grounds, no roving bands of demons. Just a forest of eerie white spires reaching like cursed trees into the ghostly skies. They were bones, one and all. He knew this place. "The Bone Forest," he said, dazed. "You've been here before," Sun grinned. "Great. It's my hideout. Follow me. Oh, and don't touch the trees. The serpents get ornery." She stomped away. Dorian made to follow, looking dubiously around. The forest stretched hundreds of thousands of li. It had started as the corpse of a ba serpent, god-beast. Most of these trees had really been one giant stretch of ribcage jutting from the ground. Now all its descendants carried on the tradition. When they sensed themselves nearing death, they would make a final pilgrimage to the Bone Forest and become one with the remains of the ancestor. Over thousands of years, this land became a holy land for serpents of their lineage, and they numbered many indeed in the 9th circle of hell. Countless serpent souls were laid to rest here. Luckily, huge stretches of the forest were simply desolate, densely clustered stalks of bone. No place for the bigger demons to bang about, no beast cores nor treasures to fight over, nothing save for the ba serpents and certain predators. Rocks, for instance, which made a habit of preying on ba young, made this place home. He saw the V-shaped shadows of a few of them banking in the distance. Sun motioned him over to a particularly chunky spire. It recalled a curved tower in his blurry vision, like a massive white bow missing its bowstring. "Come on in." She pressed a finger to the bone. It flashed a red rune for a moment. Nothing happened. Dorian raised a brow, crossed his arms, then promptly uncrossed them, holding them out to keep from stumbling. Blasted nausea. Was that supposed to do something? He croaked. You tell me. She stepped through the bone and vanished. He blinked. Her aura totally gone. All he sensed before him was a void of chi, just like any other desolate bone. You coming, or? Called a voice from within the bone. Tripping over himself, he did. He didn't so much step through as fall through the mirage entrance. He cursed again as he got an umpteenth serving of floor. He'd been hit clean by the Jingu Bang before, swung by old Wukong himself. That had left him catatonic for a day, and he'd been an Empyrean then. It was a blessing the girl could only unlock this tiny fraction of the treasure's true powers. He blinked stars and black motes from his eyes and tried to get a gander at the chamber around him. They vanished to reveal a room that was, if anything, even more chaotic than the dancing stars they replaced. All about him was stuff. Shelves, jars, must and dust, pans stacked atop one another in great wobbling towers. A fire pit stood proudly in the center of the room, and all about it was littered a minefield of crusty bowls. Little candles spiraled up the walls, faintly illuminating stacks upon stacks of shelves, all stocked with the most bizarre ingredients. Horns of all colors, hairy ears, smooth ears, slimy ears, translucent ears, ears big as heads and small as leaves. And that was just one body part among dozens scattered about. From the ceiling, dozens of slabs of thick, dried meat hung on rusted chains. It was as though the room had been built before the invention of interspatial rings. Dorian squinted at the thick layer of dust coating everything. It might very well have been. "Welcome," she cried. "Lie down, make yourself at home. In the meantime, I'll cook up my famous Clearwater stew." He'd already beaten her to it. He lay there, groaning, as she spent the next half hour chopping up herbs. All the while, his skull felt like an eggshell that had been cracked down its length. One wrong move, and it had split clean open, pouring the rest of himself out. How had things gone so awfully? He'd just gotten a new body. Then instantly, inexplicably, smacked in the face by a legendary weapon. Fate wasn't done taunting him this run, obviously. "Here." He cracked open a red eye. She held out a wooden bowl to him. He propped himself up and peered at the milky liquid within. "Drink up. Go on. It's what I made when Grandpa drubbed me with the Jingu. A few sips of this plus an hour's wait, and you'll be fresh." Cautiously, Dorian took it in his hands. He quirked a brow at it, then her. She quirked a brow right back at him. "If you ask if it's poisoned," she said, rolling her eyes, "I'll smack you with the Jingu again." He drank. One sip. He felt the liquid trickle, warm and gentle, into his lips, down his throat, and a sharp, sudden coldness took hold of him. It felt like the limpid waters of a melted glacier were trickling up his veins, into his skull, washing away the dreadful bog in his brain. Eagerly, he sipped again. Another rush. His eyes were clearing up. He could think again. He went in for a third. "Hold it!" She snatched it from him. He groaned, glaring. "What?" "Were you planning to rob me back there?" He frowned. "Of course not." She frowned. Then the shadow of a pan fell across his forehead. To his chagrin, he found he was still in no condition to block. Clang! He gasped, doubling over, and vomited out his last sip of stew. It was much lighter than the last time he'd been hit by the blasted thing, but it still had his insides doing backflips. "I might be weak, cowardly, and generally useless," said Sun, wagging a finger. "But I am not an idiot, mister." She brandished her pan at him. "Let's try this again. Honesty, this time. If I give this to you, will you rob me?" No, Dorian dragged out. I swear it. He grasped for something convincing. Alas, his addled mind couldn't come up with much. I swear it on my ancestors. If I lie, let fate's own lightning strike me dead where I stand. She rubbed her chin. Then, clang! Ow! He went for another round of dry heaving. It was but a tap on the head, not done with much force, but enough to reverse whatever good the stew had done and then some. I'm a stone monkey, she said. Nobody in the multiverse is better at transformations than us. That includes all forms of fakery, including lies. I can always tell. She sighed. Well, can't be helped, I guess. She looked to the skies as she stood, firming her grip on the pan. Suddenly it took on a threatening aura. I try to be nice. I really do. But what's that ever gotten me? Maybe Grandpa was right after all. She shook her head. She had that tone in her voice, like she'd discovered her beloved pet had contracted some terminal illness, and it was time to put it out of his misery. Wait, Dorian said quickly. Wait, give me 5 minutes, then ask me again. She squinted at him. There was a long pause. Then she shrugged. Okay, 5 minutes. He spent those next 5 minutes trying miserably through spikes of nausea to firm up a resolution. If she heals me, I will not rob Monkey Girl. He said it to himself so much he was sure he believed it. You ready? He nodded. If I heal you, she said slowly, brow arched, hands planted firm on her hips. Will you rob or kill me? No, said Dorian emphatically. He looked her straight in the eyes as he said it. There was so much sincerity in his voice, even he was surprised. He really meant it. It was the first time in ages he could recall such a thing. Even if done under threat, maybe he was capable of goodness after all. Clang! Oh, come on, he roared, flopping over. I actually tried that time. Yeah, but let's be honest, you were just lying to yourself. Through oodles of pain, Dorian inspected his innermost self and found, to his annoyance, the girl was right. If she healed him, he definitely would have changed his mind then and there. Fuck. And then he was dry-heaving too hard to curse. Nothingness fringed his vision. His body was starting to drift away from him. The nausea was a cloudy layer between him and his nerve endings. He couldn't feel his toes. Everything was going white, even as his vision grew narrower. Hey, he heard her warbled voice say. It was a good try, really, but you can't change who you are like that, can you? Then, wait, oops, that last one might have been a little too... He blacked out. 182. A Way Out, 1. Dorian floated in a blank void. It was a purgatory of the mind he knew all too well. He sighed. Any moment now, all would go dark, and that'd be that. The end, for the last time. He wasn't mad about how dumb it all was. He'd died in utterly humiliating fashion 100 times. What was one more? He was a good deal more annoyed that he'd never get to pay that ass Jez back before he went. It wouldn't be him driving the knife through his chest, savoring the look of dumb shock on his face as his life's work burned before him. He supposed it would have been nice to say goodbye to his brother, too. So much left unfinished. It didn't sit right with him. Bah, a psychic shrug at that. What was there to do? He was not Dorian the God King anymore, sadly. He was Dorian, the almost a demigod, and the multiverse was full of weaklings with grudges. Almost all of them took them to the grave. Not a sound. A pang of feeling. The happy surprise of a distant mind. He felt it drift closer. He saw the outline of a white door in the space before him. It opened, admitting a wizened man. Their gazes met. The man's eyes popped. "Dorian!" cried Old Man Fate. Dorian watched, stunned, as he dashed over and hugged him tightly. "It's true! You live!" He laughed, eyes a little watery. "I knew it! Phoenix King Shen said you perished with the rest of Zenith, but I never lost faith. Oh, felicitous day! Tell me, how are you? Where are you?" "Fate?" said Dorian. "I'm not unhappy to see you, which I suppose is a pleasant change of pace, though you've caught me in a bit of a busy time." "Oh?" "I'm getting my face pounded in by a teenager with a frying pan." Fate blinked. "Ah, I see. Not my finest hour, though it's still a marginal improvement over a day ago, when Jez relieved me of all my bodies, my limbs, and nearly managed to snag my life along with it." "I see." Dorian shrugged. "I find myself stuck without any of my bodies or powers in the 9th circle of hell. So that's how I'm doing. And you? How's your little resistance going?" Fate sighed. "I'm sorry to say, not well. Jez rolls on, relentless. He has nearly all the middle realms. He has half the upper realms. By now I've got forces set up on every plane left. They fight bravely, but that is all they do, I fear." Dorian scratched his chin. "Seems we're both screwed, then. So, what do you plan to do? Surrender? Plea for mercy?" "Oh, heavens, no!" Fate looked horrified. "No one said anything about giving up. How could you countenance such a thing? The fate of the multiverse hangs in the balance." Dorian was mildly surprised this conversation was still ongoing. Why hadn't Sun gotten on with offing him yet? It should be trivial. "So, what's the plan?" He cocked his head. "Jez is a network, and if he's conquered most of the multiverse, he's got considerably more power than you. You plan to off all of him?" "Please." Fate was as close as he ever got to offended. A slight twitch of the cheek, a look of mild shock. "I am optimistic, dear Dorian, which is not the same thing as foolish." "I don't know. I figure you'd like the idea of going out swinging. There's something romantic about it. Principled, maybe? Honorable?" Dorian grinned. "Then again, what would I know about that?" "No, there is hope. Real hope." Fate leveled a sharp gaze at him. There was an intensity there that stilled Dorian. "Jez is not a perfect network." "Oh?" "Think on it. What if one of his subordinates gets too powerful? What if there's an internal rebellion and other forces take over the web? He can't allow that. There is a web of followers of Jez and Jez himself. He is the infinity, and he must be in complete control. But how? Of late, with your brother's help, I might add, I've uncovered the secret." His eyes grew fiery. "A secret that could change everything. Hear me, Dorian." "I'm listening." "Through each plane, I've trawled the lines of fate." His voice took on a misty tone. Eyes clouding over, he stared at nothing. "They all point in the same direction. At first I thought it was to him, but no, they point somewhere else." Fiercely, he gripped Dorian by the shoulders. "I sent a host of deities to investigate. 3 gods died to bring back this intelligence. In each plane Jez controls, he keeps what we call an infinity heart." Infinity hearts. It jived with something in memory. Hadn't his brother said something of the sort to him in that vision he'd had a mere day ago on the brink of death? Seek out the infinity hearts? Fate continued. The vital organ through which all his golden chi flows, which circulates his powers to all his followers. It is the true locus of his powers. It is the prime node on each plane. Do you know what this means? If you destroy the heart, you cut off his hold on the realm? Dorian was starting to see why fate was frothing. Precisely! Don't you see? This... Fate was struggling for words. This means everything. Huh. Dorian blinked. All right. And how many of these infinity hearts have you managed to destroy? Fate visibly deflated. Well, 0 so far. They are, rather predictably, extremely well defended. A less optimistic man might call them impregnable. But still, there is a way out of this mess, and we aim to prove it. He was puffing back up again. Before the year's end, we plan to stage a last stand in one of the upper realms. Likely it shall take place here in Hell, one of the few planes he has not overrun, though he is making a vicious effort at it. We shall march for the Infinity Heart, make war with Jez, and free his grip on the realm. From there, we shall build to the others, gathering allies until we have driven him from the multiverse entirely. Dorian took a few seconds to digest it all. It also served to help cool Fate down. The old man had worked himself into a bit of a frenzy. His white hairs were sticking up on their ends as though electrified. Yeah, this all sounds very pleasant, said Dorian absently. It also sounds like a fever dream. He paused. He'd said it just to say it because it was the sort of thing he expected himself to say. But really, he was chewing on the idea. If this is true... But still, you have my attention. Please don't mistake me. I am not under the illusion that we stand a fair chance of success, said Fate. His eyes were pleading. But if you wish for a chance to strike back at Jez, well, this is it. Dorian smiled softly. So this is what this vision's about. Yet again, you've come to recruit me. Well... No, Fate sighed, long and slow. I'm sorry, I hadn't meant it that way. I suppose I got overexcited. In truth, I simply came to check in on humor an old man, will you? A friend I'd thought deceased. That's all. I shan't bother you with yet another try. It is true that I know you of all gods shall not stay weak for long. It is true that you break things better than anyone else I know. It is true that we could use a pint of chaos on our side. We could use you. Yet I know your answer. I understand. I'll do it. Fate spluttered. Pardon? Did I stutter? Dorian arched a brow. I said I'll do it. I'll help. He smiled. As it happens, I've something of a bone to pick with that smarmy little shit myself, and I've hardly got anything better to do, have I? For a few seconds, Fate gawked at him. Then, Oh, lovely, wonderful. His eyes shone. Shall I route you to our forces, then? Let us begin post-haste. Where in hell might you be? Molten Plains. That is inconvenient. How? You are hundreds of thousands of li from our base in the demon kingdom of Ur, and you are nearly on the diametrically opposite side of hell to where we think Jez has stored his infinity heart. Dorian groaned. Don't tell me. He has set up his base in the labyrinth of the heavens. Of course he has, Dorian sighed. Only the most convoluted, treacherous dungeon in all the multiverse. Okay, Here's what we'll do. I'll chart a route to Ur, gaining strength as I go. It so happens that I know this realm very well. I know just the spots to hit to snatch treasures and power up fast. I expect no less. You and your armies keep Jez busy, and we'll assault the labyrinth together. Very well. Fate's smile warbled a little. A wonderful plan. Oh, thank you. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Together we shall overcome and deliver a more just multiverse for all. He made to give Dorian another shambling hug. Dorian fended him off. All right, that's enough sentimentality for one vision. Don't fool yourself, old man. I don't care a whit about your justice. If all of you burn, that would suit me just fine. All I ever wished for is to be left alone by you asshats. That little shit danced right over my one goddamned red line. He snorted. He's made things personal. That's all. I knew you had it in you, said Fate, still starry-eyed, as though Dorian had said nothing at all. I knew it all along. All right. Off with you. Dorian rolled his eyes. Senile old coot. I've got an ornery monkey girl to survive. 183. A Way Out, 2. Fate nodded. Then one last thought struck Dorian. He frowned. Say, he said, how did you find me here? How do you keep finding me? Yes, that. You haven't been meddling in my run, have you? Dorian narrowed his eyes. Too many strange things have happened. A few too many to be just coincidence. Well, perhaps I wouldn't quite term it meddling. What did you do? Fate swallowed. I may have marked you. So it was you. I knew it. His whole run was starting to make sense. Since the start of this run, I knew something was off. The probabilities were all out of whack. No wonder. I'm sorry, but I had to, you see? I couldn't lose track of you in case something like Jez happened. He frowned. But I must protest. It should have been but a surface-level mark. The disturbances it made should have been minor. Clearly not. That wasn't all me. I alone can't cause the sort of... Good sire, I took a gander at your run, I'll have you know. The strings of your fate are far too tangled. No mark of mine could possibly do such a thing. Dorian raised a brow. Explain. Somehow the fates of you and Jez are intertwined, said Fate. The strings between you are very old indeed, stretching centuries. In that lower plane he was bound to you. He is still bound to you in ways I admit I don't fully understand. I suppose it follows. Dorian shrugged. He did technically set Jez on his current trajectory after all, however accidentally. In a way, he was Jez's creator. Still, that hardly explains the disturbances. I must be bound to thousands of idiots I don't know, and they haven't made a lottery of my run. Jez is different. What he does defies the order of the multiverse. He aims to destroy its very order. He is a being of pure chi, you see, a being that has renounced all natural laws, and whatever twisted laws he does have are of his own make. His fate is outside the multiverse's jurisdiction. If I were to hazard a guess, the more he destabilizes the multiverse, the less stable your fate becomes too. What exactly is that supposed to mean? Dorian's head was starting to pound. What happens now? I don't know, wailed Fate. The old man threw up his hands. I am hardly a soothsayer, a reader of tea leaves. There is no such thing as future-telling. The closest thing to it is what your brother does. Everyone expects me to take a glance at the lines on their palms and derive the hour of their death. That is not how this works, you see." Fate sighed. "I don't decide others' fates. I cannot see how the twining of its strings play out. The best I can see is, prediction. When a panoply of strings all twine downward, tinge black, it is but a warning. It is how I saw, vaguely, a great evil coming to the multiverse. But that is all. I am subject to fate's whims as much as any other. It is best to think of me like... He paused. "If we are all passengers on a ship," he said slowly, "I can see the ship's direction. I see from whence it came. I have some small influence over its rudder. If I wished, perhaps I could alter its speed slightly, or change the material of its decks. I can throw other passengers overboard. But I am not the captain, only a deckhand. I cannot chart the course, in truth, nor do I know the destination." He smiled, happy wrinkles touching his eyes. "I am the god-king of fate because no one else thinks they are on a ship at all." Fine. Dorian opened his mouth to say more, but then there was a shock of cold. Suddenly, physical senses intruded on this space. The last thing he saw was Fate's eyes pop. Then he was jerked back awake, gasping, sitting bolt upright, face to face with a bored-looking Sun holding a half-empty pail of iced water. "Morning," said Sun cheerily. Why," said Dorian, dragging in a ragged breath. "Am I alive?" Instantly, the headache started pressing in on his skull again. He almost wished he was still unconscious. His body ached all over. Pain stabbed up and down his torso. "Seemed kind of mean to kill you in your sleep." Sun shrugged. "Everyone deserves a proper last meal, you know." She slid a bowl over to him. What looked to be the husks of dried yellow worms wrangled into noodles. A slab of seasoned meat cooked so well it could have been charcoal. "Thanks." He squinted at it and sniffed. Something vaguely nauseating. That did not smell like meat. Then he had a hunch. He glanced down to his chest, where faint white lines were scratched against the scales. Had those always been there? He frowned. On his stomach, too, ran long, thin lines. His wrists, too, and his thighs. Really all his vital points. His neck stung like mad. If he looked in a mirror, he wagered he'd see a bone-white crisscross lacing his throat. At Sun's side was a cleaver. Its edge was chipped. He glanced at it, then at his bowl. Sun saw his look. They stared at each other. Dorian sighed, sloshing the soup about. "This is poisoned, isn't it?" "Phew!" She puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "Why'd you have to be so damned hard? I mean, literally." She jabbed a finger at a plate on his chest. "I sawed at that thing for a good half hour. Couldn't even get to the skin. And your neck. Ugh, I never saw so many scales. You torch dragons are ridiculous." "Sorry for the inconvenience," he said dryly. He held up the bowl. "What's with all this? Why not just bash in my head with the Jingu?" "And destroy your eyes and brains? Those things could be delicacies. Besides, I probably couldn't even dent your skull." She sighed. "Hence the soup. It's supposed to soften you up from the inside. I tried feeding it to you in your sleep, but dragonkin have jaw muscles like you wouldn't believe. So all that's over, I guess." She crossed her arms. She shot him a cross look. "I'll have to go in the hard way. It'll take ages to saw through all that scale." She picked up Jingu. "You'd better taste good, mister." "Hold on." Dorian sat up, swallowing despite his dry throat. Then a vicious dizzy spell sent him reeling again. I think we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. Oh, we're well past that. Sun brandished her weapon. Goodbye. Wait, he said quickly. You can tell if I'm lying, can't you? Then listen, it is not in your best interest to kill me. That got her attention. Huh, you are telling the truth? I know the ninth circle of hell, said Dorian, staring her dead in the eye. I know it better than nearly anyone alive. Heavens knows I've nearly conquered the damn place before, and died here 100 times besides. Which means I also know where to find delicacies you can only dream of. Give me time and I can procure nearly anything on this plane. I've tasted teas made from tears of the golden phoenix. Do you know what treats ferment in the swamp of the damned? Or what back-alley auctions in the demon kingdom sell the most succulent Tao-Tea tongues? Kill me and you lose all that. She brightened. Whoa, how are you doing that? What? Lying. She prodded him in the chest with a finger. You shouldn't be able to do that to me. I'm telling the truth, which is something I say a lot, but this is one of the very few times in my life that I've meant it. There was a long silence. He watched her, feeling like his head might split open at the seams at any moment, and waited. She wrinkled her nose. She chewed on her lip. She stuck out her tongue. At last, all right, say I believe you. How in Hu Yi's name did you know all that? Who are you? And Dorian sighed. The question he really hoped she wouldn't ask. He thought about wriggling his way out of this one, but something told him if he tried anything fishy, the underside of that frying pan would be the last thing he'd ever see. It had already bitten him in the ass enough already. I'm Dorian, the God King. Yes, that Dorian. You may have heard of me. He smiled wanly. Well, once God King. Now, decidedly not. Not even a demigod officially, till I get one of my laws up to snuff. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth dropped open. It was a common enough reaction to hearing his name. He basked in it for a second. After so long as a weakling, this run, so long toyed with, tossed around, finally some respect. You! Didn't you come by the Enclave half a millennium ago? What? Dorian pursed his lips. A decidedly unpleasant memory bubbled to mind. Ah, yes, that. You tried to steal Grandpa's crown of ultimate truth. Dorian winced. Did I now? The details are rather hazy. It has been quite a few centuries. He beat the shit out of you. He frowned. Aw, please, it was at best a draw. So, Dorian, God King, she blinked. Okay, I've got it. Really? Just like that? He'd almost been expecting more doubt. Then again, she did have the ultimate truth detector built into her bloodline. You haven't been around these parts lately, have you? She shrugged. All kinds of God King refugees have been pouring into the few upper realms that madman hasn't conquered. What's one more? He spread his hands, sighing dramatically. You've got me. Tragically, I lost my God King bodies. It was a little like what your grandpa did. You see, I staged a brave last stand against Jez's forces. In the epic battle, I managed to badly wound him, but by some underhand trickery, he managed to get the better of me. She raised an eyebrow, deadpan. Uh-huh. So, now I find myself here. He cleared his throat. The one way out of this mess for him popped into his woozy, half-lucid mind. It was a desperate try, but I need to get my strength back to strike back at the ruffian. You want to taste hell's best treats. We can help each other out here. Her brow went even higher. Eh? Certain regions of hell are jam-packed with treasures, and the rarest, most powerful beasts so often taste the best. I'll take the cores, you take the meat. I need cloaking if I am to journey through hell without being constantly beset by hordes of demons. You'll need muscle if you want to get any of the good stuff, unless you plan to keep skulking around poaching eggs. Now that he said it aloud, it made a strange amount of sense. And, to his relief, she was scratching her chin, chewing on it. He pressed on, fighting back another spasm of near-crippling nausea. Blast that Jingu. Take the Swamp of the Damned. It's not far from here. Did you know there is a vineyard of forbidden grapes submerged in the boiling oil bogs? They taste simply divine. Each one can boost a mortal from untrained to sky. But they're guarded by tar eels and swamp demons and other ghastly horrors lurking the deep. But I know how to get past them, and your cloaking can get us there unharmed. And that's just one stop. He stuck out a hand. So, what do you say? 184. A Way Out, 3. Sun licked her lips. Intriguing. Ever had fried great slug cocoons? Asked Dorian. Dip them in heartfire sauce and it's like a symphony in your mouth. Sun's stomach growled and she grinned. Well, my belly certainly likes the idea, but... She crossed her arms. If you were me, would you agree? Dorian sighed. No, probably not. He'd thought about lying, but with how many bonks he'd taken, he wasn't sure he could survive another Jingu smack. And why not? I'd probably kill you at the first opportunity, he shrugged. Nothing personal, of course. Times are rough, you understand. Yeah, I get it. But you see my conundrum here. She crossed her legs, tapped her interspatial ring, and out popped the most orange carrot Dorian had ever seen. It was massive, the size of her arm, fringed with vibrant green leaves, not a speck of dirt to be seen. She started nibbling on the leaves with the utmost nonchalance. Convince me to trust you, she said, mouth half full. You have till I finish these leaves. He said the first thing that popped to mind. Soul contract? No way. She wrinkled her nose, then slurped down a leaf whole. 3 clovers remained. Suddenly Dorian was nervous. Too restrictive, too finicky, too high stakes. We can keep the term simple then. He held up a finger. Just one condition. We don't betray one another. And we can make it a limited contract if you like. It'll end when we reach the end of our journey together. Said Sun again. She squinted at him. Another leaf vanished under her rabbity gnaws. Dorian forced down a swell of bile. So? A few tweaks are in order, methinks. She thrust the carrot at him like a spear. First, no betrayals is too narrow. No acting with ill intent toward me. He winced. That'd make things much harder to finagle, but he could work with it. Done. Second, I have the final say on the journey. I decide when and where we end things. Once more he winced. But still, it wasn't so bad. He could work with this. Surely, with the right talk, he could steer her toward his plans. I see, he said, making sure to exaggerate the hesitation. Well, all right. I'm sure we can come to a plan that'll suit us both. Let's draw up the contract. Then, not so fast. One more thing. He had a bad feeling. Yes? Make it one way. She snapped up another leaf. The terms only apply to you. Shit. He'd really been hoping she wouldn't say that. No, no, no. That wouldn't work, he said, trying for a pleasant smile. If we're to be partners in this endeavor, we ought to share the burdens too. How else can we truly function as a team? Mister, said Sun sternly. She gave him some half-lidded stink-eye. I'm the one with the big pan, remember? Do you have a big pan? One way it is, he said with a sigh. It was a fool's contract, but such was life. Huzzah! She cheered. He was already imagining a half-dozen ways he'd off this annoying little critter. He'd shed her the first chance he got, of course. Perhaps he'd do it at the Swamp of the Damned, the first stop he had in mind. He needn't act with ill intent, after all. He could simply fail to act, turn a blind eye, and let her walk into some carnivorous flower demon. He grinned at her. You're thinking of killing me, aren't you? He winced. How could you tell? You get that look on your face, she said around a mouthful of carrot. That I'm up to no good look. This is how my face looks all the time. Exactly, she said, grinning back as she waggled her carrot at him. See, this is the trouble with trying to be nice. There's always asses like you around to punish you for it. Can you really blame me? He said with a sigh. You would hardly blame the beetle for rolling up a ball of dung. Yes, I can. She nibbled the last leaf. And I do. He rolled his eyes. You don't get any extra head pats from the multiverse for being a good person. But I give myself head pats for it all the time. And that's what matters in the end, isn't it? Anyway, she tapped her ring, drew out another giant leafy carrot. Enough with the pleasantries. Here, to commemorate our new friendship. She wrinkled her nose. That's not quite right, is it? Our new, contractually mandated, mutually beneficial non-aggression pact. She wrinkled harder. Doesn't have quite the same ring to it, does it? Anyhow, these are Wukong carrots, my all-time favorite snack. They only grow these in the conclave of the stone monkey. Take it. Go on. Cautiously, he did. He took a sniff. It smelled of heady spices and dewy grass. To an awesome and tasty and deathless adventure, she said, holding hers out to him. Rolling his eyes, he tapped it. They cheersed. Then they munched. He drew up the contract in chi on parchment she had lying about, thought about trying to sneak in some tricky wording, thought better of it. They signed, adjudicated by fate. New strings tied them together. So it was done. So began their fateful journey. The most immediate consequence, the thing for which he was most grateful, was at last freedom from the Jingu's horrible spell. She fed him a bowl of clear-eye soup. He downed it in gulps and instantly felt a crisp coolness trickling up his temples, pooling around his eyes. He sighed. Finally, he croaked. Blearily he glared at the Jingu. So, said Sun. She was climbing down from one of the upper shelves, a dusty yellowed scroll in hand. She splayed it out against the floor. Inscribed on it was an oval disc, the 9th circle of hell. At the center of the disc, marked bright red, was the heart of hell, a giant volcano where the worst of hell's demons stewed. Around it, scribbled out in various colors, were mountain ranges and lava lakes, molten rivers, demon kingdoms, deadlands, and a smattering of skulls. The skulls, according to a tiny legend, marked the lairs of particularly heinous god-beasts. She handed him a brush pen. What's the plan? Where are we headed? We're near here. Dorian tapped a flurry of white spurs near the bottom. Bone Forest. The spurs wound in a lazy arc up the map. Here's what I'm thinking. First stop, Swamp of the Damned. He traced the brush up, stopping at a region pitted with pools of black ink. "I know just where to find a grove of Tao fruit there that'll do us both some good. It'll boost me to demigod, and you'll get a pleasant appetizer. Pair it with some choice tar eel larvae, and we'll make a feast of it." "I like it." "After that, we've a choice of next stops. I'm thinking the Three King Kingdom. It's the epicenter of trade in this realm. There's bound to be all sorts of delicacies there, and it'll be good to stock up for the rest of our trip." This was all true, of course, but he did have some ulterior motives. The Three King Kingdom was the biggest demon kingdom in the land, and old as sin to boot. It was a chaotic mess of an empire, burned down and rebuilt and burned down again, over and over, each time regrowing like a wound scabbing over that simply would not heal. Secreted away in its depths were some of the juiciest treasures this land had to offer, particularly with regard to the laws of fire, some that would make even god-kings salivate. Dorian had a certain prized jewel in mind, a jewel that, it was said, held the power of a sun in the space of a stone, a jewel born of the torch dragon lineage that might just let him leap an evolutionary stage in a gulp. Ordinarily, it would have been impossible to snatch, but maybe, just maybe, with good enough cloaking, there was some fruitful heisting to be done. Sun shrugged. "Sounds swell to me." "Then we have options. I'm sure we can reassess and decide on a route once we're there." Who knew? With some luck, he'd be rid of her by then. "All right." She seemed a little too nonchalant about all of it, almost suspiciously so. He squinted at her. "You don't have any suggestions?" "I've lived in a pocket dimension in the mountains my whole life. I don't know things. I've barely been outside the molten plains." She scratched her chin. "Which might not be the best thing to admit. I just want to go out and eat yummy things. So long as you help me do that, we're good. If you pick good spots, I'll go along. I just want to have a good time while I'm here, you know? I'll go where the wind blows me, so long as it's not off a cliff." "I just want to eat things and be left alone. I don't have any grand plans." She wrinkled her nose. "But everyone else does. Everyone else wants to be the strongest, own the most, that sort of thing. And they're always in a hurry to meddle in my business. That's where the trouble starts." "Improbably," said Dorian. "I actually do get that." First, dinner. Second, healing. They made plans to set off on the morrow. Sun cooked them both a steak meal. It was rare, but rather than blood, it oozed with a strange, faintly rainbow gelatinous substance. Worm flank, apparently. "Ooh," Sun grinned at him like an idiot as they ate. "I've never been on a road trip before. This'll be so fun." Dorian still wasn't sure if she was very dumb or very smart. She went about stocking up on seasonings and utensils and unhooking slabs of meat from the ceiling. Dorian went about fixing himself up. Most of the night passed like this, or whatever passed for night, anyway. There weren't really day-night cycles in hell, but the ghost flows did lighten and darken, making for a vague approximation. Only some days were a few hours short, some a few long. A handful of hours before the closest thing to dawn there came a piercing wail from high above. Sun cursed, scrambling up the walls and wrenching something chunky off the wall. The shrieking stopped as she landed nimbly. In her arms was a vaguely dinner plate-shaped object, though it was so caked in dust he could hardly tell what it was. "What is it?" "Nothing, probably." She wiped it off with a sleeve, revealing that it was, in fact, a scrying glass. What looked to be bone spurs peeked out between lines of dust. Dim shapes moved between them. "Just an alarm system I set up. One time I thought I shook off this rock mom when I stole her egg, see? But it turns out she tracked me the whole time. So I figured it was a good idea to know what's nearby. Usually it's only a passing lesser demon or a rock overhead. Oh, she paused, blinking. Huh? Frowning, Dorian craned his head for a closer look. Shuffling between the bone trees was a very pale, very tall man dressed entirely in black. His irises were black, his nails were black, his teeth were like onyx bricks. And from the way the demigod rocks perched on those trees fluttered away from him as he passed, Dorian could guess a thing or two about his power level. "What's a Jiangshi doing here?" Jiangshi, or hopping vampires, were a particularly nasty breed of undead. They could use the powers of whatever they absorbed. You never knew what surprises one had up their long, flowing sleeves. They also, in theory, lived thousands of li away. But Dorian knew exactly what it was doing here, for he saw something she didn't. On its neck, glowing faintly, was a golden infinity. 185. A Way Out, 4. It was no coincidence. A Jiangshi in the bone forest was unheard of. Jez must have tracked him here. But how? Scrying glass? Or could he read the threads of fate, tracking Dorian across realms? Or, a last, most unpleasant thought, was it through blood? Had he somehow gotten his hands on Kaya? None of this was as immediate as the Jiangshi quickly closing in on their position. Through the glass in Sun's arms, he saw it blurring like a winter's breeze between trees. In the distance, their hiding spot rose, slightly thicker and taller than all the rest, trailing a wisp of smoke. "It must have smelled the cooking," cried Sun. "I knew my steak was too zesty. Oh, heavens." She grabbed Dorian's arm. "Run!" "Don't be foolish." He tore it free. "If it's here, it's already picked up our scents, and Jiangshi move in covens. You can bet there's more nearby. They can share scents with each other like we share stories, and they've got some of the sharpest noses in all of hell. Run, and more will come for us." But I can't cloak smells yet. We can't even hide." Sun was melting inside her skin. "Oh, fuck. "Shut up," snapped Dorian. "Stop panicking. We'll stand and fight." "Fight? I'm weak as hell, and it's at least peak demigod." "We can deal with that. You have the Jingu, don't you?" "I can't hit a cloud on a rainy day. Last time I tried to smack a clump of demons, I hit you on accident, remember? She closed her eyes, sucking in deep breaths. "No, you're right. Fuck that. That's such sad, pathetic thinking. I can do this. I am a warrior of the venerable stone monkey lineage, and I will not be cowed by a mere—" She glanced down at the glass again. Her eyes bulged. "Oh, heavens, it's getting really goddamned close." She dashed away, grabbed a giant pot, flipped it over herself. "You've got this," came her disembodied voice. "I'm rooting for you. Go, Dorian." "Really?" He rolled his eyes, then unsheathed his claws. "Go, Dorian," he sighed, and went out the portal door. The Jiangshi's pale features curled into a vicious grin as Dorian came into view. "Dorian," he whispered, voice airy and hoarse. "The God King of Time. It is an honor. The Master suspected you hid near the molten plains. What luck that I am the first to come upon you." He licked his lips. "It is a rare one has the chance to taste a God King, however diminished. How far do your powers extend now? Not even to demigod, I wager." As he spoke, sickly red chi pooled around his mouth. A faint blush tinged his cheeks. demigod by the ripples of his chi. When it came to gods, it was usually easy to tell their power levels up close, the way you can infer the weight of a stone by the ripples it makes in a pond. Every breath this thing took rippled the world. Not godly, but damned close to it. And it was no mindless demon either, which made it 10 times more dangerous. "Can't Jez give it a rest?" said Dorian. "He's booted me from my bodies, cut off my run. Now he's scrying me across the multiverse? Let me guess, blood probes?" One of the simplest scrying tactics. Drop a probe with a matching drop of blood, and it'd react if the target was in the vicinity. If Jez had gotten his hands on Kaya, it'd be the first thing he'd try. If she was alive, that was. "Indeed, a crude tool," sighed the Jiangshi, baring its teeth. "But reliable and effective. It has led me to you, hasn't it?" So Kaya does live. It was, in its strange way, relieving, like hearing your lost dog had been found by a neighbor. But the blood probe spell could only be enacted by the giver of the blood. In other words, it needed consent. Had Kaya betrayed him then? Or was it done by compulsion? He frowned. For all her silliness, the one virtue of hers he could count on was loyalty, or so he'd thought. Then again, she was pretty far gone the last time they'd met. The Jiangshi cackled with the utmost pomposity. "Oh, Dorian, so-called trickster king, to look at you now. How fate makes fools of us all, from the mightiest god to the tiniest hellspawn." Dorian groaned. He could feel a self-important monologue quivering on the horizon. It so often happened when creatures met his true self. The sound of your own voice was oh so much sweeter when you get to spew it before a figure of myth. Sure enough, "Since the reign of Salus, I had held your name in reverence. I was but a wee lad then, starry-eyed. Dorian, they said, more godly bodies than any other. Bah! To think that Ugh!" He cut off at precisely the moment Dorian got bored and unleashed his dragon breath. Dragon's breath could be used at all kinds of temperatures. If Dorian wished, he could even produce a virtual flame. All show, a ghostly flicker that used almost zero chi. For this strike, he brought out a full half of his reserves. The dark star and fire planet burned hot within him, and a black-red blur wreathed in twin laws burst into hell. The Jiangshi threw up a hasty shield, bloodshot eyes wide. A Jiangshi's powers came from the souls of those it had bitten. It cannibalized their life forces. Sure enough, laws of death and life thickened the air in front of it, riding a vortex of bone-white chi. A giant form climbed out of it, a dead-eyed drake made of pure bone chi, splayed wide, ordered by the laws of life to take fleshy form once more. A Jiangshi's signature defense, meat shield, dragging back the souls it had eaten to come to its defense. Black red crashed into hard white. It melted like wax before a blowtorch. The Jiangshi's eyes popped. "What?" In a panic, it made a hand sign. Out flew a giant bone spider. Dragon breath made quick work of it, too. Then a baby whale, whose blubber held up for but a half-breath longer than the others. Barely a third of the dragon breath's chi was spent as it arched furiously for the Jiangshi's head. Cursing, the Jiangshi thrust out its palms. Black laws of death made a veil before it. The laws of the multiverse commanded whatever passed through to wither. The dragon breath punched straight through. It hardly slowed at all. The Jiangshi gasped. It could only throw up its arms, braced head to toe in chi. Impact. The breath of a torch dragon was a marvel of the multiverse. He'd never truly appreciated it, he realized. He'd always been too busy trying not to die from it, which rather spoiled the effect. But now, standing at a safe distance and seeing this Jiangshi scramble desperately as its defenses were roasted before its disbelieving eyes, Dorian nodded in satisfaction. Even at his low levels of comprehension, these laws were horrifying. When they said burn, you burned. His dragon breath claimed a forearm. Greedily it leapt up, thirsty for the heart, the head. But before it could snatch more, a new force entered the fray. A tide of gold light surged into the world, lawless, burning bright with pure chi. Foreign chi. It made not the slightest ripple as it flowed forth, gushing to meet his dragon's breath. There was a violent hissing, like the sound molten metal makes when thrust in icy water. For a few tense seconds they struggled with each other. This chi would not heed his commands to burn. Instead, huge chunks of it fizzed to nothing as his laws steamed against it. But there was so much, a wellspring surging from nothing, infinite. It was a war of attrition only one side could win. Something had to be done. He nearly stepped into shadow by instinct, then recalled where he was. Hold on. I can't enter the shadow realm without triggering the Wraith's wrath. But what about an inanimate object? His javelin slipped discreetly into a shadow pool at his feet. The Jiangshi was caught up in fending off the last of the breath. It didn't clock that anything was off until it looked up and saw Dorian's shit-eating grin. On sheer instinct it turned, gaping. The tip of a fang touched a tongue dry as a corpse and drove through. A headless body slumped to the ground. Dorian strolled back to Sun's hideout. "You can come out now." "Really?" Her head poked out from under the pot. "Oh, wow. Don't you remember who I am?" snorted Dorian. "You think I can't handle a peak demigod? Please, it's embarrassing that you of all creatures were the one to catch me out." Sun scrambled to her feet, frowning. She poked her head out the door and took in the slumped Jiangshi. She whistled. "Well, fuck me. Nice." "I try." She squinted. "Aren't Jiangshi supposed to be really hard to kill?" This one was young and stupid and overeager. They get dangerous when they have a few dozen bodies in soul storage and gain higher-tier bloodline techniques, but those are usually god level. "You sure know a lot about them." "I was one in a past life." Dorian shrugged. "I've either been or fought nearly everything in this realm. I know all the tricks. It's sort of what I do." He saw her open her mouth. "No more questions. No time. We should get moving." He checked up on the body and managed to pry out a half-burnt beast core from the steaming corpse. He'd detoxify it and make it an elixir or something later. It'd make a solid contribution to his dark star. Sun bent over the corpse, sniffing. She made a face. "It's too burnt to eat." "Leave it. There will be more coming. Let's get out of here before—" A piercing wail pealed out from the house. "Fuck," said Dorian. "Fuck," cried Sun. She dashed for the hideout. Dorian felt it before she came back out. A trembling like the ground was the surface of a giant drum, and something of unspeakable heft beat down upon it. Thump, thump, thump. Louder and louder, making new cracks in the dry ground. He glanced due east, where the tops of bone trees shivered with each beat. Something very big was passing between them, something that rippled with the aura of a god. Other ripples beside it, too, smaller. Demigod auras? Dorian could swear he heard raspy voices, excited voices. Sun burst out of the hideout, hauling her scrying glass behind her. She pointed a trembling finger. "What the fuck is that thing?" Half the glass showed a giant blot of diseased dark green skin. Its body was textured like a cobblestone wall, and it ran up to an eyeless head, a head so big it managed to look out of place on its already enormous body. And stretching from ear nub to ear nub was a mouth so big it managed to look out of place on its enormous head, a mouth shot through with spiky teeth. Dorian stared, incredulous, not because of its appearance, but because he knew what it was. Jez got his hands on a goddamned Tauti? The beast was like if gluttony had a physical form. One of the 7 deadly sins, a legendary beast unto itself. Left unchecked, they could devour whole kingdoms of the upper realms. A spiked collar clung tight to its neck, which was attached to a chain, which was in the hand of a Jiangshi very much like the one he'd just fought. Another one trailed the beast. Both bore the markings of Jez. "What now?" said Sun. "Now, we run." "Don't get me wrong, I might as well be the patron saint of fleeing, but didn't you just say there'll be way more after us if we run?" "Have you ever fought a Tauti before?" "No." "I have, twice across all my runs, and both times it ate me." Sun swallowed. "Running it is." 186. A Way Out, 5. They tore away so fast they sent gusts of air spiraling through the forest, whistling a haunting dirge through the bone trees. Dorian bounded by on his sleek new hind legs. He wound easily between bones, wrapping his tail about them as he slingshotted ahead. He took care not to let his tail's wicked tip bore into them. This was still the sacred land of the Ba serpent. Their auras still tinged these bones. He hardly needed more monsters after his head. The head, it was like Sun had shed her physical form. She whizzed by as a blur of light and sound. Loud screaming, to be precise. For a few blissful seconds, Dorian entertained the notion they'd made it out. Maybe those Jiangshi hadn't yet scented them. Maybe they were simply patrolling nearby. Thump. Dorian's heart sank. Another boom, a lightning crackle. Thump, thump. Each step was an explosion. Behind him came a flurry of flapping wings and shrill screeches, frightened rocks taking flight. Thump. The beats were only getting faster, which meant something far, far worse than the Jiangshis taking note of them. The Tauti smelled prey. "Faster!" shouted Dorian. He had no wish to test his luck in the Shadow Realm again, but just in case. "Be ready to cloak. We may need to shadow walk." "What, from that moldy lump?" Sun's brows furrowed. "We'll be on the other side of hell by the time it clears the forest." But she had never met a Tauti before. Thump. This time he felt the vibrations as he wrapped around a tree. Too close. Way too close. Sun gasped. "That's... what?" "A hungry Tauti moves like an avalanche," said Dorian grimly. He felt the strike before it came. A shiver of chi, a tide of instability. He grabbed Sun by the wrist, wrapped around a tree, and swung a hard left. A huge sucking wrenched at his backside, flinging him off course. From behind there was a shriek of air, a flurry of heavy thuds. Whole bone trees toppled over, yanked out by their roots. Through ringing ears, Dorian made out the Jiangshi. "Hells! Keep a leash on that thing! Do you want half the serpents in this forest on our hinds?" A snort. "Please, our prey is at hand. One good strike and we have him." "He's getting away." "Not for long. The master's fencing him off as we speak. He won't be tricked twice. Where's our prey supposed to run?" Fence me off. But there was no time to consider it. There was a wet, slobbering, sniffing, harsh growl. There was a thud so vast it could only be from a giant body taking flight. Dorian raced on, Sun in tow, screaming at his legs to go faster. Then it was like day switched to night. A sudden shadow swallowed Dorian up, swallowed the bones around him, blotted out the path ahead. A shadow quickly swelling as the creature high above cratered toward them. Dorian had no intention of sticking around for the landing. "Cloak!" he yelled at Sun. He grabbed her and stepped into shadow. The shadow realm was much as he'd remembered, a swirl of discolored darkness, splotches of dull grays and empty blacks melting into each other. He felt a tinge of gray chi on his arm. Sun had gotten the cloaking off, just as she'd done when they fled the torch dragon, and just as back then it erased their chi signatures. Above floated wraiths, nightmarish masses, gushing tentacles, ridden with eyes. It was like standing at the bottom of a deep ocean and seeing hordes of sharks swirl above. Oblivious. Sun's cloaking was a miracle. Dorian took a moment to catch his breath, to think. They need to exit far off, somewhere lee out, miles from their pursuers' sharp noses. "Dorian," said Sun. She jerked her head up. The wraiths were slowly wheeling toward them, giant watery eyes squinting upon their cloaked forms. The pupils contracted. His blood ran cold. "Fix your cloaking." "It's not broken." "Then what?" Dorian broke off. A horrible thought had struck him. What had that Jiangshi said? The master's fencing him off as we speak. He won't be tricked twice. Dorian had already escaped Jez once through the shadow realm. What if the fence wasn't physical? Jez was a pan-cosmic entity. It would take very little effort to bribe the wraiths to strike down anything suspicious that suddenly popped into their realm. Or even worse. A few smaller wraiths dove at them, etched on their skins, tiny yet clear, golden infinities. Screeches pierced the void, tentacles shot for them. Gritting his teeth, Dorian dove at the nearest exit. He popped out, tumbling, stopped himself against a bone tree, and looked up into the startled faces of two Jiangshi. Behind them loomed the Tao-Ti, its face a sheer cliff split down the middle by a ravine of teeth. It drooped into a jagged frown. Dorian chucked everything he had at them. Everything. The javelin burst forth. A wall of dragon's breath fanned out. Yama's chains whipped out in the fray, crunching into Jiangshi. They bounced off the Tao-Ti, twisted around, and grappled at it once more. These chains would have given most legendary beasts trouble. Against the Tao-Ti, they seemed like childish slaps, easily shrugged off. The Tao-Ti roared, and they were blasted to nothing. Chi and law smoked like incense. But by then, Dorian had grabbed Sun and bolted. That display was but a distraction. He squeezed as much time as he could out of that sliver of surprise. He was another quarter of his chi down. His reserves were dipping dangerously low. "What now?" yelped Sun. "Don't panic." "Trying." Crashes, hoarse cries, shock waves of chi. Above it all, the Tao-Ti's cavernous roar. And then silence. A good 3 seconds was all he'd bought. Then the beast lumbered after them again, each step a natural disaster. "We can't outrun it. We can't hide. And fighting it won't go well." Dorian racked his brain. He expected some plan to unfold out of thin air. It was probably the trait of his that kept him alive. An excruciating second trickled by. Another. Nothing. Fuck! Then there was a sound like a meteor strike, the Tao-Ti kicking off into another seismic leap. A giant shadow loomed above him. It was the jolt he needed. Suddenly, it was there, hovering, a shining star of the mind, an idea from the most unlikely of places. What had that Jiangshi said? "Do you want half the serpents in this forest on our hinds?" "Grab the Jingu! Start smacking bone trees! As many as you can!" he roared. I'll buy us some time." "Why? What's that? Oh, oh." Her eyes went wide as they met his. It clicked instantly, to Dorian's vast relief. She nodded. This was the sacred land of the Ba Serpent. These bones were Ba Serpent bones. Those creatures slithered here at the end of their life cycles and gave their bodies and souls to the land. It was why the first Jiangshi had been cautious. Making a mess might draw unwanted attention. It was one thing to desecrate this place like the Tauti did, uproot the bone trees, crater the soil. It'd piss off some nearby serpents. Ba serpents had special connections to this place. It was akin to uprooting the graves of their ancestors. But the Jingu was a special weapon. It could give concussions to the soul. Each smack of a tree traumatized the soul of the creature laid to rest there. Now try smacking dozens of trees. If you wished to piss off as many Ba serpents as you could, this was the way to do it. Of course, nobody was stupid enough to try this. Then again, nobody had run through here with a weapon of myth and rogue, legendary beasts on their heels either, probably. "Once you've got them, lead them here. Cloak when I say." Again, she nodded quickly. "Go!" He heaved her forward. Bracing, he turned to face the beast. It landed not 10 strides away. The ground rippled under Dorian's feet, and he was chucked head over heels. He somersaulted, hooked his tail into the coal grounds, and skidded to a halt. He saw the Tauti's head emerge first from the smoking crater, then the rest of its body, so big it defied all sense. The bone trees around it might have been its toothpicks. Its head swiveled toward him, its teeth gnashed tight. Then its mouth opened wide, wider, wider still, a black, yawning circle expanding, and for a second, Dorian had the absurd thought it'd go on forever until it was big enough to swallow all the world. Mercifully, it stopped at last. Dorian felt like he was staring at the mouth of the void itself. What lay beyond that absolute darkness was not organs and intestines and acids. What lay beyond was something abstract and unknowable and infinite. That mouth did not end at a Tauti's insides. He was already in hell. That mouth led somewhere far worse. Before Dorian could run, it sucked. He saw it coming. Otherwise, he would have been wrenched off his feet and sent tumbling in instantly. He had the wherewithal to stab his javelin deep into the ground. He had the wherewithal to lash 4 Yama's chains to bone trees nearby. Still, the force that ripped at him felt like it would tear the skin off his bones. It caused his eyes to water, ripped slices of coal clean off the ground. Tides of black sediment gushed into the Tauti's open mouth, even as laws of terrible power streamed out. Beside him, bone trees began to bend, quivering at their roots. Dorian heard a fierce howling, not of the Tauti, but from the sudden hurricane winds. He found himself skidding, heels first, slowly, inexorably toward it. Even as he strained with all his might and chi to hold. Was that a metal clattering in the background? A Jingu on bone, maybe? But it was hardly audible over the screeching winds. It could have been anything. Dumb, wishful thinking. Dorian gritted his teeth. His reserves were already halved on the Jiangshi. Then he'd spent another to buy a few seconds. Only now did he note that clumps of the Tauti's skin were charred black. So his dragon's breath at least was effective. Only it was nowhere near enough. How much chi did he have left? Maybe a quarter? If that failed him, it was all over. But his javelin was slowly being yanked out. The trees he clung to teetered perilously, scarcely rooted, and his heels were sliding faster and faster toward the beast. There was no choice. He let it all out. Fire and darkness burst triumphant into the world. They met laws of hunger square and seared them to smoke. They surged brilliantly against the sucking tide. This was a god. This was a Tauti. Dorian dared not be stingy. He put all he had into this dragon's breath. For one glorious breath, he and the Tauti held each other in stalemate. Then his breath started to flag. It spurted. It screamed, it raged, yet its enemy was the laws of a god. Another breath, and the last of his chi trickled from him, feeding what looked a feeble candle flickering in the wind. A defiant candle, but a mere flame nonetheless. And when it was gone, where the hells is that monkey girl? A distinct possibility occurred to him, the way a boulder drops on a man's head. It was, in fact, entirely possible she was never coming back. It was possible that she, the self-proclaimed patron saint of fleeing, saw this opportunity to hightail it and took it. It wasn't like he'd had a choice but to rely on her. There was no other way out. But he'd also, for some insane reason, believed she'd actually follow through on their plan. He'd trusted his judgment of character, perhaps too much. Something about her had flagged her in his mind as one of those most foolish of people with morals. What lunacy! He might have been good at reading people, but she'd fooled him once already, hadn't she? Their soul contract was one way. She had no obligation to him whatsoever. What sort of idiot wouldn't flee? He'd admitted to trying to kill her, hadn't he? Why would she risk her neck to help him, of all people? Even a halfway decent person would choose to run, never mind one as cowardly as her. It was all so blindingly obvious. The darkness before him suddenly seemed very empty. To his right, one of the bone trees anchoring him snapped off the ground and plummeted into the Tauti's mouth. It didn't make a sound as it went in. It was swallowed in an instant. Then one more to his left tumbled in. It was, Dorian reflected, one of the most ironic ways to die he possibly could have chosen. He, Dorian, of all people, sacrificing himself, intentionally or not, for someone else. He wished he could reach back in time to a few breaths ago and strangle himself. He deserved to die merely for the stupidity of it. He snorted. He started hysterically to giggle. A third tree broke off. Only one anchored him to the ground, and that was less than a breath from gone. His javelin tore out from the ground. His heels slid as though on ice. There would be no grave, no burial. This was the end, and what a pathetic end it was. The only thing that marked his passing was the shrill, screeching wind, a poor man's dirge. To think, the last thing he ever heard would be... He frowned. That screeching wasn't the wind. It was something higher, more frantic, and it grew louder, shockingly fast. He could make it out now, even over the storm. It almost sounded like... Ah! No fucking way. He sensed an aura directly to his left. Sun's aura, charging straight toward him and the Tauti. And behind her, in one mind-bogglingly massive, horrifying glut, the auras of gods. So many gods, and they were furious. 187. A Way Out. 6. Ba serpents, and there were dozens of them. The bulk were demigods. A few huge ones, charging at the front, exuded the auras of gods. It was said there was no creature a full-grown ba serpent could not swallow. Glancing left, seeing 3 giant heads burst into the clearing, Dorian could believe it. 2 crescent fangs dangled from an otherwise toothless mouth, all the better for swallowing things whole. A bright pink tongue speared out like a trident. He watched as the first serpent among them extended. Its head snapped forth, mouth blowing out wide like a net, then snapped shut just as fast. Only preternatural reflexes saved Sun from a sudden and painful demise. She yelped. Just how mad had Sun gotten them? She might have been too successful. Dorian met her eyes, red-veined and wide as dinner plates, and hoped dearly that she remembered the last thing he'd said to her. Then his javelin was ripped from the ground. The last of his dragon's breath sputtered out. It hardly mattered, though. The Tauti spun to face the new threat, empty eye sockets crinkling. It seemed baffled. So too did its handlers, the two Jiangshi. They stood there gaping. They seemed like they could hardly believe their eyes. Then Sun put on one last burst of speed. She blurred brown, and Dorian, limbs screaming, spent from his fight and running off trickles of chi, couldn't muster the energy to move. There were two collisions. Sun and he went tumbling down the coal grounds. Dorian spat a mouthful out. "Cloak!" he roared. Thank heavens she did so instantly. Their chi signatures went to nothing. Their images took the hues of their surroundings. They were both now caked in soot. Her chi blanketed them in it. They could have been rocks. An imperfect cloaking, to be sure. Any higher-order descendant of the stone monkey lineage would have taken one look at it and scoffed. Sun Wukong himself could have transformed himself into a speck of dust. He could have hijacked the eyes and ears and noses of everyone present, made them think they were underwater or underground. This was the best Sun, shivering at his side, could manage. But Dorian had taken that into account, for he was a speedrunner, and he knew the nature of the boss serpent, and he knew the nature of the Tauti, and now it was his turn to grin. Boss serpents spent most of their time underground, stalking their prey through hell's magma tunnels. They tracked their prey by chi signatures. Those things were blind to smell, and their sense of sight was meager at best, which meant Sun and Dorian might as well be on a separate plane to them. The Tauti, meanwhile, only saw a horde of vultures threatening to snatch its prey, and nothing made a Tauti angrier than being denied its meal. Bellowing, rearing on its hind legs, it visibly bloated with hunger laws. Its belly distended. The air about it was tinged a sickly green. Then it unleashed. It was the boss serpent's turn to be baffled. Their quarry had vanished, but who was this oaf intruding on their sacred lands? And how dare it aim a strike at them? They were a most physical species. They resolved their disputes through force of fang and coil. And so they lunged for the Tauti's head. The gods nimbly wound around the Tauti's suction. A few demigods were sucked screeching in. Then, in a flash, fangs slick with venom sunk like harpoons into rotting skin. The Tauti roared, bucking fiercely, and clamped its own hefty jaws down on a serpent's body. Crack, 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 went its spine. The serpent's eyes bulged. The whole lower half of its body went limp. Still, it staunchly refused to let go, and its mouth started to shine an eerie purple light. It bought time for the other serpents to sink brutal bites into the Tauti's flank. Their mouths glowed purple as they did. Their whole bodies lit up, for an instant transparent as torrents of chi and poison laws surged up from their bellies, up through the fangs, and deep into the Tauti's body. The skin around the bites went necrotic black. The blackness drove deeper still, sinking bleak hooks into the organs. Again the Tauti roared, this time in equal parts pain and fury. The earth beneath it trembled. Wisps of green chi rose from the ground around it as a hunger domain burst into being. "Yes," whispered Dorian. Sun shot him a confused look. "It's a legendary beast's trump card," he whispered. "It can only be used once. It means it's desperate." The Tauti wheeled around, blasting hunger laws recklessly, mindlessly. They surged with power and law as they left its mouth, the hunger domain's grim work. The serpent's strikes dimmed. The Tauti's grew blazing. Dorian watched, delighted, as they tore into each other again and again. Ichor gushed, skin tore, bones crunched and were crushed to dust. Godly might tore at one another. There was a storm of fangs and teeth, wrestling, constricting, smashing, tar blood mixing with crimson and splattering every which way. Soon all four gods were so torn up, so tangled and mangled and splattered, Dorian could hardly make them out from one another. Still they raged on. Godly vitality was something else. Sun, meanwhile, had only now caught her breath beside him. I've got a question," she gasped. "What is it?" "Why exactly are we still sitting here? Shouldn't we be running?" "Ah," Dorian's eyes glinted. "This is the difference between you and me. It's why I am, was a god king, and you are not." "Dumb luck?" "No. Well, yes, but more than that. Dumb luck plus a secret ingredient." "Which is?" "Here's a speedrunner's lesson. Where others see only danger, you must see opportunity. I'm sitting here because of two things. First, I have a healthy disrespect for death. I don't seek it, mind you. I'd certainly very much prefer not to die. But the older you get, the more you tend to fear death. The most risk-averse creatures tend to be those very old god kings. They won't even play dice. They don't take chances. They don't snag opportunities either." Sun squinted at the bloody mass. What's the opportunity precisely?" she said. "I only see death, unless the opportunity is to die, in which case I do see quite a bit of that." "Here's a second lesson, then. Know your enemy. I've fought Tauti, and I've fought boss serpents. I know them all, which means I can do some rough mathematics. 3 boss serpents just about equals 1 Tauti." "Ah," said Sun, blinking. "Ah." The battle before them was slowly winding down. The Jiangshi lay flat in the coals, groaning and fatally wounded, fanged through the stomachs. To their sides were the corpses of demigod boss serpents. The gods, meanwhile, grew sluggish. Their strikes were drained of ferocity. They seemed suddenly very old, saggy, creaky. The Tauti bled from dozens of places, its skin more blackened than green. It was held upright only by its sheer girth. One of the godly boss serpents was dead and discarded. The 2 others clung onto the Tauti like survivors of a shipwreck clinging to a sinking raft. Their fangs still pulsed purple, driving in venom all the way to the end. "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind," whispered Dorian. 5 breaths, then uncloak. 5 breaths, enough for the Tauti to bat down a serpent at its side before toppling over, 2 legs deadened from venom. Enough for the last serpent to flop over, spine pulverized and eye crushed. Only one of its fangs was left. The other was jammed firmly into the Tauti's flank. Then Dorian shot out a javelin. It was sleek, tiny, and deadly fast. By the time the wounded god saw it, it hardly had time to react. It jerked its head, a lunge, but its body, deadened and limp underneath, was its anchor. Dorian gently guided the javelin into its last remaining eye. The serpent shuddered once, then lay still. Sputtering, gasping, the Jiangshi turned toward them. It seemed that in the chaos, the blur of smells, even they had forgotten about Sun and Dorian. Shock colored their pale, thin faces. One of them coughed, spewing black phlegm. "You!" it croaked. Then it laughed, hacking out more phlegm all the while. "You should have run, fool!" With a massive heave, it propped itself up to the elbows. The effort seemed to shave years off its life. "Go!" it screeched. It eyed the Tauti's fallen form. "You dumb brute! Move! Have at them!" Dorian saw the realization dawn on its face. the slow uncurling of the sneer, the slow widening of the eyes. Only now did it appreciate its true position. Its head snapped to look at its partner. The other Jiangshi lay motionless. Trembling, it stared at the Taoti. The beast's great chest rose and fell, but it did not stir. "It's not dead," said Dorian. "Yet." Then his javelin rose behind him, still tipped with the laws of destruction. It jammed into the Taoti, right at that most withered, torn-up part of skin, next to where the serpent's fang had already sunk. It was lucky the other gods had done the bulk of the dirty work. All Dorian needed to do was sink in the final blow. Deeper and deeper his javelin burrowed, sawing past muscle, piercing through arteries, cleaving through every vital organ he met. He was nearing the heart. He could feel its gasps through the javelin. The thing must have been the size of a barn. He could have stabbed it through then and ended it for good, but what a waste. The end was coming soon regardless. He'd seen to that. 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. Then it stopped. 3 godly beast cores, 1 legendary godly core, and a host of demigod cores, said Dorian, surveying the field. He nodded, satisfied. He could turn these into elixirs that'd do wonders for his cultivation, or trade them for treasures once they got somewhere halfway civilized. Then there were the bits that could boost him right now. The meats. Under a good chef, a meal made from choice ingredients of a godly corpse could be a potent cultivation boost indeed, as good as a top-end elixir even. And he could use all the chi he could get. His star system cultivation could already store an order of magnitude more chi than a standard Skyrealm cultivator. He could outdo demigods in this form, and he was only getting started. Who knew what his true ceiling was? He turned to Sun. The Taoti's most potent parts are its heart and its tongue. I left them both untouched. Why don't you— She was already sprinting toward the beast with a cheer, carving knives held aloft. Dorian snorted. He was still astounded she actually came back for him. It was by any standard a very silly decision. Good-heartedness, that was. But perhaps she couldn't help it, like being born with a terminal illness. He supposed that was forgivable. At least it helped him, which he could hardly complain about. He was even a little grateful for it. Fancy that. Then, with the leisurely air of a hunter whose prey was dead to rights, Dorian picked his way across the smoking battlefield, across the corpses of dead and dying gods, until he stood towering over the Jiangshi. "Hello, Jez," said Dorian with a smile. "We could have coexisted, you know. I would have been perfectly happy speed-running alone while you did your multiversal antics. Then you killed my brother, and cut off my bodies, and fucked up my run. And now you're after me here, too. You just can't give it a rest, can you?" The Jiangshi gave a scared little gurgle. "Fine, have it your way." He sighed. "You've done something very rare. I don't keep enemies, you see. I hate no one. It's too much work, and I can't be bothered to get worked up on behalf of someone else. But since you insist, for you, just you, I've made an exception. Congratulations." Then he drove his tail through the Jiangshi's open mouth. 188. Fruits and Labors, 1. Labyrinth. 9th Circle of Hell. "But since you insist, for you, just you, I've made an exception. Congratulations." The last thing Jez saw was the tip of the javelin. Then the scrying glass, hung like a mirror on the wall of the study, went blank. Its bronze surface threw back a room crafted of obsidian, lined with shelves humming with a confusion of magical baubles. Some were but harmless playthings, a tiny little gold telescope that let you see across realms, for instance. Others were wreathed in so much law they seemed like worlds in miniature. In fact, one such snow globe did trap an entire shrunken civilization in its midst. Even the god-level demons that maintained this room dared not touch those. At the room's center stood a barefoot, plain-looking boy. Jez, as he liked to see himself, as he was and had always been. And to his right, a girl who refused to change out of her tribal leathers. Kaya. So, it's true. A hint of gold flashed in her eyes. He's not only killed my true brother and run around in his corpse, but he's also gone and replaced me, soon as he could, like I'm nothing. That's his nature, Jez said sadly. She swallowed then, and her expression collapsed. She sunk into herself. I would have died for him if he asked, you know? Wouldn't have thought twice, she said softly. Guess that makes me a real idiot, huh? There is no shame in being fooled by Dorian. He makes a sport of it, and he's had centuries of practice. Jez shook his head. I'm sorry. I don't get it. Kaya studied him. How aren't you mad? At all. Ever. If anyone should be, it's you. Jez started to laugh. What? It seems I've played a little trick on you, he said. His eyes were twinkling. I do feel these things. It's only human, isn't it? I feel annoyance in me right now. A little anger, even. You do? In the past, I was hateful, in fact, but nothing useful ever comes of rage or hate. It serves perhaps to animate the headless masses, for those who stand alone, for those who wish to stand above. It is love that must move us. Love and reason. Discard all other sentiments. They only distract. You say that like it's easy. It isn't, Jez sighed. Only necessary. How? She whispered. We all have our own ways, don't we? Jez closed his eyes. Some exact vengeance to extinguish the hateful sentiment. It is the ugliest option of the lot. Others find time naturally whittles it down. One way is to take one's mind off things. Which reminds me. He smiled at her. Come with me. I've got a gift for you. For all your help. He led her down a corridor made of soft glowing stone that was kind on bare feet. It had no windows, only doors running along either side of it, doors marked with numbers. No chi leaked from them, though he knew for certain there were god beasts with plentiful chi signatures crammed behind some of them. No sound either, but he knew for certain a great number of those beasts howled in constant agony. This section of the labyrinth was his personal laboratory. Its confines were absolute. He led Kaya to a door he'd marked with a gold dot of chi. It opened as they walked up to it. Kaya gasped. The insides were a 1-to-1 replica of their old tent, back in Rust Tribe. The stone wash pails, the sacks of jerky, the hollowed-out stone tools, and thick leather sheets for blankets. But it was who sat in the center that caught her eye. Io. Not Dorian, not that lean-muscled creature, but the thin, soft boy. Not Dorian, smirking and lounging. Io, the nervous creature, sat there looking like a gust of wind might tear him apart. Their eyes met. Sis? He gasped. I was able to capture his soul here in the rivers of hell, said Jez behind her. The body was the easy part. He isn't the same, but he's as close as I could get him. She hardly heard Jez. She tackled Io in one tight hug. Jez smiled softly behind her, then stepped away. This was their moment, her cleansing. He was off to seek his own. Jez hadn't lied to the girl. As a matter of habit, he seldom lied. He did feel mad at times, but these feelings were usually muted in him, easily discarded. When it came to Dorian, it always came a little harder. Even after he'd mended his feelings, excised cruel sentiment as best he could, it was still there, only dormant, like a wound scabbed over. Pick at it, and blood was apt to spill again. Oh, he could love the man, just as he could love all men, but he could also hate the man. Something about murdering his mother and father and sister, something about her pale, tearful eyes as she was torn from his arms. There was something dark and hot in his chest. He did not rise to it. He did not grit his teeth. He did not clench his fists. He simply sighed and walked on and felt a little sad. After all these years, he was still capable of such horrible feeling. He would have hoped to have grown up more by now. Was it what made him track Dorian to that mortal plane? Was it what made him track the man now? It disturbed him that some subconscious, irrational drive could tug him to and fro. One way to get rid of it was simple. Excise it like a tumor. Split it from the soul as Hu Yi had done. Mutilate the self. But this seemed to Jez inhuman, and the coward's way out besides. The only honest way forth was to grapple with feeling, to overcome it. There was one room deep in his laboratory that no one entered save him. It was mostly nondescript, barely an indent in the wall, and it admitted him instantly. Inside was a garden teeming with lush flowers, a pocket dimension. Bright blue skies above dotted with cotton clouds. Wild grasses swayed in a gentle breeze. It was his room of cleansing. One stone pedestal stood at the garden's center, and on it lay a whip, plain leather. He walked up to it with sober eyes and closed a fist around the handle. Then he knelt, drew in a deep breath, and brought to mind that simmering hotness in his chest. An old hotness. "Forgive me. No man deserves hatred," he said. "I repent." It did not go away that easily. He knew it wouldn't, of course, but there was always that childlike hope at the beginning. He whispered a prayer. Then he lashed himself over the back. There was a brilliant crack. Blood sprayed the grasses. They drank it in eagerly. Jez gasped, tears springing involuntarily to his eyes. When he retracted the whip, it was stained red. This was no ordinary whip. It was a whip that lashed body and soul alike, and the pain it exacted was a special flavor of hurt, a pain beyond the world. Most deities would go mad at just one lashing. For pain to mean anything, it had to be consummate to his will. It had to be pain that could break his mind, for only then could his mind be remade. In a way, he was like the multiverse itself. To be pure, he had to be made pure. He lashed again. Crack! This time it drew out a whimper. "Forgive me," he whispered. "No man deserves hatred. I love you." But no, too weak, too soft. Another sigh. Crack! Crack! Tears wetted Jez's cheeks. Crack! His chest felt like it was being torn open from the inside. Crack! "I repent," he croaked. His eyes were bloodshot. "I'm foolish. I'm weak. I am but a man. I'm sorry. I loved you once. I can learn to love again, just as I love all living creatures. I needn't like you. I needn't know you. But you are similar to me, blessed with life, with the capacity to think, capable of love. And that for me is enough. I choose, despite it all, to love you." This time, thank heavens, he could sense he meant it. He smiled, baring bloody teeth. Sometimes all it took was a little perspective. He looked within himself and found the darkness gone, whipped deep into submission. He had no hate left in him. He stood, I will not hunt you because I hate you. I will not kill you because I hate you. I shall do it out of love. Love for not only you, but also the welfare of the multiverse. As a shepherd does to his flock, I love you." He rolled the words around in his mind and found them true. He smiled. Later, in his throne room, he put Demon King Yama's armies on high alert. He sent out his most vicious squadrons of beasts, among them the legendary nine-tailed fox and the sky wolf, to hunt Dorian down. Out of love. Swamp Outskirts, 9th Circle of Hell. For 3 days and 3 nights, neither Dorian nor Sun dared to stop running. They crossed bare, bone-dry grounds, much like the molten plains. Fewer whales, but warring demons infested all of hell. Sun's cloaking kept the brunt of them away. Dorian handled the rest. They'd made out with a treasure trove from the corpses of Ba serpents and Tauti alike, but neither of them dared to celebrate. It wasn't until they were a few thousand li from the Swamp of the Damned, when the ground started to get soggy and the lava flows receded and the demons grew less sleek and more thick-limbed and ponderous and webbed, swamp demons, that they stopped to take a breath. They dug a cave into a mountainside, then covered up the entrance with stones. Sun set up a small chi cloak. Then she lugged out the Tauti heart and tongue, which still oozed dark green slime. "Finally," she rubbed her hands, grinning. "I swear I've been salivating the whole way here." She brought out a skillet and set up a fire. Soon an acrid, smoky scent saturated the cave. Dorian, meanwhile, sat down to cultivate. He was feeling rather good about this whole arrangement. His laws would be brought up to snuff soon enough, if the Tao fruit of the Swamp of the Damned were as good as he remembered. His chi was about to get a hefty boost from an infusion of God's flesh. Soon he'd be a full-fledged demigod. All told, things were finally looking up. Or so it seemed. Fate had a way of playing tricks on him, especially when Jez got involved. So who knew what dastardly things the future had in store? A few minutes later, Sun shoved a plate of oozing green meat before him. "1 Tauti tongue, split 50-50. She gave a little bow. It smelled like a heap of burnt shit. It didn't look a great deal better. Yet it was overflowing with potent chi, like a hot spring of the stuff on his plate. It felt like a godly elixir fashioned of the Tauti's most powerful bits was in front of him. In truth, alchemy and cooking weren't so different. It took some serious skill to transmute ingredients as raw as this to something useful, edible. He took a bite. Instantly, chi surged into him. Level up. Star Realm, Dwarf, 60% to 63%. Fire Planet, Meteor, 52% to 55%. As best he could tell, stacking his dwarf star and meteor planet, he was somewhere in God range in terms of chi. This plate, plus the Tauti heart, might just shove him over the top. Sun took a bite. She sighed, slowly chewing. Her eyelids fluttered. "Oh, that's really good. We ought to nab more legendary monsters. If all of them taste like this, man, a year of eating like this and I could die happy." She liked the taste, not the chi. Some creatures were truly inexplicable. Speaking of, "Back in the Bone Forest," said Dorian. "Why'd you come back for me?" It was a question that had itched at him these past 3 days. He had his speculations, but somehow he had to know. She blinked at him. "Well, we agreed to a plan, didn't we?" "You could have run off. Anyone sane would have run off." "Well, if I didn't know you, maybe. But we signed a contract. We're a team now, aren't we? What sort of shitty teammate would I be if I up and left?" Dorian frowned. Sun held up a finger, grinning. You're thinking of this the wrong way. You're thinking if I was in her position, I definitely would have made a break for it, right? He scoffed. Of course not. How dare you? In fact, that had been exactly what he'd been thinking. She happily ignored him. See, but I'm not you. Not all of us have hearts of coal, you know. Is that so silly? It was, in fact, very silly. I prefer to term it a healthy sense of self-preservation, he said dryly. She took one look at the unimpressed look on his face and huffed. Well, try this on for size then, mister. Imagine where we'd be if I thought like you. We'd have no tauti to eat. I'd be running, screaming somewhere, and you'd be dead. Instead, we're here. Dorian took another bite of tauti tongue. He chewed on it like a dog with a bone. So you really took a risk-reward calculus and chose the best option? Nah, I followed my gut. Things worked out. Dorian chewed slower. He was having a lot of trouble swallowing for some reason. How old are you? About 7 centuries. And how long have you spent in the Molten Plains? I was dumped here right after the conclave fell, so 1 century? Nope, still made no sense. With her attitude, she should have been digesting in the stomach of some demon long ago. I'm still alive because I made some good friends. That and I plan my heists well, she said, casually plucking the thought from his expression. His eye twitched. We had an awesome run. Then they died. She made a face. And now I'm here. You still think I'm silly, don't you? That's okay. I get it. If I were you, I'd think so too. But as a general rule, I try not to be an utter dick, at least to people in my tribe. She waved a fork at him. Even if you can't bring it in your heart to be nice for the sake of it, it's actually a decent survival strategy. You make a lot less enemies, for one. Yeah, I don't buy it. Uh-huh. Say, said Sun, gulping down a mouthful of tongue. What landed you here again, Mr. God King? Dorian smiled. Touché. 189. Fruits and Labors, 2. Kill a creature and most of its worth is lost. Its soul vanishes. Its powers wink out. Its body is often broken, or, in the Tauti's case, poisoned beyond salvage. But still, the most potent remnants of a legendary god were not to be underestimated. As Dorian ate, Sun began to ramble. Hey, if we're to be a team, we should get to know each other, shouldn't we? She said affably, slurping down some blood. He stifled a groan. Do we? So here's a little about me. I grew up an only child. At this point, Dorian flipped a little switch in his brain. Her lips were moving, her mouth was smiling, sounds were coming out, and yet they ceased to translate into any comprehensible meaning. A pleasant stream of syllables flowed in one ear and out the other. He smiled, nodding at about the right times, frowning at others. It was simple. He only needed to devote a little of his mind to mirroring the emotions on her face. The rest were focused on far more interesting things. Namely, how fast the Tauti's chi was becoming his own. Level up. Star Realm, Dwarf, 63% to 67%. Fire Planet, Meteor, 55% to 58%. In this way, nearly half a day went by. Level up. Star Realm, Dwarf, 98% to 100%. Level up. Star Realm, Dwarf to Sun, 0%. For a few seconds, Dorian's skin glowed like the surface of, aptly, a star. Sun oohed. What's that? Welcome breakthrough, said Dorian with a grin. I ought to be at least as strong as your typical god now. At least in chi. Soon in law, too. Very nice, said Sun. Anyway, where were we again? She looked at Dorian. He stared blankly at her. "I'm only kidding," she said with a chuckle. "You didn't hear a word I said that whole time, did you?" Dorian opened his mouth, some breezy excuse springing to the tip of his tongue, then closed it and sighed, throwing her a dry look. "Ugh, why bother lying? Your bloodline traits are a pain in the ass." "Alas, I admit it." He sucked the meat off a bone. "Let's keep things simple. You do the cloaking, I do the killing. It's worked out pretty well once, hasn't it? There's no need to muddle it with—" He waved the bone airily. "Personal matters. Keep it to yourself, eh?" Then he gave her a hearty pat on the head. It was, he found, a universal way to take the edge off things. Okay, she frowned. "But can I talk anyway, even if you aren't listening?" "I suppose. Why?" "I don't know. I think it's therapeutic." She scrunched her brows. "Sometimes you talk simply to talk. I got out about 3 centuries worth of trauma in that time. There were some fascinating revelations hidden in there. It turns out I wasn't an only child. Not at first, at least. I think I had like 7 siblings, but the stone monkeys only keep 1 from each new generation. But they had this awful way of deciding which—" A static buzzing took the place of her voice. She kept on going, seemingly oblivious. Some time passed. He took a few Dark Star level-ups, but the most significant one was his fire planet. Level up, fire planet, meteor, 98% to 100%. Level up, fire planet, meteor to moon. When he glanced now at his planet, it had become sphere-like and uniform red, glowing slightly, seething with understated power. No longer a streaking, floundering mess of chi. This was something more mature. "In terms of chi, my planet and star are about evenly matched in terms of chi quality. Of course, my dark star has far more, though." His dragon's breath would flow with fire so black it'd seem like ink burning crimson at the edges. Some more time passed. Finally, Sun looked like she was winding down. She was sniffling a little. There were tears in her eyes. "And it was being forced to strangle my own sister that really turned me against this whole power for power's sake thing. I mean, how does anyone enjoy living like that? Don't you have, I don't know, a warm, beating heart? Don't you feel, damn it?" "That's all for me. Thanks for pretending to listen." Sun wiped her eyes. "Man, that was really helpful, actually. We've still got a few hours of digesting left. The food, that is. Why don't you give it a go?" "I'll pass. I don't have personal traumas." He wrinkled his nose. "And if I did, I'd hardly say them aloud." Sun squinted at him. "You're lying." "I am?" Now that was a surprise. "Are you sure?" "Yep." "Huh. I suppose I do like the sound of my own voice." "Not the oversharing part. The not having traumas part." "Huh." He blinked. "I suppose they could be so deeply repressed even if I'm not aware of them, at least not at a conscious level, which is functionally the same as not having them if you think about it." He shrugged. "Works out either way, doesn't it?" "Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 6% to 7%. The power-ups have started to slow. As expected, demigod is only the doorstep to godhood. To get through God will take orders of magnitude more power, and Empyrean afterwards, heavens, that could take ages. And if he wished to be a force worthy of challenging Jez, he'd need to go far beyond that. He'd need to cement himself as one of the most powerful god kings, a task that was daunting even for him. There was a reason his runs stopped at God King. It would take vastly more effort and time to bridge the gap between his strongest God King body and his brother than it would be to start over and cultivate all the way to God King. In the multiverse, power came in many levels. Sun was still talking, to his mild annoyance. I'm not sure that's quite how it works. What? Dorian said with a frown. Oh, you're still caught up on the get-to-know-each-other thing? He sighed. Very well. In short, I was a very normal prodigy. My brother was a very powerful super prodigy. We both reached God King. He chose to strive for the peak. He's been doing the same thing ever since. I got very bored and started over and over and over. That's all there is to it. Well, that sounds positively boring. You've been here for millennia. Surely there's some juicy stuff in there. Psychotic breakdowns, broken hearts, I don't know. Not really. Nothing beyond the normal ebbs and flows of dozens of lives. All told, a rather standard elite god's existence. You were the one who asked. Dorian shrugged, slowly picking himself up. Happily, he patted his belly. That had been a good meal, it had to be said. His first truly proper one since he started this run, probably. Made mortal realm food seem like burnt gruel in comparison. Sun still looked a little backed up. I mean, think of it from a practical perspective. Teams work better when their members know each other, don't they? I'll be more motivated to save you if I know why you're such a mean goober. A what? Dorian sighed. You won't let this go, will you? Very well, I'll feed you this one crumb, then you shut up about this forever, all right? Sun nodded. Go on. Here's a poorly kept secret. I'm far from unique among the ancient deities. Once you become very powerful for a very long time, you start losing your grip on the things that make you human. Time sands them away. You are young. You don't understand, but you will. Your first century is glorious. Your second is a treat. Stretch past a millennium, and all the days start to look the same. There are no new people. In truth, it's always the same dozen kinds donning different faces. He paused. Even empathy starts to go. You start to think, how long ago was it that I was truly weak, fearful of true death? Too long. Empathy with the common mortal, even the common god, becomes like envisaging the life experience of an ant. So small, so mean, impossibly distant. You feel no guilt for treading over them because why would you? Their souls pass on to new lives. New ants pop up to take their place. You still have feelings, but they grow dull, like blades worn down to nubs. Time passes. So it goes. Time, life, love, these things all become impossibly weightless. Makes sense. My grandpa Wukong was like that, said Sun with a frown. So that's it then? Everyone ends up a crusty asshole eventually? Empathy is a muscle that atrophies fast. A vanishingly rare few keep up with it. Most God Kings don't. Admittedly, I am a fair bit crustier, as you put it, than the norm, which is why I do runs. Dorian snorted. Only the insane would do as I've done. No God King wishes to voluntarily reduce themselves. They are all far too vain and proud for that. But I'm bored, you see? More bored than all of them. So I need smallness to make things big, lightness to make things weighty. Even a blade of grass seems big when you reduce yourself to the size of an ant. Little did I know I'd be stuck here, ant-sized, rather permanently, with you. He shivered. Which, has made things startlingly real in a way I haven't felt in a very, very long time. And not at all in a good way. So, there. Birth to present in some. Happy?
Yeah, that was superb.
Sun threw him a grin and 2 thumbs up.
Juicy as a black tortoise egg. Well done.
So, how about it? Cathartic, wasn't it? Don't reply. I can tell by the look on your face. You ought to share more sometime. Right. Dorian rolled his eyes. He climbed to his feet. I'm hungry. I'm about done digesting. Level up. Fire planet, moon, 2% to 3%. Okay, now I'm done digesting. Let's get moving.
But the meal's just starting, Sun said. I had a whole 6-course meal planned out. Rock eyes as an appetizer, fried torch dragon omelets as the main course.
It'll take too long. You can bet Jez's forces are already hunting us as we speak. I'll wager we've got under a day before they're here. Save it for a grand feast at our next stop. If we make haste, we can clear the final trek to the Swamp of the Damned in, 2 hours? He licked his fingers. Its Tao fruit are famous across the multiverse for being some of the most potent law treasures in existence. And I'm in the mood for dessert. 190. Fruits and Labors 3. There were no stars in hell. There were no celestial bodies. The sky was always the same twilight shade, colored only by gray ghost streams winding between sagging coal clouds. At a distance, it recalled rivers winding through mountain valleys, only flipped upside down and drained of color. In hell, the sky was the same everywhere. It said nothing as to where you were. For that, you needed to know the land, and Dorian knew it well. Sun darted alongside him, keeping close enough to cloak them both. Still, the air treated them differently. He cleaved through it like a honed knife. It screeched in protest at his passing. It took no notice of her, like she hid from physics itself. "We're getting close," said Dorian.
"How can you tell?"
Sun glanced around, wrinkling her nose.
"Looks about the same to me."
It was true. They'd been running an hour, and though the ground had turned soggy and thick with a strange orange moss, it hadn't changed much for hundreds of li. The smell, Dorian sniffed. There was a sickly sweet odor on the air. He licked his lips. The sap of the trees of the damned is quite distinctive. It's full of chi, too. It's meant to be enticing.
How's it taste?
Don't even think about it. They've a symbiotic setup going on. They lure in the prey. The hordes of acid-spraying locusts nesting in their boughs descend. Then, once they're done feeding, they pass the remains to the trees, which cheerfully swallow the victim whole, spit out the bones, and drop them into the swamp. Sun winced, paling a little.
Gotcha. So,
I'm not done. The bones drop past the crocodilian monsters, past fish bloated with enough poisons to end an Empyrean, past who knows how many schools of things with many fins and many more teeth, and at some point hit a bottom. She paled a few more shades.
I see.
And then the bones are, by some arcane magic I know not, reanimated. They become living skeletons dripping with foreign toxins. Each bone becomes like a serpent's fang. They rise back up from the depths, set foot on swampy land, and go about preying upon hapless demigods unlucky enough to wander into their paths. Sun swallowed.
So, avoid the sap, touch no trees, skirt the swampy bits, cloak real hard, nab the Tao fruit, and get out?
That's the idea. Dorian grinned. Though I've only said about 1/10 of what makes the swamp dangerous. Most of the plants there want to eat you. Everything that isn't a plant wants to eat you. Sometimes the ground wants to eat you. The mushrooms on the side of the trail will split open at a touch, reveal rows of shark teeth, and snap off your head.
May I raise a small concern? Said Sun.
Sure.
This all sounds very chaotic.
She shuddered.
I'm more of a sneak in, wait till the thing's asleep and thwack it over the head kind of person. Worst case, it wakes up and I outrun it. Clean and simple. This, just how far in are these Dao fruit anyway?
Hundreds of li.
Hundreds? She gasped.
And they shift locations. We'll need to do some searching.
Something tells me this will not be clean. Or simple.
You think right. Nothing worthwhile ever is.
She was silent for a good few minutes. Then, say, do we need to get these Dao fruit in particular? Won't other fruit do?
Don't be silly. In matters of law, there is no equal to the Dao fruit. They boost not only the law itself, but also law comprehension. It's priceless.
Right. It's just that this sounds like it has an awfully good chance of us becoming those living skeletons.
Oh, please, Dorian snorted. Don't be ridiculous. Come along. I've done this 1,000 times before.
Well,
she still looked troubled.
What's the plan?
You can't plan for all the possibilities in that swamp. Trust your instincts. Go forth and conquer. She goggled at him.
So, run in and see what happens?
That isn't quite how I'd put it. Dorian scratched his chin. It's like this. If you want to get anywhere in the multiverse, you need to cultivate a certain amount of ass-pulling ability. Do you know what I mean? Things will only get worse from here. Jez isn't only after me or you. He'll swamp this whole realm soon enough. Only the resourceful will survive. Now is the time for daring. He grinned. You, little girl, happen to be in the company of the multiverse's foremost expert on ass-pulling. So shush, follow along. It'll all work out.
But you just said the locusts and mushrooms and see, when you suggested coming here, I was under the impression you had some sort of, trick? Some grand plan? Like a secret tunnel or something to get us in and out alive.
I do. The trick is called being me. I know that swamp. I know how it ticks. He sighed. When I first met you, I was a limbless stump. Now look at me. Have some faith. If we are to be a team, I'll need you to trust me, even if it doesn't make sense. He looked her in the eyes. Can you do that? A long pause, but he knew her answer. He'd gotten a decent read on who she was now. These were the words she needed to hear.
Okay, said Sun, swallowing.
She took a deep breath. She puffed out her cheeks.
Yes, okay, I think I just got a little spooked. If I had to go into the darn thing, I'd probably scout it out a month prior and have a dozen knickknacks up my backpack for every beast in there. But, obviously, we don't have that time. We'll make do with what we have. Yes.
Her lips firmed to a stubborn line. She looked like she was trying her best to convince herself, and nearly succeeding.
We've got this. We've got this.
Remember the fruits. They're Dao fruits, for heaven's sake. These things sell for thousands of high-grade spirit stones in the kingdom of Ur. I've had but 3 plates in all my lives. One was so sweet it sent me into a blubbering coma.
How sweet,
Sun perked up.
Sweeter than holy nectar?
Holy nectar is pond scum compared to the Dao fruit.
Really?
Dorian rested a hand on her shoulder. So, what is it? Are you with me? She hesitated. Then she grinned.
Let's nab us some fruit.
If the surface of hell resembled a great patch of very dry, infected skin from a bird's eye view, the swamp of the damned was like an oozing, purple-green scab, a crusty mass of gnarled trees spread out over huge swaths of soggy ground. Bogs took up the rest of it. They were what oozed. No fish lived in them. They were far too toxic and viscous for that. The things that made the bogs their home hulked in the darkness. Dorian and Son stood at an entrance, which looked like the mouth of a cave, only it was framed by thick vines crawling over leaning trees. The trees here were fat, not tall, and their dark trunks were so knotted they looked ridden with tumors. Insect chirps drifted out of the mouth. Then there was that sickly, sweet sap scent, so strong now Dorian had to fight the urge to gag. "I'll go first," said Dorian. "Stay close. Cloak when I say." Son nodded. They took a step toward the gloom. Dorian stopped, stilled, frowned. Son ran straight into him. He grabbed her and dashed into the shallow undergrowth. "Cloak!" Bewildered, she did. "What?" Dorian put a finger to his lips. He jerked his head at where they'd come. A carriage rolled up the path, wheels so greased they hardly made a sound. It was embroidered gold and deep green, the colors of the kingdom of Ur. The seal of the king of Ur was embossed on its side. It was pulled by a bored-looking minotaur, radiating the aura of a god, and not a fresh one either. This was a well-worn, wearied aura, dense and thick. This was a god whose laws were nearing empyrean. He was an enormous creature, not an ounce of fat on him, and his skin was so thick and rugged it likely offered better protection than a suit of armor. A reedy voice drifted out of the carriage. "How much longer, Cornelius?"
"We're here, Your Highness," sighed the Minotaur.
"Are we? Really?" whined the voice. The door popped open, and the most normal-looking man in the world stepped out. He had the sort of face that slipped out of your mind as soon as you saw it. He was not too short, nor too tall. He was neither ugly nor handsome. His hair was vaguely brown, vaguely red. The only thing that marked him out was the tiara nestled on his head. He blinked the sleep from his eyes. Then he gawped at the swamp's entrance. "This is the home of the legendary Tao fruits of hell," he murmured. "I must say, it doesn't look like much."
"Wait until you're inside, Prince Ayuno," grunted the Minotaur.
He tapped the carriage, which shrunk into an interspatial ring on his finger.
"In there lurk many more dangers than might appear at first sight. Stay alert. It is imperative that you stick close to me. Do not wander, and remember our objectives."
"Yes."
"Which are?"
Prince Ayuno yawned again.
"Get a fruit."
"My prince,"
said Cornelius with a sigh.
"Forget the fruits. Claiming that is a task neither you nor I are equipped to handle. That is a task that might trouble an Empyrean. Please, I beg of you, focus. Our task is to bring honor to your name, so that you may legitimize your standing as the kingdom of Ur's true heir."
"Ah, right,"
Cornelius frowned.
"By doing what, exactly?"
His eyes crossed in concentration. It looked like he was trying to pinpoint the tip of his nose and couldn't quite find it. He sneezed. Cornelius sighed.
"Our task is to bring one of the multiverse's most infamous criminals to justice, and in so doing, claim the bounty assigned to us by our mighty ally."
"The kingdom of Jez,"
piped Ayuno. He seemed quite proud he'd gotten one right.
"The kingdom of Jez, isn't it?"
"Yes," sighed Cornelius. "Very good, my prince. 1,000,000 peak-grade spirit stones for the head of Dorian. The last blood probe showed him fleeing to this general vicinity."
"Isn't he meant to be a god king?"
Ayuno's brow furrowed.
"I could swear Mother used to tell me nursery rhymes about him. Mean little man, wasn't he?"
"He's a god king no more. He's much diminished if our intelligence holds true, and you needn't worry. I shall do the fighting."
Cornelius thumped his giant fists together. They looked like they could disintegrate boulders just by squeezing them.
Your competition is not him. It is your brothers who are riding here as we speak to catch Dorian first. It is other treasure hunters within, foolish enough to try for the Dao fruit. It is the forest, which is more than competent to kill all of us together."
Ayuno scratched his chin. "That all seems a rather rancid mess, and a great deal of work besides."
The Minotaur picked him up by the collar.
"Courage, my prince, courage!"
Ignoring the prince's protests, the Minotaur stalked into the forest. A few minutes later, Dorian and Sun emerged from the brush. Sun stared at him. 1,000,000 peak-grade stones? Just what in fate's name did you do?
"Killed his family," said Dorian with a shrug. "In my defense, it was an accident." She wrinkled her nose.
"Well, Jez killed mine, and I might have hated the old fuck, but I did cry a little, well, a lot, when he died. So, humph."
Together, they marched into the swamp. 191. Fruits and Labors 4. Entering the swamp felt like wading into the stomach of some giant serpent. Thick, murky juices sloshed at your ankles. Thick boughs blocked out the sun high above. There were paths here, paths that often ended abruptly, some much more well-trodden than others. Glowing mushrooms with leopard-like spots drifted like reeds, moved by some invisible wind. "Follow my footsteps," said Dorian. "Cloak, keep alert, and do as I say. Got it?" The first thing he had them do was to sink a hand into the swamp and splash themselves with muck. To her credit, Sun didn't bother asking why. She simply did it. She looked rather happy, too, like a child in a playpen. "You can't cloak scents yet," explained Dorian. "It's to mask our smell."
"Oh."
"I told you there is no trick to this swamp. I am the trick," he whispered. "Stick with me, and good things will happen. I have a response for almost everything this swamp has."
"Almost everything?"
asked Sun.
Then she winced and smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Old habit. It's all so much more real once you're actually in it.
She gestured around them.
Wait, please tell me that's bark on that tree."
Dorian looked to her, pointing. A thick, coarse tree trunk, much like any other in the swamp, with rings running up its length. "That is not, in fact, bark," breathed Dorian. "That is give or take 600 sleeping, flesh-eater cicadas. What you are pointing at is their camouflaged shells. About half of what looks like exposed bark in this swamp is, in fact, a cicada shell. Which reminds me, another thing, touch nothing." Sun nodded very quickly.
"Gotcha."
"Don't take so much as a step outside my footsteps. If we do this right, it'll look like we're going through an ordinary swamp. But one misstep, one lean against the wrong tree, well..."
Sun paused. "I think I'll stop asking questions, actually. I really don't want to know the answers. Just tell me what to do. Let's get out of here fast."
"That's the plan." They forged on, hacking through the thick undergrowth. Dorian let his nose chart the course. His had grown surprisingly sharp after achieving his hybrid form. He wondered now how he'd be after he ingested the rest of his torch dragon eggs, and hopefully got to first form. Could he navigate the world by scent alone? The greater part of 10 minutes passed like that. There was this uniquely insectoid buzz, a low-level hackle-raising sound rattling from every tree. There were gurgles and burbles and the occasional far-off groan, which sounded like either a tectonic plate shifting or the death throes of some massive beast. Above them, nearly invisible in the gloom, Dorian made out eyes camouflaged in those high boughs. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, half-lidded and murky. Watching, waiting. They could have been acorns. At some point, the ground had started to grow soggier, less stable. Dorian pointed at a dark patch, a circle like a pothole. "Do not step over that," he said. He skirted around it with exaggerated steps. Sun glanced up, startled. "Why? Sorry. Yes, sir." She did as she was told. It was refreshing, like having a smarter, much more useful, although much more annoying, more cowardly, and less tractable version of Kaya. With Kaya, they'd probably have died in this swamp 5 times over by now. Sun showed a different level of care. He blinked. How odd path for his mind to wander. That Mortal Realm tribe girl was of no real relation to him. She was a brief blip in the darkness, likely already gone back to dust. There had been something charming about her pit bull determination. She'd been the kind of person who never stayed down. You had to knock her out. It was one of those traits you never wished to have, but found strangely endearing, like seeing a man who was just dumb enough to be happy all the time. Ah, well. A poke in the back jerked him out of his thoughts. "Hello?" Dorian met Sun's big eyes. He realized he'd been standing, frowning, for a good 5 seconds. They forged onwards. As they went, the patches of circles in the ground thickened, widened. They grew as wide as wagon wheels, then wider. "We're getting to the middle region of the swamp," whispered Dorian. Then he froze, wide-eyed, and held up a finger. A shaggy creature drifted out from a knot of trees to their right. It passed slowly before them. A sloth-like thing with too many legs and tufts of thick fur covering the eyes, gliding across the surface of the swamp as though over ice. It had no aura at all. It didn't turn to look at them. It simply went on its way. It passed over a dark patch. Nothing happened. It passed over another. Nothing. Then, when it was almost clear across the expanse, it went over a third. A giant skeletal hand shot out, snagging the thing by a leg, a hand exuding the aura of godhood. Sun choked. Another lashed out, snatching a hind leg. A third and a fourth erupted from the depths, all with God's strength, and no mere beginner either. Each one could have dragged Dorian and Sun both under, and the nails were clawed and gleaming purple, laced with fearsome laws of poison. The shaggy sloth creature frowned down at its attackers as though they were buzzing flies. Then it yawned. Its mouth blew out, exposing flat white teeth big as tombstones. It stretched lazily as if it were a dog. Then it shook its body. A circle of chi rippled down it, and the hands were blasted away. From within the bog came a chorus of wretched screeches. The sloth ambled on unperturbed. Seconds later, it vanished into the undergrowth. "This really needn't be said," said Dorian pleasantly. "But don't touch the bog. Tread carefully. Follow me." They waded through the murky shallows, taking special care to circle around the deep bits. Sun's steps grew skittish the farther they went. He caught her eyelids twitching. The hairs on her tail were so straight she could have been electrified. Another trick? Relax. To ass pull correctly, you need to be able to walk a tightrope as though it were a sidewalk. I can't have a partner shitting themselves mid-job. "Well, I really do appreciate the tips," gasped Sun, whose face was turning quite red. "Half of my brain is doing its best to shut up, but the other half of my brain really wants to run out of here screaming. Can't really internalize stuff right now. Maybe after we're done, eh?" "Fair enough." A few more steps, then Dorian held out a hand. The bog before them bubbled. A skeletal hand reached out, then another. Then there was a splash, and the skeleton of what looked to be a boar hauled itself out of the depths, peak demigod. It sniffed. Its eerie green chi eyes found Dorian's. "Oh shit," said Sun. "Burn it!" "No fires, no wild movements. The last thing you want to do in here is draw attention." Instead, Dorian drew out his Yama's chains. It was pleasantly subtle. The shadows shifted with natural grace, and when they coalesced to chains, they hardly seemed there at all. They were something murky, indistinct, soft smudges of dusk. The boar sniffed, pawing the waters. It stepped closer, tensing suddenly, preparing a charge. Dorian caught it. One chain hooked the neck, the other took the tail. Then, with all the vigor of a serpentine lineage, he twisted and squeezed. The boar stamped. The boar shivered. Its legs thrashed, rippling the surface of the waters, but it was so bound it could hardly do anything else. There was a series of crack, crack, cracks. Gently, Dorian popped off its head, letting the body sink easily into the depths. Sun let out a sigh. Wiping sweat off her forehead, she threw him a thumbs up, grinning. He didn't have the heart to tell her a low-level skeleton was perhaps the least dangerous thing that could have come out of the bog. They kept moving. The bogs kept growing bigger. The Dow fruit scent grew sharper. The trees thickened, their trunks now fat, sagging and gnarled like wood potbellies. Their leaves blocked out all the sky, and the buzzing above them, all around them, locusts clustered atop locusts, far too many to count. It was Sun who detected them first, and she only did so because she was looking in the right direction. That was everywhere. "Do you hear that?" "You'll need to be a bit more specific." Dorian gestured about them. The forest was screaming at them from every which way. "Behind us, that clinking. Real soft, but it sounds like metal. There's not supposed to be metal in a swamp, is there?" Dorian didn't have her sense of hearing, but he cast a glance behind them and strained, trying to pick it out. Nothing. "Are you sure you're not being paranoid?" "Yep, that was my first thought. I triple-checked. It's through the bushes, off the beaten path." He felt it before he heard it. A bolt of sickly yellow chi, wrapped in pulsing bands of law, raced out from between two tree trunks. He threw up a void shield on instinct. Blackness swirled into being, catching the bolt like a glove, swallowing it whole. It vanished in a muffled hiss, taking a good tenth of Dorian's chi with it. A god threw that. A very reckless god with intent to kill. Those were powerful laws of explosion. It might have been the worst thing to throw here. Whoever threw that didn't care that he might draw the attention of the true dangers of this swamp. Either that, or he was too foolish to know otherwise. Dorian didn't know which was worse. A squawk in the bushes. Then a creature in a blood-red cloak burst out. He looked like a man, only his skin was pale as snow, eyes slitted and yellow, and two ram's horns burst out from his temples. Dhampir, half vampire, half man. He was dressed head to toe in the furthest thing from swamp's attire, all silks and sashes. In his hand was a compass, a single drop of blood at its center. Blood compass. An expensive device and very rare besides. Few craftsmen in hell were capable of such deep scrying and blood magics. It swallowed chi like nothing else. It took the droplet of blood at its center as its north star. In this case, it pointed straight to Dorian. This one seemed sophisticated enough to bypass even Sun's cloaking. That Prince of Ur Dorian had seen at the swamp's entrance was clearly one of the less resourceful ones. If there were bands like these hunting him through this swamp, this journey just got a hells of a lot more annoying. Beside him, Sun let out a little cry. She had gone stiff as a statue, but Dorian put a hand on her shoulder and winked. "Oh, relax, child. I've got this." "Fuck!" the Dhampir snarled. Behind him, a line of assorted monsters, minotaurs, gargoyles, demons, emerged from the trees, stepping gingerly around the deep spots of bog. All radiated the aura of gods. There were a dozen of them, maybe more, far too many to handle even for Dorian. They eyed Dorian hungrily. The Dhampir cuffed the gargoyle beside him, who squawked.
He nearly dropped the thick chains in his hands. "What did I tell you? The chains drag, idiot! You've ruined the shot!" "Sorry, my prince," groaned the gargoyle. "No matter," sighed the Dhampir. He strolled leisurely toward them, a crooked, grotesque grin forming on his face. "It seems I am first to the prize. It must be a sign. Fate has declared I, Prince Tozin, third of the kingdom of Ur, am to win this bounty, and with it, the throne." The monsters about him shouted their approval, a cacophony of groans and screeches that clawed at the ears, far too loud for this depth. "Well then," the prince looked at his men expectantly. He pointed to Dorian. "Nab the man!" A dozen odd gods charged him at once. Dorian turned to Sun. "Hey, want to play a game?"
Now?
"Rhetorical question. Here's the game. You're dueling a man on a tightrope. What's the easiest path to victory? Beat him into submission?"
Course not. You make him fall off.
Then she blinked, did a double take, and saw it. A line of shadows had stretched across the clearing. For the past minute, it had been creeping slowly across, blending into the lesser darkness nearby. Yama's chains, very much like the ones he'd used earlier, only now, with his new laws of darkness, much subtler, thinner. He didn't need these to strangle. The line of gods ran up against the tripwire, and predictably tripped. 192. Fruits and Labors, 5. In mortals, there is a blissful moment between perception and sensation. Stub the toe and pain will come. But in the meantime, you're suspended in the in-between. You feel no pain, yet, and so the brain helpfully supplies substitutes. Dawning horror, fear, and sometimes, as the moment draws to a close, resignation. Gods had no such sensory gap, but Dorian saw these emotions on their faces anyway. Minotaur's eyes popping, red blood vessels stark against white film. Demons, misshapen blobs of rough, sooty skin, tumbling over one another. Their faces, crude, bare blocks, did little emoting, but Dorian could read their panic in the way their limbs flailed. Then there were the gargoyles. They ran into a tripwire of their own. 10 feet above the first, a weak slice of shadow blended into the gloom. They went down hacking, clutching at their throats. Dorian didn't need to move a finger. A few had the wherewithal to catch themselves, try to stay upright. But the ground was a minefield of bogs, and with the canopy as a low ceiling, there was hardly room to maneuver. They smashed into one another. They crumbled over, howling and roaring. They toppled, making cannonball splashes in the deep bog. The Dhampir prince still stood there at the back, pinched his nose and sighed. He bared shark teeth. "Useless, utterly useless. Must I do everything myself?" He took a step and stilled. The bogs were bubbling. They glowed. "What in the 9 hells?" he muttered. Then they blew apart. Great pink slimy tentacles thick as tree trunks burst out of the bog, studded with suction cups that gasped for air. Slime water showered everywhere. In a flash, they'd wrapped the line of gods. 2 went under almost instantly, no time to even squawk. There was no law involved, no technique, just sheer brute strength. Then there was another pause as the rest of them soaked it in. Dawning horror, fear. They never got to resignation. There was thrashing, there was crying out. There were blasts of chi, gargoyles slicing madly at the tentacles with furious chi scythes, minotaurs trying to tear them up with hands seething black with power. An explosion of chi and law as they all, each one of them creatures who might dominate a section of molten plane, each one of them able to trouble Dorian even in his present form, unleashed their killer techniques all at once.
There was something uniquely fascinating about seeing an explosion stifled, a sudden, fierce exultation, and then, just as quickly, a shrinking, a smothering, a silence as chi broke like waves against stern rocks, and laws had the wind taken from them. The tentacles wrapped them all up. A dozen eruptions of water, and they were all under. The bogs bubbled a few seconds longer. The ripples washed out across the surface of the marsh, and then it was like the gods had never been there. Dorian turned to Sun. "What's the lesson?" he said cheerfully. She blinked. "Don't fight when you can have someone else do it for you?" "Something like that. We'll make an ass-puller out of you yet." He wasn't sure why he said it. It would help a lot if she didn't shit herself every time they entered a life-or-death situation, of course. But it also felt good to boast a little, even if only to a child. It was fun. Usually when he pulled his tricks, people flung shit at him. Prince Tozin looked to be in a shit-flinging mood right now. "That was my most elite guard!" he cried. He stared at Dorian, open-mouthed. You ruffian! Criminal! How dare you? Do you know who my father is? What are you doing? Wait! Hold, fool! Don't you dare turn your back on me! Where are you going? Stay, I say! I demand it! I'm talking to you!" It took about a minute of walking for his voice to fade out of hearing. Dorian thought he detected a cry at the end, probably caught the attention of some swamp creature who'd gotten tired of the noise. Dorian snorted. In hell, the survival strategy was to not attract attention. In the Swamp of the Damned, this was triply true. One could only hope the rest of Jez's bounty hunters were as ridiculous as that one. "Another 3 hours of walking, and then we'll find a spot to make camp for nightfall," said Dorian. "Shouldn't we keep moving? To stay ahead of the bounty hunters and such?" Sun looked around nervously as though one might pop out of the trees any moment. "You don't want to wander the Swamp of the Damned after dark. It makes the swamp in the daytime seem like a playpen. It's the nocturnal creatures you really have to worry about." "Ah, if there's bounty hunters brave enough to come after us, which I doubt, then they're strong Empyreans, and if there's an Empyrean after us, we're fucked regardless." "I probably should have asked this earlier," said Sun with a squint. "But how much does Jez want to off you? What have I gotten myself into?" Dorian scratched his chin. They walked for a while longer. "I don't know," he said at last. "I have trouble getting a read on him, but I probably don't rank in the top 100 threats to him as I stand now. I'm a pet project at best. He'll throw some resources at me. I don't know about Empyrean. He's probably a lot more preoccupied with what fate is cooking up." "Fate? As in—" "Old man fate, yes." "Ah." They spent another half hour or so stalking through the swamp. He died here quite a few times, and in quite painful fashion, too. Those tend to make impressions on you. He hopped between lily pads big as tortoise shells, but not the dark green ones, which were fake and would drag you under at the first chance. He tiptoed between trees. He had them rub a certain cicada dung on their arms to better mask their scents, just in case. This deep, the incidence of powerful monsters was simply too high. He was, on the whole, pleased with how he'd handled all this. They were but a half-day's walk from the depths where Dao fruits spawned. There would be an incident. There was always an incident. But thus far he'd taken all the necessary precautions. His calculation was this: both he and Sun were well cloaked. Both he and Sun gave off weak signatures. So, with some careful navigating, he could step past the traps, and the big threats would simply ignore them. Now he only had to wait for it all to come crashing down. Inevitably. Another half hour passed. Nothing. At this point, they'd gone so deep that the bog's shallows were but thin, light green streaks of water framing vast pools of dark liquids.
bubbling liquids. Active geysers spouted as they passed. Thick vines drooped from the trees like prison chains, crawling with demigod beetles. It meant they were getting to the deep end. Every step had him on edge. He kept his senses spread wide. He kept expecting an ambush. But other than spearing a few uppity demigod slugs and crushing nosy bugs as they went past, still nothing. He was almost relieved when it came. Sun perked up first.
"Do you hear that?"
Dorian froze. He frowned. He sighed. Fuck. Voices. Very few things in this swamp deigned to speak. These had to be outsiders. But it wasn't what they were saying. It was that they were screaming and moving with alarming speed toward him from behind. His best guess? Another prince with another compass. Only this one had poked something he really shouldn't have. And it was horrible timing, too, since Dorian and Sun were currently walking the one narrow path of shallows between two deep pools. The vines all about them meant there was no flying out of this. They were stuck. They could only watch as a cluster of creatures burst through the trees. Dorian blinked. He was only half right. This didn't look like a prince's retinue. There was a dark elf in mage's garb, a minotaur in spiked armor overflowing with runes, ball and chain in hand, a vampire with a giant black bow slung over her shoulder. Out in front, a giant rodent sporting a huge nose and bigger yellow teeth. This was an adventurer's party. Made sense. This swamp was rich with treasures, flowers of immense poison and medicinal value, incredibly rare insects and balms and the like. It wasn't uncommon for troops to venture the outskirts on commission from some kingdom or clan. This deep was a rarity. The only thing worth the risk way out here were the Dow fruits, and that was a suicide mission. The only parties who came seeking those were either very stupid or very strong. These were all high-tier gods, so perhaps it was the latter. And more than that, he could sense the way the shadows embraced the dark elf. The laws of darkness on that one was nearing Empyrean. In godhood, there were many levels. A high-tier god commanded laws that could mop up a half-dozen low-tier gods. Dorian had as much shot against this one as he had against the Dweller back when he was in the Earth Realm. The gap in law was simply too much. The good thing was it didn't seem like he'd need to bother. The elf had collapsed to her knees, gasping, her chi nearly sputtered out. The Minotaur made a keening sound, clutching its side where its armor had been shredded, and chunks of intestine heaved against torn flesh and bone. The rest of the party hardly looked much better. Manic eyes, pale faces, chattering teeth. The thing rolling toward them through the trees, too far to see, made him feel like he stood in the way of an avalanche. The chi was choking thick. The laws wafted over like an overpowering stench. Poison laws, the dominant laws in this swamp. Yet they were more noxious than any Dorian had felt yet. Half-step Empyrean? If he couldn't handle that dark elf, he really couldn't handle this. Then he saw what it truly was, and his heart sank. It broke through the undergrowth. Its snout came out first, and it just kept on coming, thrusting out like the front of a warship. Teeth ran out to either side of it. Then the eyes, beady and shockingly small, cruel orange and lidded with a milky film. A body like one of those massive swamp tree trunks turned sideways came after, caked head to tail in gunk-green scales. Swamp slime oozed from it with each step. It looked like an alligator stretched to twice its length, and from its body, Dorian sensed a bloodline of equal oppressiveness to his own. It surveyed the lot of them with lordly disdain. An adolescent Panlong of the second form, the apex species of the swamps,
also known as the legendary beast, Coiling Dragon. 193. Fruits and Labors 6. Meanwhile, on the other side of hell...
"How are you?"
Hu Yi knew who it was by the words alone, never mind that warm tone, nearly wispy, like a candle in a breeze.
"I am confined in a prison of void iron, in solitary confinement, reduced to a ghost of myself, stripped of my weapon, bound in a space of no law."
He sighed.
"Ah!"
Hu Yi could hear the wince.
"What a silly thing to ask. I'm sorry," said the voice.
"That's quite all right." Something tiny tugged at the corner of Hu Yi's lips. In the right light, it might have even been mistaken for a sardonic grin.
"It is refreshing. In 1,000 years, only twice have I been asked how I am. Both times it was you, Fate."
He turned as much as his body allowed, suppressing the urge to cringe as a lightning bolt of pain branched up his limbs. They were bound by obsidian chains, which were attached to an obsidian wall. These chains absorbed all law the way a lightning rod absorbs electricity, directing it into nothing, dispersing it. These chains, themselves legendary treasures, could render even a god-king impotent. That was their job. They were wound across Hu Yi's chest, legs, arms, and neck like a boa constrictor. The room that was his prison was so black you could hardly make out its corners and creases, where the floor stopped and the walls began. There were no windows. There was no door. It felt a little like floating in emptiness. A week in here was apt to drive a lesser man insane. But Hu Yi had floated in nothingness, perched on his island for millennia. That had been in his split-up form. Still, though, he knew the face of loneliness. He knew how to coax it to a smile. "I can't stay long, and this may be the only visit I pay you, but I felt I owed you this much. You ought to know." Fate was a flicker of soft light, an astral projection bowing to the waist. "I am gathering an army, great Hu Yi. The threat of Jez has overtaken the northern disk of hell. Even now he marches to conquer the rest. The demon warlords of the south grow restless. I have secured a loose alliance of tribes and kingdoms, spearheaded by the conqueror Ta-Alach. The gargoyle fleet has given us their bond. So have the Rock's High Roost and the Molten Brotherhood. We aim to march on Jez's empire before the moon is out." Fate swallowed. "We shall spring you free, with luck." Hu Yi chuckled. "There is no such thing. You, of all men, should know this. Perhaps to you, dear Hu Yi, but the rest of us only know so much. We must cling to fortune, at least to the illusion of fortune. It shall be sorely needed. I know not, for instance, the true depths of Jez's reserves, though I suspect he has in store armies that double our number. I have heard whispers of a resurrection of King Yama. There is much to overcome, and that is not to mention the kingdom of Ur, the largest of the demon kingdoms, which has thus far been most hostile to my entreaties." Fate trembled, but his eyes were bright with determination. "But I shall convince them. We shall unify the rest of the southern disk. We shall take back hell, and free you too, for the good of the multiverse. This I promise you." "I believe you," said Hu Yi. "Or rather, I believe that you believe you. This is a compliment." Fate blinked. "Thank you." Hu Yi closed his eyes. "I am well, by the way." "What?" "You asked how I was." Hu Yi gave a ghost of a smile. "Well, despite the circumstances. Thank you for asking." "Oh, of course." "And where is my brother? How is he?"
Last time we met, he was still alive. If all went well, he should be in the swamp of the damned by now. I believe he is chasing the Dao fruit. I cannot be certain."
Said Hu Yi again. "Flip a coin. That is the odds that he will succeed." Fate did a double take.
"That high? Truly?"
"He is my brother," said Hu Yi, as if that explained everything. "And if he succeeds there, I rather suspect the kingdom of Ur is the next stop on his run."
"Really? The Million-Man graveyard is nearby, and that is full of treasures, too. He might make a route to Mount Vitriol."
"I know his mind. He will go to Ur."
"And when he arrives—"
Hu Yi snorted.
"I suspect, too, that your quarrel with them will be taken care of, one way or another." I must confess, I do not follow."
"If there is one thing my brother is good at, it is wreaking utter havoc." That ghost of a smile again. "If he survives the swamp, you may rest assured, whether he lives or dies in the effort, that kingdom will be in tatters." Swamp of the Damned. If Hu Yi saw the circumstances Dorian faced now, he might have recanted his coin flip prediction. He might have put it at less than 1 in 10. Dorian stood frozen before that half-step Empyrean coiling dragon, might put it at even less. But his perception might be a little skewed on the account of the fact that Dorian was shitting himself. The able speedrunner, however, was also a skilled multitasker. One very loud part of his brain was shitting himself. The other was thinking furiously. There was simply nowhere to run. Ahead was a veritable minefield. There was a reason Dorian stepped lightly through the swamp. One misstep meant a horrible, tentacled death. To either side were deep death pools. There was no flying over them. That meant running into vines crawling with insects that'd swarm you in an instant and give away your presence to the things lurking in the depths. Compared to facing the coiling dragon, those all seemed tame. Then again, with how fast coiling dragons could move, they very well might need to face it sooner or later anyway.
"What do we do?" whispered Sun.
"Ass. Pull. Now."
"On it."
It was a game. He had to think of it as one, to shut up the part of him that was breaking out into a torrid sweat, to see things in a cold, clear light. Him against the dragon, pseudo-god against half-step Empyrean. What were his pieces? There was Sun shivering to his side. There were the adventurers out in front. Then there was the environment. What could he make use of? Not the bogs. The vines, perhaps? His own words floated back to him. "You're dueling a man on a tightrope. What's the easiest path to victory?" All this raced through his brain in the span of a blink. There was some plan here, niggling at the edge of his mind. But there was no time, even with his serpent senses. For noxious fumes had started to leak from the coiling dragon's mouth. Qi and law steamed around it. Whatever it was about to unleash could not be allowed into the world. His javelin raced through the air at the speed of thought. In the same instant,
"Mage! Blind the eyes!"
he roared, loud as he could. Startled, her eyes flickered over him, and his arching javelin in a shard of a second saw that he, too, stood in the path of the attack. In his words were an implicit plea for an alliance. It was a stroke of luck she listened. There was no time to question it. She threw out her hands, and a grim shroud descended. The dragon opened wide, rearing to spew a boiling glut of qi. Darkness clouded its eyes. Dorian's fang, tipped with laws of fire, pierced the roof of the dragon's mouth. The timing was perfect. It was comical how little it did. Even a clean strike at a soft, fleshy part barely went in, like a splinter burrowing an inch beneath skin. All it did was irritate. Thank heavens it was enough to throw off the shot.
A sewer's worth of toxins showered over their heads. Gunk met canopy. There was a horrible, screeching tearing. From the ground, it looked like a hole was gouged in the fabric of the sky. Dozens of cicadas, all demigods, cooked inside their shells in an instant. Liquefied. The leaves they hung on and the branches they were attached to suddenly sludge. "Shield!" cried one of the adventurers. Dorian had already brought his up. Sludge splattered like a meteor shower. A small chunk clipped Dorian's void shield. Even that, a tiny speck of aftermath, slashed his chi by 1/10. The rest splattered the bog, hissing and plunking, vanishing into the deep. The coiling dragon snorted a plume of smoke. Its beady eyes met Dorian's. "Quick!" roared Dorian. "While it's recharging! Counter! Aim for the eyes!" He and the adventurers struck as one. Law blurred over law. Darkness, fire, poison, force. A half-dozen forces of godly might surged at the dragon. It hardly hurt the beast at all. Its scales were on par with that of an adult torch dragon, perhaps even greater. Their strikes pitter-pattered away like rainwater bouncing off a roof, and all it seemed to do was make the thing madder. It backed up, blinking filmy eyes, loosing a guttural howl. But it was backing up, like an ox harried away by a swarm of gadflies. Its eyes seemed unused to so much light. It was a dweller of the depths of the swamp. It did not take well to flashes. "Hells! We're winning!" croaked the Minotaur in disbelief. We're driving it back." Ludicrous, of course. He was celebrating far too early. They weren't hurting the thing. At best, they were buying time, shining a little sun in its eyes. But the sentiment seemed to spread to his partners. The mouse creature gave a little whoop. "To the depths with you, hellspawn!" it squealed, suddenly gleeful. 2 blasts of bright chi shot from its mouth, striking at the dragon's eyes. It took another half-step back, snarling, shaking its head like a wet dog. Even the dark elf's shoulders sagged with relief. Far too premature. "To think," it whispered, "such a mighty creature, yet such a mundane weakness." Now came the tricky bit. Dorian's alliance with these fellows was entirely circumstantial. They had a common enemy. If they succeeded in driving it back fully, what then? In the mortal realms, perhaps, they might be grateful he helped save them. They might all become chums. But this was hell, so they would definitely try to kill him. It was a question of when. In this, as in sending that fang at the dragon, timing was crucial. Of course, he had to double-cross them before they double-crossed him. But it had to be after they were sure they'd driven off the dragon, and not a moment too soon, or they were all fucked. The dragon's snout slowly receded between the tree line. A breath passed, then another. They all stared at the spot. Nothing. Still, Dorian dared not let his guard down. He kept his eyes trained on the spot where it had vanished. He kept his nose sharp. The rest of the adventurers seemed content to relax. The Minotaur collapsed to a knee, heaving hard breaths. The dark elf sagged on her staff, looking utterly spent. "Friend," it was the vampire, turning to grin at Dorian. "On behalf of the Scythes of Ur, let me say we are much obliged for your timely help." The creature could hardly keep from licking his lips. It was the case with vampires especially. They were drawn to powerful bloodlines like a fat man to dessert, especially a hungry vampire. A vampire that had just expended all its energies. A vampire in dire need of refueling. "Please," he whispered, slurring his S. "Allow me the honor of repaying you." It took a step closer. In the same instant, Dorian smelled something foul on the air. "No, no!" snapped Dorian. "Not yet! Turn, fool! The dragon's still... The vampire lunged. Exasperated, Dorian did too. He was faster. His fist landed first. The vampire made a surprised gurgling noise, then flipped twice to land nimbly on its feet. Its cruel red eyes narrowed. A huge bow and arrow were in his hands, fashioned out of sudden smoke.
"Good," it hissed. "Resist. It only makes the blood ever sweeter."
A blur of massive motion, a lunge from somewhere in the distance, tree trunks snapping under the force. The blur thrust forward, hardly slowed. Crunch! Then he saw realization dawn on the vampire's pale face. It whirled around to see the limp lower half of its minotaur friend dangling between two rows of gleaming teeth. The dark elf snapped upright, to her credit. Darkness fell. Poison laws ripped through it. The coiling dragon was no fool. It knew to defend its weaknesses, and this time it was not caught by surprise. The elf braced with all her chi left. Peak darkness laws made a wall before her. Then the gunk blast gushed over it all. When it sloshed away, there was nothing left, not even bones. At last, the dragon turned with agonizing slowness to face Dorian. If Hu Yi saw the circumstances Dorian faced now, he wouldn't bother giving odds. 194. Fruits and Labors 7. So there it was. Dorian, a vampire, a giant rat, and a furious coiling dragon whose powers vastly outstripped them all. Frankly, if this was a normal run, Dorian would have thrown up his hands. Here, all he thought about was how best to escape. As the dragon roared, the vampire shrieked, the rat squealed, he turned to Sun. She'd need to cloak. They had to shadow walk. It would probably spell doom at the hands of the wraiths, but there was no other choice. He looked left. He looked right. Where the hell's had Sun gone? He looked all around him. Had she been knocked into a pool when he wasn't paying attention? He racked his mind. When did he last see her? Right about the start of the dragon encounter. She'd asked him what they were to do. He'd told her to ass pull. And then she vanished, apparently. At the edge of his consciousness, he heard the vampire squeal. He felt a tremor of skin-curdling law, a silence. He looked betwixt his legs. Behind him, no Sun. The rat, meanwhile, made a valiant effort at escaping. He saw it leap for the tree line, vaulting over its vampire friend's corpse. The dragon opened its mouth. A forked tongue shot out, elongating, speared the rat through the stomach. Its eyes bulged. Then the tongue went back, dragging the rat into the dragon's gaping maw. It snapped shut. There was a gulp, a swallowing, a lick of the lips. And then it was only Dorian and the dragon. Dorian cursed. He hadn't tried to run since there was nowhere to go. Nowhere except the Shadow Realm, and that was nowhere at all. But he had a better chance at dodging the wraiths there than losing this horrible thing. Trying to flee a coiling dragon in the swamp of the damned was like trying to flee a pack of rabid dogs through a minefield. Either the dragon would get him or the swamp would. The dragon's mouth opened wide. Fuck it. Sorry, monkey girl. It could hardly count as a betrayal if she was already dead. At least he hoped his soul contract would think of it that way. Dorian braced, summoning shadows to his feet, and he saw Sun. He froze. How had she gotten up there? She hung by her tail off a high branch of canopy, a few strides beyond the giant holes the dragon's blast had left. Her face was swollen, her arms were swollen, her tail was swollen. All from locust bites, no doubt, but somehow, perhaps because of the dragon's strike, she hadn't been swarmed. Now that Dorian looked, the locusts had scattered from the spot of the blast, leaving only a few prowling the leaves. It left a perfect chance to climb unhindered. Sun had taken it. Her toes were curled tight, her hands white-knuckled on the giant pan in her hands. She swallowed. Dorian couldn't tell if she was building up the resolve or waiting for the right moment. The dragon reared to strike, the full force of its concentration aimed straight at Dorian's head. Whatever it was preparing would blow straight through Dorian, void shield or not. It'd slash through all his chi like it was mere air. If he was to survive, he had to go now. It wasn't a betrayal. It was a matter of self-preservation. And yet, he couldn't, because he saw exactly what she was planning to do, and some insane part of him, that speedrunner's instinct, believed, hoped against all reason that it would work. Sun let go of the branch. The dragon might have sensed her, but her aura was so weak, just a demigod, probably a straggler locust. Nothing worth paying attention to. It was hardly as though something so weak could hurt it. Just as the bile rose in the dragon's mouth, she screamed and slapped the pan down. Startled, the dragon looked up. The pan caught it right between the eyes. Vibrations shivered its scales like it was a massive gong struck. The sound, hollow and somehow profound, echoed through the swamp. It rippled the waters. It trembled the trees. The dragon looked less dazed than confused. Then Sun smacked it again, and again, and though she was a mere demigod, she wielded the signature weapon of one of the most powerful god-kings to ever live. It did its work. The dragon's eyelids drooped with each smack, as though it were slowly falling asleep. Clang, clang, clang. For a second, Dorian dared to hope. The dragon's eyelids shot open. It roared, bucked Sun off. She went flying, but managed to right herself by swinging off a branch, flailing, screaming, landing wobbly but feet first on shallow bog ground. If the dragon was mad before, it was volcanic now. Its roar was so hateful, so ear-shatteringly loud, it sent swarms of locusts streaming into the skies. It loosed a blast, but cross-eyed and rattle-brained, it had no sense of direction. The chi shot backward, struck a tree. Its thick trunk was goop in a flash. Law and chi spiraled in a hideous fountain, melting everything. Hissing, smoke, screeches, thousands of insects taking to the air at once. Chaos. The tiny greedy goblin in Dorian's head said to seize his chance, to try to put an end to the creature while it was still dazed. Think how much chi it has in its core. The rest of Dorian instantly realized what a horrible idea that was. Dorian grabbed Sun. They ran for it, or as fast as one could run in such a place, which really meant they walked as fast as Dorian dared, picking their way across the bog. Behind them, there was a riot of buzzing and splashing. Was it locusts that didn't take kindly to their habitat's wanton destruction? Was it some other great insects come to defend their nest? Or perhaps some irked creature of the depths? Dorian didn't bother looking back. Step by step, they went in, deeper and deeper. Only half an hour later, when they were well clear of the madness, did Dorian let out a sigh of relief. They were nearing the heart of the swamp. Now nearly all the ground was deep bog. There was almost nowhere to put their feet. The trees stuck straight out of them now, rooted far underwater, and on them crawled oodles of insects with red-yellow shells that exuded the aura of gods. The slits of light peeking through the canopy, meanwhile, had grown dimmer, redder, hell's closest semblance of night. Dorian had to ask, "How did you think to do that?" "The old loop around and thwack 'em in the head when they're not looking?" Sun grinned. "It's my staple. I build it into half my plans." She wrinkled her nose. "I mean, I never would have thought to do it then. I usually only take risks like that with lots of prep. When shit goes south mid-job, I run. But, I don't know. You told me to ask Pole, so I guess I did.
Dorian blinked. I did say that, didn't I?
Yep.
And you actually managed it.
Yeah.
Sun seemed quite pleased with herself.
I'm surprised, honestly. I don't know what came over me. I was actually competent. It's really quite uncharacteristic of me.
Perhaps there's hope for you after all. She beamed.
I hope so.
They kept walking. Soon, "We're stopping here," said Dorian at a point that looked like any other. The trees had thickened, the colors of the bog had deepened, so dark green it was nearly black. He was navigating by scent alone. "It's getting late. You don't want to be out during the witching hours." The witching hours, unlike night, lasted only 7 or so, but every day they arrived, starting at midnight, ending at twilight.
Why?
Swamp locusts are mostly dormant during normal hours. They feed during the witching hours. There'll be so many clogging the air you'll choke when you breathe. Plus, the things that live at the bottom of the bogs come up for air. Those are the real worry. Only fools wander the swamp during the witching hours.
So the bounty hunters after us
will likely have the flesh picked off their bones in an hour if they try pursuing us then. We're safe to rest. For now. Sun had no objection to that. Dorian spent a while scouting the nearby terrain. He picked out a nearby tree, thick and squat. It was festering with locusts, but Dorian showed them a light touch of dragon's breath, small, controlled so as to not draw attention, and they scattered. Then, summoning fire and fang, he burned and hacked away at the bark. A few minutes later, they had a little alcove. They crawled in, and Sun wedged one of her giant pans into the entrance. Dorian melted the edges, welded it to the tree trunk. That was that. Shitty, but for a night, it'd do. Yawned Sun. She looked ready to dissolve.
Whew, I think I'm due for a long nap.
First, the torch dragon eggs, if you please, said Dorian, easing against the rough hide of the tree. Its inside smelled like rubber. Sun produced them. 5 gleaming beauties. Their deal had been 3 for him, 2 for her. He'd been too busy fleeing and eating to absorb these. They needed some time and focus to digest. Now was a golden chance. Sun drew out the Jingu Bang.
You like omelets? Fried?
Raw.
Really?
I mean to get through all 3 in the next few hours. No time to dally. She shrugged. He tilted the nearest egg over, poked a hole in the side, and started to chug it like wine from a flask. The creatures in this swamp could stomp him with absurd ease. They wouldn't stand. How much would it take to match a peak god? His chi was more than sufficient, and his star cultivation system could hold a ridiculous amount of it. His laws would likely need another level up. Medium-grade laws were what defined a god, and he was only a base-form dragonoid now. It'd take 7 eggs worth of bloodline essence to get to the dragonoid's second form, and it only got worse from there. He could hardly scrounge all of hell for spare torch dragon eggs. He'd need some extra help. First things first, the Tao fruit to get my laws up to god standards. Then stop by the Kingdom of Ur's famous or infamous auctions to get the most potent bloodline-boosting elixirs the upper realms has to offer. He still only had a vague inkling of how he'd pay for those. Brewed over centuries by master godly alchemists, legendary-grade elixirs of that ilk cost a king's ransom. No matter, he'd figure it out. Then after that, the Million-Man Graveyard, or perhaps Purgatory, some place where he could gorge himself on chi treasures.
And then, with luck, his law, bloodline, and chi would all be formidable. Then, with whatever fates scrounged up, he could mount a proper assault on Jez's fortress. For now, he would content himself with more than doubling his bloodline essence and vastly boosting his law and chi in the space of a mere few hours. Then the final push to the Tao fruit would begin. It was all coming together in his mind. He was quite pleased with the shape of it, all told. Level up, Dragonoid, base form, bloodline quantity 2.0 to 2.03. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 7% to 9%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 5% to 7%. 195. Fruits and Labors, 8. The witching hours wore on. Outside, a muted buzz grew into a throbbing, howling, grating roar as tens of thousands of locusts took flight at once. Any creature that had any sense took shelter. The cries of the rest were drowned out by the swarm. Level up, Dragonoid, base form, bloodline quantity 2.06 to 2.09. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 9% to 11%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 7% to 9%. Dorian sat there in stark concentration, sweat beading on his brow, doing his utmost to keep the energies churning inside him from spilling out. He was vaguely aware of Sun happily humming as she tossed some egg around. A pleasant aroma tickled his nose. Then, sometime later, gulping and chewing. He kept his focus. Level up, Dragonoid, base form, bloodline quantity 2.89 to 2.91. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 26% to 27%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 21% to 22%. Level up, Darkness Law Saturation, 34% to 36%. Darkness Law Grade, Low. Level up, Fire Law Saturation, 25% to 27%. Fire Law Grade, Low. The chi level ups were slowing a great deal. It seemed growth there was non-linear. For Sky Realm practitioners, their chi grew denser and vaster as they powered up. The limiting factor was the capacity of their spiritual sea, which expanded as their laws grew. If they got God-level laws, their spiritual sea could now hold God-level capacity. To gain multiversal laws, after all, was to gain a closer connection to the multiverse itself. Naturally, you could hold more of its energies. Dorian's best guess was Sun and Moon were about the highest chi levels he could push before he hit a hard wall. After that, he'd need to get his laws up to snuff. That meant medium-grade laws, the standard for godhood. Only with God-level laws and God-level chi could one truly be called a god. The more Dorian cultivated, the more he realized the downsides of this star cultivation system. It had a very high ceiling, but it also meant you had to work much harder to attain it. Most beings who try to set up like this probably never became true gods. They would need a ludicrous amount of chi to reach the star system's godhood bottleneck. Not to mention Empyrean, when chi and law fuse to become one. The amount of chi and law he'd need to get there? Level up, Dragonoid, base form, bloodline quantity 2.98 to 3.0. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 29% to 30%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 24% to 26%. Level up, Darkness Law Saturation 38% to 39%. Darkness Law Grade, Low. Level up, Fire Law Saturation 30% to 31%. Fire Law Grade, Low. Dorian started on his second egg. Level up streamed on. Warmth buoyed his limbs, brought a hot clarity to his mind. Fatigue was washed away. With each sip, he felt a little closer to the world. There was a murky threshold somewhere in the distance. It had been invisible. He sensed it now, growing ever more distinct as his laws grew and grew. Time trickled by. The buzzing of the locusts reached a feverish peak. Then it started to ebb, the way a sun slowly dips toward the horizon. More than half of the witching hours had passed. Sometime later, Dorian started on his third egg. He finished before the hours were done. Level up, Dragonoid, base form, bloodline quantity 4.97 to 5.0. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 82% to 83%. Level up, Fire Planet, Moon, 77% to 78%. Level up, Darkness Law Saturation, 62% to 64%. Darkness Law Grade, Low. Level up, Fire Law Saturation, 58% to 60%. Fire Law Grade, Low. True, none of his laws, bloodline, or chi had gone up a full rank, but that severely understated just how much stronger he'd gotten. His bloodline density had thickened by more than twofold. The jump in his gross chi was close to it, too, close to double, and darkness and fire felt nearer to him than ever before. Godhood was but steps away. He smiled. He'd prepped as well as he could. He could nearly taste that honey-sweet Dao fruit skin. Around him, the alcove was dark. Sun was a small form curled in a corner, snoring softly, sound asleep. He listened to the tenor of the buzzing. How much longer did they have before they could safely venture out? An hour, perhaps? Now was a good time to do some improvisation. He stood. His dragonoid form was a lot more suited to close combat. It would play well with his Yama's chains, which, he wagered, would be nigh impossible to break for a creature under Empyrean, with how thick his chi was and how strong his laws were growing. Drag them in, beat them up. He needed the latter, something brutal, quick, a fist technique. If only he had some high-grade technique manuals on hand. It'd need to wait for the Kingdom of Ur. Could he slap together something quick now? A basic idea. Call fire chi to his fist. Infuse it with the raging aspects of fire law. Throw a punch. Call it Fire Fist. He tried it out with but a sliver of chi, punching the air. Level up, Fire Fist, level 0 to level 1. He waved it away. The system cataloged everything, sometimes to an annoying extent. This was so crude it hardly deserved to be called a technique. It would work, but surely he could do better. How might he draw on his laws of darkness? The last time he came up with something like this, it was Galactic Inferno. That had quickly been replaced with Dragon Breath, which scaled with both his bloodline and laws. It was strong before, but it must be utterly brutal now after his latest power-ups. It rendered his Inferno redundant. But could he apply the same principles to a fist technique? Say, call spirals of fire and darkness to his hands like gauntlets? Or drills, even? He rubbed his chin. Promising. But the last time he'd tried this principle, he'd dried out a sinkhole. Now he was who knows how much stronger. He might blow up this tree, and then some. He played around with it in his body, summoning slivers of bound fire and darkness to his hands. He didn't throw them. A last resort technique for now, maybe. Risky and bound to blow up in his face. He wouldn't get a chance to test it. But it was always a good idea to keep a bomb in your back pocket. You never know when a little chaos might come in handy. He mimed the move in his mind, felt the chi coursing up his arms like whitewater rivers. He pictured it thrusting out. He didn't bring it to life, but he let the intent be known. Level up, Fist of the Falling Star. Level not available to 0. He smiled. Level 1 was assigned the first time a user successfully executed a technique. Level ups beyond that were dictated by the standards of the creator, usually. Level 0 would be his placeholder. That done, he settled into a lotus position, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. Less than an hour to go. A garden in the labyrinth. Jez stepped through marble arches. He kneaded his brow. He drew in a deep breath, let it slowly trickle out of him. It helped, a little. It was well known by Bartimaeus' law of the singular soul that one soul could only occupy one body. The only way around it was to split one's soul, but none of the parts could match to the whole. What Bartimaeus failed to account for was an existence like Jez, a network being, never wholly located in but one form. Only he could be many and one at once, and even he had his limitations. At this moment, he was leading 4 military campaigns in the lower realms, campaigns quickly winding down as he cemented his hold on those planes. He was negotiating trade deals in the upper realms. He was at a party with the Demon King of Ur. He was fortifying the defenses of his infinity hearts in the middle realms. He was also in the middle of a pointed debate with his generals, the beastly warlords of hell here in the 9th Circle, a debate which was making him sadder by the word. So, a last split part of him came here, for cleansing. Before him was a simple garden. Trees framed a sandy path up to a tranquil spring pool, just as it had looked in his home world so long ago. And sitting on the bank, her toes in the water, was a girl, Kaya.
"What are you doing here?" he said.
She scratched her head. "I don't know. Was I not supposed to be here?" Jez blinked. Then he smiled.
"I suppose I did give you license to wander. I simply meant, how did you come across this place?"
She shrugged. "Got lost?" He went up the path, let out another breath, sank his feet into the shallows of the pool, closed his eyes, let the soothing trickling of the water fill him up. In a room but a few hundreds of paces away, a long marble table violently flipped over. Once more he sighed. "So, what are you doing here?" Kaya's voice trickled over to him.
"I don't get angry much, not anymore," said Jez, eyes still closed. "Nowadays I mostly get sad, and the more people don't see reason, the sadder I tend to get. When I get quite sad, I like to come here."
"Ah," trickling, the slow, pleasant licking of currents at his feet. "Well?" He opened his eyes. Kaya sat there, looking curious. "What is it?"
"I am in discussion with my generals," he said. "They are quite keen to seize all of hell by force and bathe its soil in the blood of thousands. I hope there can be a kinder way. Why not first offer a chance to surrender? Don't they see? Don't they know that those they are so keen to plunder, to butcher, bleed just as they do?"
Kaya pursed her lips.
Killing should be like cutting off a diseased limb so that it would not infect the rest of the body. But for some, killing is like breathing." He sighed.
"What do you think?" he said, strangely curious. Sitting there, dangling her feet in the water, he was reminded of a little girl much like her in a pool much like this, all those eons ago. Kaya's face scrunched. "Can I be honest with you?"
"Of course."
"I don't believe you," she said.
"I don't follow."
"No one's that nice." She shook her head. "You can't be real." Jez drooped a little. He shuffled his feet in the water.
"I'm sorry to hear you say that."
"How many people have you killed? Thousands?"
"A good deal more, I fear."
"You talk like you're meant trying to be like a shaman or something. A saint."
"Nothing so grand. Just a good person."
Jez closed his eyes again. He chuckled sadly.
"I'm not doing a very good job of it, am I?"
"I don't think so," said Kaya. Her voice grew small. "Sorry."
"It's okay," he breathed out.
"I think, in a place like the multiverse, there can be no such thing as a good person. In the same way that a flower cannot grow in poisoned earth, here kindness is weakness. If you want good people, you must make a world that cultivates them, and the path to that world is stained with blood. It is how it is." More trickling. Then Jez stood, heaving out one last sigh. "Thank you." "What for?" "This. I have been torn between two choices, but now I know what I must do." "Well, good, I think." Hundreds of paces away, Jez, who had been holding back his demon generals like hounds frothing on the leash, let go. In the following day, armies tens of thousands strong would arm for battle. Fleets of gargoyles would take to the skies. Hordes of orcs and minotaurs and dragons and demons would mount a land war the likes of which the ninth circle of hell had never seen. "It was nice chatting with you, Miss Kaya. I suspect we shall need to make use of you, or rather your blood, very soon." He bowed, then turned. "Do take care." 196. Fruits and Labors, 9. Dorian poked Sun awake. She rubbed her eyes, nearly whacked him with the Jingu bang, remembered where she was, packed up her condiments and ladles and knives. "I'm hungry," she yawned, groggy, grumpy. "Oh, hush. You'll have your fill before the day's out." They set out as soon as the buzzing was back to a background hum. With Sun's cloaking, they faced little trouble as they waded through the marsh. No locusts swarmed them. Schools of blind gunkfish, each bearing teeth made to gnaw through bone, drifted around their ankles like they were tree roots. Was Dorian imagining it, or was Sun's cloaking even more potent than before? Her chi cloaking had reduced their auras to tiny ripples. Now they were hardly noticeable as they romped through the swamp. The deeper they got, the fewer riffraff there was. The small fry fish lessened in number. Locusts no longer sagged on the boughs above. Even the trees were darkening, thickening in bark. Their leaves were now an ashy shade of black. "Where are the Tao fruit?" whispered Sun, eyes darting left and right. "Are they meant to hang off the boughs, or—" "You'll know them when you see them. You'll see." Truthfully, even Dorian wasn't totally sure. The last time he was here, he hadn't done the plucking himself. He'd done the more sensible thing, waited for some valiant hero to battle the fruit's guardian, then knocked the poor fellow over the head once he'd come out and nabbed his ring. The fruit picking itself was a mystery to him. Still, the scent was growing stronger, and with it came a sinuous rippling upon the fabric of reality, like those made by a tiny pebble on a calm pond. It meant they were close. She nodded. As they went, she produced a chunk of carrot from her interspatial ring. She nibbled on it as they went. "Can't this wait?" sighed Dorian. "Replenishes chi," she explained, mouth half full. "Cloaking's tiring." The trek went on uneventfully for a solid half hour. You didn't catch Dorian complaining. Uneventful was good. Uneventful meant things were going to plan. Then this blissful honeymoon was shattered, abruptly, with a shout. They both stiffened at once. It was far off, to the east, lost in the wild snag of vines and trees. It sounded like a man who'd inadvertently stepped into a trap. There was a furious growl, a whiplash of steel. Then the crashing and slashing, the grating din of battle. Auras nearly up to Empyrean. Still hundreds of paces off, but clearly they were heading in Dorian's direction. "Another prince?" squeaked Sun. "I think so," said Dorian, wrinkling his nose. "Could be more adventurers, but I doubt it." Were they stalking us, like that other prince? They must have run into some kind of monster.
Yes, and they're not the only ones. Dorian's gaze shifted across the blank, dark face of the forest. It gave him nothing. You're not the only one who can cloak around here. Stay sharp. With luck, that party will have its hands full for a while.
Mm-hmm,
said Sun, nodding quickly. On they went once more. This time Dorian was the first to pick up their second tale. To the west, the sound of thick, muscular breathing, that of a minotaur, or some other hulking, brutish thing bound with muscle, craving air. Keep going, urged Dorian. He threw her an encouraging grin. It felt like the sort of chestnut she needed. It was fascinating to see her confidence wax and wane as they went, a steady decline from the moment they'd set foot in the swamp, then a hefty boost after that last incident with the coiling dragon. She was paling again, but now she gulped and nodded. She set her jaw.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, I've got this, she said.
Dorian got the impression she meant it. Her eyes glowed with a certain light. This was the same girl who'd been the one cowardly enough to stay behind while her grandfather and the rest of her clan set off to fight to their deaths. Dorian hadn't given it much thought until now. As a general rule, he didn't much care about the interiors of others unless it suited him. But there was probably some rich psychological vein there, something someone who cared more might tap. He shrugged. For now, it was enough to reassure him that she probably wouldn't shit the bed when the moment drew close. And it was drawing close indeed. The boughs had grown pitch black. To the sides, the trunks of trees were clustered so close they could have been walls. Vines drooped from above, or were they the lazy coils of serpents? Impossible to tell. Every so often, glimmers of pale eyes twinkled from above like false stars. Go too high, and who knew what might reach down to greet you? The path through the bog had grown precarious, like walking a mountain pass between two ravines. To either side, endless depths seething with beasts. Even the so-called safe shallows drawing a thin line between them were getting broken up. Some sections felt like hopping lily pads. It didn't take another 10 minutes for a third tail to make its presence known. "Let's move a little faster," said Dorian.
What'll we do about them?"
"Don't know," he said cheerfully. She seemed quite alarmed at that. No, he said, waving a careless hand. "This is a good thing. See, they don't know either. No one does. The more there are, the better off we'll be." He wagged a finger at her. "Tightropes. It's all tightropes. You're thinking of it like we're all in a race from one end to another. Then, yeah, more is worse. But what we want is to shake the others off, and the more men on the rope, the shakier it gets, the worse it gets for the rest of them. And the one who can cling on best is the one who wins in the end. I have a hunch it's me." He grinned. "It's always me." He left her to chew on that for a bit.
She mumbled. "If your analogy was a tightrope, I think you fell off like 2 sentences in. But I do get what you mean."
Good. Some more waiting. A croaking sound, like a frog's put through a horn, echoed about them. Sun nearly fell into the bog.
"Sorry for asking again," gasped Sun. "But how close are we?"
Dorian scratched his chin. He thought for a few breaths. "Bones," he said at last.
"Sorry?"
"That's when you'll know. The Dow trees are on a fairly lush and very venomous island at the center of the Swamp of the Damned. Oh, there's the usual swamp monsters on it, carnivorous plants, serpents with steel-melting venom, that sort of thing. But the real threat is the guardian of the fruits."
"I've heard of him," said Sun.
Her brows scrunched.
"Real piece of work. Isn't he some kind of legendary serpent? chews up and spits out anyone who comes for his fruits?
Dorian snorted. Not even close. First, it's a she, and if you think she's a serpent, you've only seen a tiny piece of her, which is all most who seek the Tao fruit end up seeing, to be fair. But a nasty piece of work she most certainly is.
You sound like you know her.
Oh, yes, quite well, he sighed. There was a time when she was, he struggled to put a word on it.
What?
Friend, I suppose, he managed. It didn't feel quite right on his tongue, but he couldn't find another word for it.
And then?
He shrugged. I robbed her, as you do. She never really forgave me for it. My next 2 visits, she melted me alive. Needless to say, she won't be pleased to see me again.
Sun nodded. Yeah, sounds like you. What's all that got to do with bones?
Well, she has her fair share of villains with nefarious intentions, such as us, coming for her Tao fruit. Hundreds a year. Thousands on heavy years. Not even the bogs and their hordes of living skeletons can soak them all up. Bones saturate all the lands around the island. You'll know we're close when... Crunch. He froze. He sighed. Yeah, I figured. Bending down, he picked up the offender, a severed chunk of toe bone. It looked to be of a humanoid. Lend me your senses, said Dorian. His eyes narrowed as he swept the murk ahead. Go by smell alone. A strong illusion covers the island. Sight, sound, even chi won't help you here. Only the smell of the Tao fruit can leak through.
Gotcha.
They crunched closer. The gunk waters went down from their thighs as they went. Soon it was at their ankles. At the same time, Dorian sensed their tails converging on them from all sides. The one on the east had, by the sound of it, vanquished whatever they'd pissed off. They sounded so close they were almost through the trees now. The west, too, was drawing closer. Dorian was pleased to hear a shout and a splash erupt from behind him. Good. It was oh so easy to take a wrong step in this swamp. There's one party somewhere behind us, said Dorian. Usually he kept all this in his head, but after her antics last time, maybe it would prove useful to let Sun in on the game. They've taken the same path as we have, the shortest but most treacherous one, straight through the swamp proper. The others, to either side of us, have likely fought their way through tens of li of venomous beasts. Unless they've got Empyreans on hand, I doubt they're in any position to fight. Sun nodded, listening intently. They'll be on us very soon. If they catch us here, we're done. We're exposed, and we can't maneuver at all in this bog. They'll converge on us, which means we've got to find the island first. Sun nodded again. Dorian kept scouring the air as he spoke, sieving out the pungent tang of sap, the sting of feces, the heavy stench wafting up from the waters. The path ahead of them seemed very much like the path behind, but for all he knew, they could be walking in circles. Here only smell was truth. There! Sun pointed smack in the middle of a giant bog before them. No land in sight. He sniffed, frowning. Are you sure? We'll need to jump, so we'll only have one shot at this. I am very hungry, said Sun. She wrinkled her nose. She looked equal parts offended, hungry, and frightened. And when I am very hungry, I could smell the faintest whiff of a stale cookie from 10,000 li out. I'm sure. There was no time for second-guessing. From out of the trees to their left burst a motley troop of gods. They were very much like the adventurers Dorian and Sun had left behind, only there were more of them. Eyes bloodshot, bristling with weaponry, splattered with gore, looking like they'd survived a hellish trek through the swamp of the damned. A dozen or so. At their head was what looked to be a demonoid, part man, part demon.
A prince of Ur, no doubt, with the suave looks and regal aura to match. Only his skin was mottled purple-black like obsidian, and his eyes flashed red. Peak god. "Halt!" he cried. He met Dorian's eyes. "Greetings. I am Vinicius, second prince of Ur." "Hey," said Dorian with a wave. "Do I have the honor of addressing the former god king Dorian?" Former? Dorian's cheek twitched. "You do?" "I have been tasked with bringing you to trial, sir." At least this one was polite about it. "You are a figure of legend, so I shall give you this much respect. You are stranded, alone, and we outnumber you 6-1. Turn yourself in, and I promise you safe passage and a fair trial." Dorian scratched his chin, stalling for time. "Give me a few weeks, will you? I'll get back to you. I'm rather busy at the moment." "I must insist on an answer now, sir, or I'm afraid—" Behind him, godly auras flared to life. Some were frighteningly close to Empyrean. "You shall not like the consequences." "What are we waiting for?" whispered Sun. "Let's jump for it." "Oh, hush. This tightrope can fit a few more men." "I'm really starting to hate that analogy," she grumbled. "It's the same as the boss serpents and the Tauti. We can hardly beat any one of them on our own. But with luck and some finagling, we can set them against each other. Only then can we come out on top." Sun poked him. "Why does it seem like all your plans involve a lot of luck?" From the west, finally, two auras broke through the thicket of trees. One was a girl in a dress spun of a silver so pure it looked woven out of moonlight. She sat cross-legged, a parasol in one hand, which was splattered in all manner of blood and insect carcass. She herself was untouched. She looked almost bored. From her radiated the aura of a peak god. But it was the thing she was riding that drew Dorian's eye. A tiger with white fur and blue stripes, and pupils sparkling the color of clear ocean waters on a sunny day. Dorian knew it instantly. How could he not? He shared a domain with it once upon a time. Legendary beast, a master of time, white tiger. It snorted puffs of white chi, which swirled like puffs of snow. And this one, like the coiling dragon before, was half-step Empyrean. "Huh," said Dorian. "That is quite unlucky." 197. Fruits and Labors, 10.
"Senna," said Vinicius. "You're late, I'm afraid, as per usual."
"Shut the fuck up," said the pretty girl with her pretty parasol on her pretty tiger. She pointed it at the prince like a loaded gun. "Yield."
"So blunt, so forthright, so predictable."
Vinicius cocked his head.
"You never learn, do you, sister? Some contests can't be won by force alone."
"It's just us out here." Senna flicked a switch on the handle. The parasol glowed with frost, a full moon on a wintry night. "Father's not here to save you, you smarmy little shit. If you die, I'll blame it on the swamp. And you know I've been waiting to gut you. I'll do it. You know I will."
"Please, save the posturing for someone who cares," Vinicius sighed. "You won't fight me here. We'll lose our quarry in the squabbling. Besides, who knows what fell beasts the commotion might draw? Perhaps the skeleton hordes of the bog, perhaps the coiling dragon king, perhaps the guardian of the Dow fruits herself."
"Maybe, but I get to wipe that smirk off your face. A fair trade." Vinicius studied her face. Cold, flat, harsh lines. A pause.
Knowing you, perhaps you are silly enough to believe that, he said. Then again, you never were as hard a bitch as you let on, were you? Would you truly risk your bonded companion here, our dear friend Fuzzy, was it? He nodded to the white tiger, which growled smoke at him. You will address him by his proper name, Senna gritted her teeth. Is Fuzzy not his proper name, given by you at the time of your bonding? I thought Frost Piercer is but a nickname. Why, you... she spluttered. I was 5, you ass. It's been 40 years since I've had it changed. 40 years, and you still can't let it go. You little... You make riling you up far too easy. It's almost no fun. He snorted. Amusing as this is, we really ought to come to a resolution. It's rather rude to keep our friend here waiting. For a second, her face exploded with color. She went deep red. Her expression darkened. Then the emotion leaked away like water down a drain, sucked somewhere deep within, stoppered up. When she stared at her brother again, her expression was somehow even colder. Only the hairs on her head were frizzled now, rising with angry chi like she'd been struck by a lightning bolt. The aura leaking out of her dwarfed all but her half-step Empyrean mount. Enough, she said in a low growl. Yield, or I end you. Another pause. If you insist, Vinicius snapped a gloved hand. His entourage's auras flared out, none by themselves a match for the princess's, but none far off either. They made for a formidable horde. Can't say it was a pleasure. How about we run now? Whispered Sun. Just a second, said Dorian. He was enjoying this, and he didn't bother hiding it. It was always such a delight when others fought over you, even if it was in order to kill you. Then the third voice Dorian had been waiting for butted in. I have arrived, it cried. At last! Vinicius turned, frowning. Senna turned, frowning harder. Behind them was a bedraggled minotaur carrying what looked at first glance to be a soggy dog. It shook the water off and revealed itself to be a man in what might pass for princely garb once upon a time. Now it was so torn and gunk-soaked it could have been dish rags sewn together. The man the voice belonged to was so tired he could hardly glance up. It was Prince Ayuno, the very same Dorian had met at the swamp's entrance. He seemed astounded by what he saw. He looked at Vinicius, then at Senna, neither of whom looked amused. The Minotaur holding him by the collar sighed. He shook his head. Sorry to bother you folks, to his charge. We're leaving. To where? Said the baffled prince. Home. Your siblings got to the target first. Nothing for it. I'll say you fought valiantly. Oh, all right. He didn't look particularly disappointed. He yawned. Will you give me a piggyback ride back, Cornelius? My collar rather chafes. Yes, my liege. They turned. So much for that. Dorian felt now was the right time to clear his throat. My, lots of animosity. Say, why don't you two settle your differences here? The two of them looked at him startled, like it had just dawned on them he'd been standing there this whole time. In the meantime, if you'll excuse me. He leapt. It took Sun a beat to realize that was meant to be her cue. With a cry, she jumped after him. He saw Vinicius and Senna gaping at him as he thrust himself into what looked to be nowhere at all. It was only after a second of falling that a little niggle of doubt wormed its way into his mind that perhaps blindly trusting Sun hadn't been such a good idea, that perhaps he'd just thrust himself into a watery grave. And then he fell through. He landed in a crouch. Black sands. It was the right place.
A moment later, a screaming blur fell through and landed face first in the sands. The screaming stopped suddenly. Sun picked herself up, spitting out a mouthful of shells and bone dust and sediment. Is this the right place? The Isle of the Dow Fruits looked nothing like its reputation. There were no towering trees. Before them was a tropical vision. The trees here were small and bright green and strung up with little chi lights. A sandy path wound its way between them. There were no serpent scales in sight, and certainly no locusts. The only insects were little bees floating happily on the winds. A sweetness bordering on sickening washed over the place. Above, you could even make out the hellish sky. "Yup," said Dorian. "Nothing here is as it looks." "I smell the fruits!" Sun's eyes suddenly lit up. "They can't be more than 100 paces off." "Patience," tutted Dorian. He jerked his head behind them. There was a portal in the air behind them, a square of heat-wave shimmer. Gunk water flowed in and out of it. He stuck a thumb out, licked his lips, primed dragon's breath, and readied his javelin and Yama's chains all at once. "What are we waiting for?" "There's two possibilities." Dorian waggled 2 fingers. "One, those two kill each other on the spot. Unlikely and far too convenient. 2, they make a temporary truce and go after me first. What'll they do before chasing a fugitive onto an infamously treacherous island?" "Send a scout, I guess, to check if the coast's clear?" "Precisely." It only took 2 more breaths. Plop. A gargoyle in soldier's gear fell screaming through the portal. Not one of their peak gods, but certainly decent enough. Mid-tier. Dorian reacted before it had even made it all the way through. His chains instantly snagged it by the arms. His javelin raced for the back of its head. In the same moment, he unleashed a furious bout of dragon's breath. The poor fellow hardly had time to react. It barely managed to buck off the chains before his javelin pierced it in the back of its head. It spasmed, howling, and only then did it see the giant wall of legendary beast flames roaring for its head. It got up a shield of stone chi too late. A glut of torch dragon flame had already made its way through, a fire among the most heinous in all the multiverse, heavy with darkness, laced with fire and blood. After ingesting those 3 eggs, it had gotten quite a boost in law. But the greater boost still was his new bloodline, doubled in density, nearly at the first form. The gargoyle lasted 3 seconds before its shields winked out. It was like dumping a vat of magma over a man's head. Stone skin melted like candle wax. Humming, Dorian went up to the corpse and wrenched off a piece of half-melted jawbone. He wiped off the fire laws from it. "Do you have leftovers from last night's dinner?" "Yep." This time she caught on instantly. It was nice not needing to spell things out. Out flew a stack of bones, a shin and a joint about Dorian's size, a few rib bones about Sun's. Dorian liberated a thigh bone from the gargoyle. One by one, they sent them back out the portal. They vanished without a trace. They'd seemed just like all the other poor intruders' bones washing out of the island. "Let's go. That ought to buy us a little time." He set off up the beach. "Follow me, and touch nothing. So long as we stick to the path and piss nothing off, we should be fine. For now, that is. With any luck, those 2 will think we died along with their buddy as soon as we went through. With a little less luck, they'll camp outside the portal for a day to make certain. There's only one way in and out, after all." Knowing your luck," said Sun, "it'll take them all of 3 minutes to realize they've been duped. Maybe a little more if bickering slows them down. They'll be on our behinds like hot on fire." "Sounds about right." Dorian grinned as he dashed up the path. It looked like any old woodland trail, quaint, almost homely, padded with smooth river stones. "Not to worry, a truly great ass pole has layers. You can't count on everything to go right. You can't count on everything to go wrong either. For instance, if they think we're dead, good. We've just lost our two most worrisome tails. If not, say one of them has a blood compass, then it'll be like the Touty and the Boss Serpents all over again. You really need to work on these analogies. Sun wrinkled her nose. So, they're the serpents? We'll use them to kill off the guardian of the doubt fruit. Heavens no, Dorian snorted. It's the other way around. They're royals of the kingdom of Ur, aren't they? If we can make them fall off the tightrope, so to speak, we'll make a killing looting their corpses, and we'll need all the money we can get if we mean to do well in the auctions ahead of us. Ah, Sun beamed. This whole time I thought you were just making stuff up. I guess there really is an art to this stuff, isn't there? So I've been telling everyone who'll listen. For millennia. But no one appreciates me. They just get mad and throw rocks at me. What about the Guardian, then? What do we do about her? Good question. Dorian licked suddenly dry lips. I might have to make something up. Really? Just when I was starting to respect you, too. Well, the rock throwers did have a point. Up ahead, the path curved around a thick little tree. In the distance stood a quaint little cottage in its quaint little wood. Happy tufts of smoke rose over the chimney. Nothing about it betrayed the slightest hint of danger, yet the moment he saw it, all of Dorian's senses screamed at him to run. 198. Fruits and Labors, 11. The humble hut before them was made of straw and logs bound tight with thick twine. Its round windows glowed warm orange. A homely smell leaked out the edges of the wood door. A heady mix of cookies and bread, like cheese in a mousetrap. A little garden ringed the hut, bursting with flowers too bright for nature. You only found reds that bloody and blues that watery in the works of dewy-eyed painters, or the perfectly manicured garden of a most heinous witch. They came to a halt at the path up to the door. Sun shivered. The hairs on her arms were straight as toothpicks. Something about this place. Ugh. Yup. Like standing in broad daylight, yet feeling chills down your spine. So what'll we do? She whispered. The old bait and switch? You come up the front, I whack from the back? Won't work. What about cloaking? We can sneak up the roof, then... No. Can we shadow walk in? Then... We're not fighting. Or stealing, for that matter. Trust me, it won't end well. We'll go in and have a nice chat. Seriously? Deadly serious. Sun groaned. Deadly sounds about right. Hush, child. We've not died yet, have we? Have some faith, he said with a wink. He figured one of them ought to. Besides, I have just spun up a plan, albeit a shaky one. You feature prominently in it. Eh? How? He winked. You'll see. This seems like one of those times when it'd be really prudent for you to actually tell me now, before we go in. No time. Besides, it'll work better on the fly. All you need to do is to be you when the time comes. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You tell me. They stood there, staring at the door. It even looked evil. Too nice, too smooth, all its wooden lines ruler straight. It gave off wrongness like the sun gave off heat. What's up with that door? Said Sun, voice cracking. And those plants, and this island, it's all off somehow. Just a little. Uncanny, like a hand with 6 fingers. Sun's knees were shaking so hard they made their own little drum beat. It was probably better she didn't know. Relax, he said, trying on a reassuring grin. Don't think about it too hard. That's how the trouble starts. Oh, shit. Sun stiffened. What? Legs, arms, freezing up? she grunted. Happens. Got too scared. Been good about holding it back till now. Fuck. She puffed out her cheeks, yanked out a carrot, and took a giant bite of it. As she munched, she squeezed her eyes shut. Seconds trickled by. "Hello," said Dorian. "One moment." When her eyes snapped open again, they blazed with fiery light. Her posture straightened, her brows scrunched in determination. She seemed in that moment a hero lifted straight out of lore. "I'm good," she declared, still chomping, mouth half full. She pounded her chest with a fist. "I've decided, if I go out with my belly full on a sugar high, that's a good end to me. To hell's with death. Let's nab some fruit." "Huh. Neat trick." "Thank you. It's just bullshitting, actually. You'd be a natural," she said with a hero's grin. "Think hard enough, and you can bullshit yourself." I thought about just how delicious that fruit'll taste. Then I asked myself, what would Grandpa Wukong do? I see. This will last all of, a minute. Then I'll start shitting myself in earnest. Let's do this before I lose it, eh? There's no need to be so melodramatic, child. Dorian rolled his eyes. I expect this to be a pleasant experience. Unless it goes wrong, that is. And then it'll be very short and very painful, which, as deaths go, really is the way to do it. She didn't seem to know what to make of that. Shrugging, he strode up the path and knocked twice on the door. "Come in," croaked a soft voice. The insides were as pleasant as the outsides. Warm spheres of chi gushed light over a small wood table, over sofas so plump that if you sat in them you might sink so far you'd never re-emerge. Honey-brown wood ran up the walls, down the floor, perfectly sanded, and on them were walls lined with dream catchers, twinkling mini microscopes, 9-faced dice. A hearth cackled in the back. Stooped over it was a squat little gray-haired lady, handling a tray of baked goods. She bore no aura. She wore no artifacts. She seemed like any mere mortal, except, of course, that there were no mortals in hell. She stopped cold when she saw Dorian. "Oh, dear," she said, squinting. "That soul signature. Can it be?" She sniffed. She rubbed her spectacles. Then she broke into a gap-toothed smile. "You little rascal. Dorian, come to visit again?" "Of course," said Dorian with an easy grin. Rather hard to pull off when his insides were twisting in knots. "You know I can't resist your cookies. For my money, they rank among the best in all the multiverse." "What a sweet talker," she beamed. "It is always so nice to have a visitor, even if it's you. You know, I don't get very many nowadays, especially with this Jez business faffing about, and the ones who do come never have time for tea and a chat. They're always so keen on fighting and stealing and all other manner of awfulness. Such is life in the multiverse, I'm afraid." "And don't think you're exempt, you naughty little boy," said Grandma Meng. She jabbed a finger at him. "I've not forgotten what you tried the last time you were here. Come to rob me again, have you?" "Of course not," Dorian protested. "I've learned my lesson." You said that last time, too," she said with a tut. "And the time before that." "Kidding, dear," said Granny Meng, cackling. The cackling turned to coughing. She waved. In. Don't you stand there in the doorway. Take a seat. And who's your little friend there? Is that a Wukong signature I sense?" "Hey," said Sun. She made a tiny wave. She looked like she didn't know what to do with her limbs. "Fascinating." Meng set her cookie pan on the table, hobbled up to Sun, gave her cheek a little pinch. Sun's eyes were dinner plates. She looked on the verge of shitting herself. "Relax, child. I don't bite. Well," she frowned. "I won't bite, at any rate. I knew your grandfather quite well." You did? Croaked Sun. Hell of a fighter. An even better man. There was a time we were neck and neck in the multiversal rankings. Young prodigies chasing the peak, dueling in tournament after tournament. She grew misty-eyed. He'd snag an inheritance, I'd advance a law grade. Back and forth we went for a millennium. Then I retired and he advanced, and little Dorian there, his brother Hu Yi, he shot past us both. But I shan't bore you any longer with my ramblings. Do take a seat. Child of Wukong, I shall make you tea and cookies. Thanks, croaked Sun. Of course, dear. They settled onto stools too small for them. Granny Meng went to make the tea. Sun looked at him like an animal caught in a trap. Tell me, said Granny Meng, what news do you have for me? Only the bad kind, I'm afraid, said Dorian. Since we last spoke, Jez has taken Zenith, as well as most of the lower and middle realms. Hu Yi has fallen. So has Sun Wukong. He marches on hell as we speak. She said. Boring. She carried over a pot of tea and a plate of cookies, pulled out a stool, and joined them at the tiny table. A drink? She offered cups to Dorian and Sun. No thanks, said Sun. Sure, said Dorian. Sun looked alarmed at that, but he merely shrugged and took a sip. Meng sipped too. The tea was like joy in a liquid, just a tad too hot, and it brought a tide of qi coursing down his veins. He let it surge into his dark star, which lapped it up greedily. Level up, Star Realm, Sun, 83% to 85%. Ah, said Meng. She closed her eyes. I must have tried Dragonheart tea 10,000 times. Never loses its flavor. Marvelous stuff. Really is, said Dorian, sighing. His temples tingled with warmth. Never in all my travels have I found better. I've only another, dozen brews of it left. Devilishly hard to get stork delivery down here. They do love to complain, those storks. The rocks will attack us, so will the dragons. Ugh, boo-hoo. Premier delivery services in the multiverse, my hairy behind. Oh, apologies, dear, she said. That last bit was at Sun. It has been some time since I've been around children. I'm 7 centuries old. Meng frowned at her, then at Dorian. Do her parents know she's here? Her parents are dead, I'm afraid, said Dorian, along with her grandfather. I see. Another sip. I'm sorry, dear. Would you like a cookie? Sun looked like she hardly knew whether to be mad or baffled. No, thanks, she got out. As a rule, I try not to stick my toes in outside waters. So all this... Meng waved a gnarled hand. Blech, not my business, though I am sorry to hear of your grandfather. Me too, said Sun in a small voice. Meanwhile, Dorian was busy stuffing himself. Meng, these cookies are divine, he said. You've outdone yourself. They nearly taste real. Why, thank you, dear, Meng beamed. I've only had 10 millennia of practice. Or is it 11? My memory's not what it once was, I fear. She scratched her head. Dorian, be a dear and remind me, when was it that fate imprisoned me on this horrid little island? After the massacre of the Sixth Heaven, I think. That would be 12 millennia ago. Oh, my, Meng frowned. Have I gotten so old? Call it 11 if you like. We both know reality here is what you wish. Ha! Meng snorted. She set her teacup down. All right, enough with the pleasantries. You've not visited me simply to chat. You know me, said Dorian, wringing his hands. Though I do delight in your company, truly. I'm sorry,
I have come with an ulterior motive.
Not my Tao fruit, I hope.
You know me a little too well.
We were having such a pleasant time, too.
Meng sighed.
Please, don't ask.
The whole world spasmed. Suddenly Dorian saw double. The table before them wasn't wood, but cold black iron. The room was bleak and dark and welded up like a prison cell, and it was twice as big as the hut in which they stood. There were no windows. The hearth's fire was not warm orange, but seething green. The shelves weren't lined with odd trinkets. They were lined with tiaras and interspatial rings and swords and shards of armor. There were so many rings. In fact, upside-down skulls were used to house them. They were filled to the brim. Most striking of all, the bumbling little old lady before him was neither bumbling, nor little, nor old, nor a lady. Her upper body was that of a warlike goddess, steel-haired, cold-eyed. Her lower body was that of a serpent. Her aura felt to him like a mountain whose peak was shrouded in clouds, vast and unfathomably ancient. Empyrean.
If you ask,
hissed Granny Meng. The world spasmed again. It all came rushing back. Suddenly he sat once more in a warm little cottage with a hot cup of tea. Granny Meng smiled sadly at him.
I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
199. Fruits and Labors. 12. Of course, I wouldn't dare, said Dorian, picking his words like a man changing handholds as he hung on the edge of a cliff. I know how much your fruits mean to you. All I ask is that you hear me out. Maybe there's a path forward that'll make us both happy.
A path that ends with your leaving here with a fruit, I imagine.
Well,
always the fruits. Always the damned fruits.
Suddenly, Granny Meng seemed to sag into her skin. She looked every year of her age. She snorted.
Each one takes millennia to grow. Every day for thousands of years I've seeded and watered them, trimmed them, fed them my chi drip by drip, blessed their soils with heavenly treasures. I know each vein of each leaf like the veins of my own skin. My fruits are dear to me as children, and you would have them for what? Mere cultivation. Bah! You might as well use Emperor Sao's calligraphies as toilet paper.
It is a travesty, said Dorian. He held up his hands. And no one can do them justice but you. But if my timing is right, after all these years, your latest batch of fruits should now be ripe, ready for picking. Like children, they can't stay in your care forever. Granny Meng sighed.
So you'll have them, I suppose? For what? To further your laws? Pardon me if I don't care a whit about your Tao journey, child. You've been polite about it. For that I'll excuse your impudence this once. Most everyone else asks with techniques instead of words.
Look, Meng, he tried. I won't push you. But think what'll happen. It's either me or Jez. Sooner or later, his forces will overrun all hell. They've probably already made quite a dent. You can't believe he'll let your little corner of hell go, can you? And his forces might well ask for far more than just one of your Tao fruit. They'll want the whole orchard. Meng was silent. She did not look convinced. He pressed on. Help me, please. One fruit, that's all. And you may save the rest of your orchard as a consequence, he said softly. You know I can crack him if I set my mind to it. I simply need the tools. The instant he said the word, he knew he'd chosen wrong. A slip of the tongue, but its effect was instant.
You'll need to seek them elsewhere,
said Meng with a snort. She took a sip of her tea.
Tools, as though my fruit were a mere pickaxe, some dumb blade to flash at your enemies. Oh, I so tire of this nastiness."
There was a watery sadness in her eyes.
"Child, let me be. If the end should come, let it come. Let me while the rest of my days away in my garden, planting my herbs, tending to my fruits. You, of all men, should understand me."
"I do. Believe me, I do. But being left alone isn't always an option, I'm afraid," said Dorian softly. "Especially when it comes to Jez. I've come to understand that quite painfully of late."
Dorian,
said Meng, sounding every bit like a grandmother scolding a child with a hand in the cookie jar.
"You don't get it. It isn't about consequences. It never was. I'm far past caring, dear. Jez can pry my dow fruit from my corpse if he so likes. I'd sooner burn my orchard than let it fall into his hands. Blech! Neither you nor him, nor any one of you little goblins can ever know 1/10 of their true worth. And that is that."
Frowning, Dorian opened his mouth. She stopped him with an open hand.
"That's enough, don't you think?"
There was a sharpness to her eyes now, a glint like a half-drawn sword. Dorian smiled wanly. "Of course. Apologies. You know I had to try." She said. It was incredible how much disdain she could fit in one syllable. Meng took another sip.
Yes.
She froze. The world froze. Dorian suddenly found he couldn't move his limbs, like he was a visitor in his own body. Sun had gone utterly still, too. In the distance, Dorian felt the culprit. A clump of cheese signatures burst into being, splashing down at the point of the portal. Unlike Dorian's and Sun's auras, which were cloaked and suppressed, these flared out with casual arrogance. At least 2 half-step Empyreans, several more high-tier gods. The princes of Ur had arrived.
"More visitors,"
breathed Meng.
"How curious. Curious that they should come so soon, and with such killing intent."
She stood.
"Excuse me, children," she said. "It appears I have more guests to welcome. Be good and stay put, will you? I'll be back shortly."
With that, she waddled out of the door. The world unfroze. Dorian and Sun let out deep breaths at once.
"She left,"
said Sun, staring at the door like she could hardly believe it was real.
"She really left us alone in here."
She leapt to her feet.
"Where's she keep the fruit? Quick, let's grab it and go."
She stopped when she saw Dorian sat still, a picture of leisure, sipping his tea.
"What are you doing?"
"Sit down," he said. "We're not getting the fruit. No one can get to her orchard without her permission."
"Then, the rings. Let's nab some of those and—"
"We're not robbing her. What sort of guests would we be?" He winked at Sun. "Besides, I tried this tactic the last 2 times I was here. Guess how that went."
"So, what? We'll just sit here and drink tea?"
"And chat a little more, and thank our host for her hospitality once she returns." He sighed. This part was a long shot anyway. The only angle I could credibly take was appealing to her self-preservation. If not her own, then of her fruits. But she's a crusty old hag. She'll bend for no one, especially not me, and doubly so not to the threat of Jez. I figured as much.
"You can't be serious."
Sun goggled at him.
"Please tell me we didn't trek all this way for nothing."
"It's not for nothing. If we ask nicely, Meng might let us keep a few interspatial rings full of treasure, the droppings of those princes outside. It'll be quite a boon for the auctions at the Kingdom of Ur."
"But, gah!"
Sun drooped.
"The fruit! We're so close. I can taste it."
"We are quite close. Fear not. I do have one last card to play. It's what I've been pinning most of my hopes on, actually." He leaned forward, prodding her in the chest. You.
What?
Sun had a look on her face like she'd been hit by her own Jingu Bang. Outside, he felt a whirlwind of chi brewing in the distance. Shouts rang out. Laws ripped into each other.
What'll I do?
She said. Give her the one thing she wants. The one thing neither I nor any of those assholes out there, nor anyone in hell really can give her. Dorian smiled. I've come to realize the value of a certain wholesomeness, kindness, naivety, whatever. Meng gives her fruits out once in a millennium, and it's only to those she deems worthy. See, the rest of us, we're dickheads. We're not capable of genuine appreciation, but you actually care. You'll make a meal of her fruit, dress it up, enjoy it for what it is. When we want her fruit, we want it merely for power. You appreciate it for the fruit itself. That makes all the difference.
It does?
Meng sees you as a child. She seems to have taken a liking to you. You're her old pal's heir, after all. Play into it. Who knows? Maybe it'll work.
It will?
He certainly hoped so. He was playing it cool, but he would be quite annoyed if those interspatial rings were all they walked out of there with. The problem with you, he said, wagging a finger, is you constantly underestimate yourself. Isn't it exhausting? You doubt yourself, you curl up, you freeze, you cut yourself off at the knees before you've even begun. Relax. Let it flow. See what happens. Like that coiling dragon, you could have flanked the thing without my prompting. You don't need my permission to be competent. You are.
I am?
She blinked. It certainly seemed like news to her.
Whoa, you really believe it?
Of course she could tell with her bloodline powers. Suddenly she seemed a little teary.
But...
Shh. Dorian flicked her in the forehead. Shut up. Don't overthink it. Think of it this way. You're good enough at acting. Simply pretend to be the person you wish to be. Then you will be. Got it?
Okay. Yes.
She took a deep breath. She nodded, then beamed. A fierce light shone in her eyes.
I'll try.
Dorian had been around people long enough. He'd seen them in all their variety, and he liked to think he knew his way around their inner workings. For a while, Sun had been hard to crack. She still was. But he thought he had a decent idea of one cog in her head. The girl had been the outcast of her family, the weakling, ill-loved. Likely she'd never had anyone really believe in her. But by now, it was clear she had more capacity than she let on. Hell, she could truly unlock the Jingu Bong and get over this ridiculous self-defeatism. She could be a real menace. She just needed someone to shove her into it. Dorian was happy to put the metaphorical boot to her back. He took another sip, then stood. In the meantime, he cocked his head, listening to the chi on the air. It was sputtering out. It seems the scuffle's coming to a close. I'll go check out the last of the fireworks. Why don't you whip something up here? Impress Meng with something. Maybe she'll deem you worthy.
Like what?
Sun caught herself. She grinned. Then she got out her pan and dropped off her pack.
On it.
Good. He strode out the door. On the beach, the battle was indeed wrapping up. The air was choked with dust. Hadn't the sands been black when they came? But they were now all dark red. And then he saw the bloodless, eyeless husks of gargoyles and minotaurs and demons splayed like taxidermies on the sands, and he knew. Only 3 figures still stood. One was a little old lady with her arms crossed. If you let your eye wander from her, focus on the trees or the corpses nearby, she suddenly seemed to shift in peripheral vision, grow vastly larger, coils upon coils of snake rising to a goddess body wielding dual silver scimitars.
Then your eye snapped back, and she was the same old Granny Meng. Panting, facing her with a bloody mouth, was the half-Empyrean white tiger. Its master, the first princess, glared out of one eye. The other was burnt out, making a crater of half of her statuesque face. At her feet lay another strung-out corpse, this one wearing a crushed helm fizzling with chi, likely a life-saving treasure that had failed its one job. This had once been her brother Vinicius, Dorian was pleased to see.
"Leave,"
said Meng. She looked bored.
"I assure you I have no qualms with depriving the kingdom of Ur of another heir."
"You!" cried the princess, but she was glaring at Dorian.
"You've played us. You played me."
Dorian scratched his head. "Have we met?"
"Funny."
The tiger lunged for him. It was something he registered only in retrospect. The first thing he saw was the ripple in the air. Reality melted, ran wild with color, firmed up once more like a sword melting and hardening in the furnace. Blood sprayed out in a crescent. One massive, furred claw thudded into the sands not 5 feet from Dorian, limp and grasping. The rest of its body went careening back, made a cannonball splash in the thick swamp water. Then the rest of the scene caught up to Dorian's senses. The first thing, that tiger was a creature of time. It had wrapped itself with time laws. Then it had lunged, made a leap across the space-time continuum at a speed accelerated far past the reaction time of any living being. It should have had him. The first princess choked on her tongue.
"This is my domain, child,"
said Meng, shaking her head.
"My prison, but also my home. Out there you may have fared better, but here I am absolute. Out of respect for your father, I've left you alive, but my patience wears thin. Leave. This is my last warning."
She didn't grow any larger, nor wider, nor full of chi, yet in that moment she seemed as impossibly infinite as the night sky. The first princess saw it too. Trembling, she bit back a curse.
"The kingdom will remember this,"
she snarled. She looked first to Meng, then to Dorian. She made a gesture to her whimpering tiger, and they went out the way they came.
"I hope,"
said Meng, her back still to him,
"you haven't tried anything naughty in my absence."
"Me? Never. But my friend may have prepared a gift as thanks for your generous hospitality." He shrugged. "She's young, sentimental. You know the type."
"Oh?"
This had better work. 200. Fruits and Labors, 13.
"You astound me,"
said Meng as they strode up the path back. She glared at him, but in that exasperated, half-lidded way, not the kind she really meant. This was Meng the old lady glaring, nearly playful. Dorian had been on the receiving end of the other kind of glare, too, the kind from Meng the warlord. Twice. It hadn't ended well. If Dorian and Son were to have any success, it was old lady Meng they'd need to win over. Slip up, and they might well face the wrath of the warlord.
"What kind of nasty trick did you pull to swindle that poor little girl?" said Meng. "Does she know who you are?"
"Nasty trick? You speak as though I've kidnapped her."
"Have you?"
"Of course not," Dorian scoffed. "I've merely talked her into a mutually beneficial partnership."
"Dear, bless you, nobody has ever called you mutually beneficial,"
said Meng with a knowing sigh.
"Parasitic, perhaps. I do hope you've not taken advantage of the poor thing."
Just what Dorian hoped to hear. He was happy to play the bad guy. It only made Son look more innocent, trustworthy, the sort of wholesome child you might be inclined to bequeath, say, a Tao fruit to. I admit it. Perhaps I've not been the most caring humanitarian creature in the past, but after Jez took my bodies, I'm a changed man. As I am now, I'd never do such a thing. In fact, you'll return to find I haven't touched a single item in your cottage. I've turned a new leaf." He smiled devilishly. Meng made a noise somewhere between a snort and a cackle. "Dorian, Dorian, you forget that you too are but a wee babe to me. You might fool little lasses, child, but if you're under the impression such petty tomfoolery will work on me, eh?" She sniffed. "What's that?" Sun was cooking on her lawn. She had on hand what looked like a portable kiln artifact, a chunk of hollow stone veined with blue glyph lines. When she saw Meng, she beamed like a ray of warm sunlight falling soft through a veil of dark clouds, like a child seeing her mother for the first time in years. Dorian put up a hand to ward off the glare of it. The girl really could act with the best of them. Her grandfather could too, along with all his other shape-shifting, cloaking shenanigans. Must be in the blood. "Granny Meng! Granny Meng!" Sun gave a happy little wave. "What have we here?" said Meng. She raised a brow, but Dorian could tell by the crinkles about her eyes, the tug at her lips, she was amused. Old and world-weary she may be, but he knew her, just as she knew him. The old lady had a heart, and that was her one weakness. Sure, it was well protected, hidden under hardened layers of cynicism. He'd certainly never pierce it, but you had to use the right tools for the job. Sun, on the other hand, maybe, just maybe. With a gloved hand, Sun pulled a steaming plate out of the kiln. On it lay a pie with a crisp, golden-brown crust. She blew the steam off it, which curled in a question mark in the air. It smelled as delicious as it looked, a hint of sweetness, almost earthy, and then a thick, yeasty scent, so thick you could sink teeth into it. "My grandpa always taught me when you went to someone's house, you ought to give something back," she said brightly. Dorian nodded. Very good. Invoke her friend. Tug on those heartstrings. "So, I made you this." She stared down at her pie, all sheepish. "It's Wukong carrot pie, made of some of the last few Wukong carrots left after... She swallowed. A dabbling of tears in the eyes, right on command. How could Meng resist? It really was quite stirring. Even Dorian got hit with a little cuteness whiplash, and he was in on the joke. "Oh," sighed Meng. "Why, what a sweet child. What a sweet gift. I should be honored to accept." "I'll slice it up for you." A few cuts later, Sun presented a piece to Meng on a tiny paper plate. Meng took it and nodded, crow's feet wrinkling around her eyes. She took a slow bite of crust, which crackled as it gave way to warm, gooey interiors. She swallowed, licked her lips. Meng never had children, but by her smile she could have fooled Dorian. My, this is heavenly, dear. You ought to be proud." "I used to make it all the time back at home," said Sun, hands clasped behind her back, head down and a little abashed, a picture of shyness. "All my brothers and sisters used to like whacking each other, just like Grandpa, but I was never really good at any of that." She drooped. "So I went out and made friends with the sprites in the wood near our house instead. They taught me what it meant to care for the flowers and the carrots, like these." Dorian kept his face blank, but inside he was cackling. Oh, Sun knew what she was doing all right. Meng gave up a life of battle for a life of tending to her garden. Sun reflected the woman to herself. What better way to garner sympathy? The details could use some work. If, in her position, Dorian wagered he could squeeze in some more sob-story details, pluck harder at those heartstrings. but he still gave her a discreet thumbs up. What mattered was Meng was eating it up. The pie, that was, but the lie, too. By the look on her face, they went quite well together. After Grandpa left for the last time, I realized I didn't really want to fight, Sun whispered. She fidgeted with her hands, all shy, nervous, eyes down at her feet. I didn't want to go out like that. I wanted to go out doing the stuff I like doing. Eating, that is. When she looked up again, her eyes seemed to hold whole galaxies, wide and full and shimmering with hope. It's my dream to eat all the most delicious foods in the multiverse. And it's even better when I can share it with others and make them happy too. That's the best feeling in the world, isn't it? She sounded so sincere, Dorian felt like getting his head checked. Was there some kind of chi effect here? A mind-warping technique? Or was she just that good an actor? He honestly couldn't tell. In any case, the subtext, "Please, oh please, share your food with me," was so unsubtle she might as well have shouted it. But Meng only grinned wider. Incredible how much you can overlook when it comes out of the mouth of a child. "Well, isn't that just lovely?" said Meng through a mouthful of pie. She patted Sun on the head, and Dorian did a little victory lap in his mind. "That's why I partnered with him," she pointed to Dorian. "He said he could help me do that, and now we're here." She turned her starlight smile on Meng again. All innocence, guilelessness. Dorian could tell she was weighing the moment. Was now the right time to ask? But Sun wisely held off. Child, Dorian is not—" Meng was struggling to find the words. "How might I put this? He isn't the sort of creature you ought to be around. He's somewhat of a—" Her eyes flickered over him. "Prick, scammer, traitor, psychopath, all-around degenerate," Dorian offered helpfully. "Yes, thank you." "No worries." "You should be careful around creatures like him," Meng frowned. "They often have the most nefarious intentions. Don't you have any other guardians who might take you? Family, friends? The Wukongs were a clan of no small influence." "Nah, I don't think so." Then Sun squinted at her. "And yeah, I guess he is a little like that. But he's got some goodness in him, too. Don't we all? If we give out kindness, others will be kind back. That's what I try to live by, anyway." Sun had Meng by the neck. Dorian could see it in Meng's face. She was bought in. That last maxim was laying it on a little thick. It still somehow went beneath Meng's notice, directly into her subconscious, Dorian hoped. "How noble," said Meng. How idealistic, how naive. She had that look on her face like she didn't know whether to break it to the girl or not. Dorian marked the exact moment in her expression she decided it wasn't her business. She sighed. "Good for you." Now Dorian was watching Sun like a bettor watching the horse he bet on racing toward the finish line. She nearly had it. Finishing touches. "Well, thank you for the tea. And the cookies." Sun sniffed. She bowed. "We've got to go to the Kingdom of Ur now. Dorian says their ox flesh is to die for. It was really great talking." "I had a wonderful time, too." A fond smile on Meng's face. Sun waved goodbye. Meng did, too. Dorian waved goodbye. Meng shot him a glare of the "don't you dare hurt this adorable little girl" variety. He shrugged. "One last thing," said Meng. That was directed at him. "By now I would have thought you'd ask." "What happened the last 2 times I tried?" Dorian laughed. "I gave it a shot, didn't I? Didn't work out. I know not to push you. I'd rather leave here with my life, thank you very much. I can learn, you know." They set off back down the garden path, fruitless. Halfway out, he and Sun exchanged a quick glance. Wordless, but in that one look, they understood each other, one con artist to another. Sneaky, sneaky. He saw, of course, what she was doing. This was the final trick. What had Meng said to Dorian? If you ask, I'll have to kill you. It was like power. The only people worthy of it were those who didn't seek it directly. Plus, if she asked outright, there might be some suspicion lurking in the back of Meng's mind that Dorian had put Sun up to something. But now they were walking away empty-handed. Sun had put the seed of the idea in Meng's mind. She'd watered it, too. Almost a little too much. Now, if Meng volunteered to give out her fruit, it was by choice. The final trick. A pretty good one, even by Dorian's lofty standards. Sun had outdone herself. Still, she's 15 millennia old, Dorian mouthed. She'll see right through you. Nah, trust me on this one. Strangely confident from the monkey girl. I'm good enough at lying, but this time it's ironclad. It's the best kind of lie. The truth. Only exaggerated just a little in all the right places. They were nearly to the gate when Meng said it. Wait! He and Sun grinned at the same time. 201. Fruits and Labors, 14. By the time Dorian and Sun turned back around, the grin was wiped from their faces. Dorian put up a quizzical brow. Sun simply blinked wide-eyed like a newborn fawn. Wait, said Meng once more. She dithered for a second. Then she shook her head, sighed again, cleared her throat. I've got a gift for you too, child. Dorian grinned. You do? Not you. Just a moment. The air about Meng went slack, the fabric of reality loosening, and she slipped right out of it as though out of an ill-fitting coat. She was gone. Then it hit him. So that's where she keeps the fruits. Sun cocked her head at him. It's here. He gestured to the plant life around them, this firework of colors. I'd never found the entrance to her Tao garden, but it was right here. We're standing in the middle of it, only it's in her mirror dimension, sealed off. Ah, funky, said Sun. What an awfully convenient skill. But not one either of us are likely to ever achieve, Dorian gestured. Meng has a special relationship with this space. It's her domain. You can only cultivate such a bond after millennia caring for this land. It's practically a part of you. So that's why you didn't want to steal from her, or fight her. Precisely. Dorian nodded his approval. She'd feel it and know instantly. And fighting her, here, you'd need to be a top ranker among Empyreans to even consider it. Sun scratched her head. Top ranker? I guess the term's pretty self-explanatory. How in the nine hells do you not? Dorian sighed. Never mind. I forget you lived in a pocket dimension almost all your life. Put it this way. You'd need to be a top 0.1% Empyrean to even consider it. You'd need to be equal to a weaker God King, in other words. Really? Sun whistled. She's got a whole interspatial cupboard stuffed full of dragon's flesh, you know. Good thing I didn't act on any, instincts while y'all were gone. Dorian grunted. No shenanigans till I say so. Yes, sir. She put up a mock salute. Right then there was a ripple in the air, and Meng stepped back from nothing. In her hands were two fruits that had the vague shape of peaches, except they were both perfectly black, so black you couldn't make out any depth on them. There were no contours to the naked eye, no gradients. They looked like total voids. The smell was unmistakable, so sweet it should have been nauseating. Even a whiff of it had him salivating. There was no aura to it, no chi, nothing to distinguish it from any other fruit. But one look, and he knew. Meng smiled kindly at Sun.
Do you know what these are?
No, but they sure smell good, said Sun softly. She was back in fawning girl mode. She stared at the fruit like she was held in deep hypnosis. Dorian wasn't sure she was faking it.
These are a special fruit you'll find nowhere else in the multiverse. I call them my Tao fruit. I want you to have them.
Really? Are you sure?
Take them. They're yours.
Sun pretended to hesitate. Then, gently, she held them in her hands. Eyes watering, she bowed deep. Thank you, Granny Meng. This little one isn't worthy.
Seldom in the past millennium have I had as pleasant a guest as you, child. I hope these fruits bring you as much joy as they do for me. Take good care of them.
I will.
And one more thing. Dorian sensed a disturbing shift in her tone, and somehow he knew exactly what was going to happen even before Meng pointed a crooked finger at him. They're yours, you hear? Heed this lesson, girl. Don't let this one, nor anyone else, take what ought to be yours.
Meng pursed her lips, then squinted at Dorian.
Matter of fact, I want you to swear it to me.
Dorian grinned sardonically. Of course. He'd known there would be strings attached. For Meng, giving him a fruit would be like gifting a baby piglet to the local butcher.
Eh?
Sun froze.
But Dorian's my friend, and he's helped me come all this way. He's even sworn to protect me. Shouldn't he get one too? He doesn't deserve one. Really, girl, Meng sighed. He's a nasty little scoundrel. Take it from me, and from him, matter of fact.
She looked at him, and he shrugged. Guilty as charged.
This gift is for you, said Meng.
Sun's mouth set in a hard line.
Nah, we're a team. If he doesn't get one, I can't take one either. It just wouldn't be right. What?
Meng frowned.
Come now, girl. It's not what Grandpa taught me. Grandpa always said to do the right thing.
Dorian stifled a groan. He tried to catch Sun's gaze. Just when he was starting to warm to the girl, she pulled some rank foolishness like this. Even if she was sworn not to give them to him, and the thought truly pained him, just having her consume them would give her a fantastic boost to her cloaking and Jingu Bong mastery. It'd benefit them both greatly. Worst case, they could pawn them off at auction. Heavens knew they still had immense value. Now they might well walk out with nothing. Then Sun met his eyes and winked. She had a knowing quirk to her lips, like a gambler who'd gone all in, having read her opponent perfectly.
Fine.
Meng shook her head, a slow smile spreading across her aged face.
Fine. Have it your way.
Awesome. Dorian shook his head, bemused.
You owe me,
Sun mouthed. He snorted.
You've got to be one of the luckiest bastards in the multiverse,
Meng grumbled. Oh, believe me, I know.
Blech,
Meng snorted. For a second, they all stood there blinking at each other, stuck somewhere between coming and going. Then,
say,
Meng scratched at an armpit. Then she shrugged.
You two aren't in any great rush, are you?
Well, in a manner of speaking, yes, but Dorian was curious where this was going. No. Why?
Why don't you stay a little longer? I'll grab a third fruit. Bake a pie of my Tao fruit for me. We'll have one pie each. Make a picnic of it.
Meng's eyes twinkled.
And my appetite's not what it used to be. You two can share the leftovers, if you like.
Sun didn't hesitate. She broke into a grin.
Course.
Barely an hour later, Sun pulled the third and last pie from out of her kiln. On the outside, they were indistinguishable from one another. They were indistinguishable from her carrot pie. But when she gave one a little poke, exposing gooey insides, a bomb of sweetness went off in the air.
"Isn't that a treat?"
sighed Meng. They bit into their pies as one. It was like a bomb of law went off inside Dorian. Level up. Darkness law saturation, 39% to 45%. Darkness law grade, low. Level up. Fire law saturation, 31% to 36%. Fire law grade, low. Holy! His skull felt like it had been pumped full of piping hot gas. As he breathed, air seemed to crystallize inside his lungs. Suddenly, his skin felt shockingly sensitive. Hotness and coldness tickled the hairs. The shadows in the room felt like phantom limbs. The kiln's fires seemed to snap to attention, just a little. Level up. Darkness law saturation, 45% to 51%. Darkness law grade, low. Level up. Fire law saturation, 36% to 41%. Fire law grade, low. He gritted his teeth. No chi this time, just law, a great deficiency correcting itself at a blistering pace. Up till now, his law had been demigod level. It was only by sheer force of chi that he could smack down his enemies. Now he raced toward godhood like a rocket. Meng licked her lips.
Delicious. Truly.
She'd finished already. How much time had passed? She hardly looked fazed at all. To her side, Sun's face was scrunched up tight. Sweat beaded her brow, and her breaths came in ragged gasps. She was taking it worse than Dorian.
Right.
Meng stood, smiling bright and gap-toothed, burped a little.
I've had a grand old time, but the ginseng needs watering. I leave you two here. Happy leveling.
She waddled off. Dorian was hardly listening. Level up. Darkness law saturation, 51% to 56%. Darkness law grade, low. Level up. Fire law saturation, 41% to 47%. Fire law grade, low. On and on it went. At some point he was aware of a faint mist, braided with red and black smoke, had begun to rise from his skin. Level up. Darkness law saturation, 78% to 83%. Darkness law grade, low. Level up. Fire law saturation, 76% to 81%. Fire law grade, low. He was hiking a volcano. Flakes of ash and fire stung his cheeks. Smog raked his lungs with each breath. He kept climbing. The peak was near. He could see it now, a faint dark outline in the bright mist. Details filled in as he got closer. At his waist he wore chains, Yama's chains. On his hands were gauntlets, and in his throat, coiled like a snake poised to strike, was his dragon's breath. All of them felt white-hot, like water ready to steam. He drew near. A gate stood at the peak, proud and mighty, made of fire and brimstone. Level up. Darkness law saturation, 93% to 98%. Darkness law grade, low. Level up. Fire law saturation, 91% to 94%. Fire law grade, low. It was not two gates, but one. A gate like burning coals, seething with bloody reds and bleak blacks both. Two gates in one. Two laws merged to make a synthesis. For a creature that studied only one law, it was God where they would gravitate to a specialty. For no creature could encompass all the heavens. Gods were rulers of bounded castles, and they shared rule over those castles with other gods who would stake a claim. Empyreans, meanwhile, ruled entire fiefs. Only god-kings could rule a kingdom absolutely, and in every kingdom there could only be one king. There was only one old man Fate. There was only one god-king of time. To seize their heavenly Tao or heavenly law, you had to kill them. If Dorian ever became a God King, he would likely become one of fire or darkness or destruction, and that kingdom would be skewed toward his specialty, a specialty he was on the verge of claiming. Level up, darkness law saturation, 98% to 100%. Darkness law grade, medium. Level up, fire law saturation, 94% to 100%. Fire law grade, medium. The gates to true godhood opened. Merging fire and darkness. Options, Great Law of Hellfire. Requirements, Darkness Law Grade Medium, Fire Law Grade Medium. Description, the fires of hell devour all, stopping at nothing. Among the multiverse's most potent offensive laws, more fire than dark. Great Law of Eruption. Requirements, Darkness Law Grade Medium, Fire Law Grade Medium. Description, heavy and destructive as an eruption, equal parts fire and darkness, lava and ash. This law can obliterate one enemy and terraform the world in equal measure. Great Law of the Eclipse. Requirements, Darkness Law Grade Medium, Fire Law Grade Medium. Description, a law to smother the sun and the moon. This law snuffs out chi and chokes off breath. A law to end all hope, more dark than fire. 202. The Road to Ur, 1. It was a choice that would define the rest of this life. Hellfire. He'd heard of this law long before, had fought against fierce wielders of it, mostly dark phoenixes and the like. Its description didn't do it justice. Fighting a wielder of hellfire felt like having an anvil dropped on your head, short and very painful. Sure, hellfire wielders burned out fast. You only needed to survive the moment of impact, but few ever did. Then there was Eruption. This one was the most balanced of the bunch. It brought the rage of fire, but also the subtle blight of ash. Poison and darkness and fire made for a uniquely noxious concoction. It could vanquish one foe or blast through a dozen. It could blot out the skies and make the ground too molten to tread. A popular law among the gods of hell. Often chosen, seldom mastered. Last, Eclipse. This one he had little experience with. He suspected it was a specialty law, something privy to a select few bloodlines. A law to smother the stars. This law snuffs out chi and chokes off breath. A law to end all hope, more dark than fire. Vague, but it was dark primary, fire secondary, which matched his dark star and fire planet best. Usually these laws were either utter duds or hidden gems. No in between. He mulled it over for all of, 30 seconds. Oh, who am I kidding? In truth, he knew the moment he saw the three pop up. Law chosen. Great Law of the Eclipse. Requirements. Darkness Law Grade Medium. Fire Law Grade Medium. Description. A law to smother the sun and moon. A perversion of light. More dark than fire. He'd chosen hellfire before. He'd played around with eruption. But here was something new. It tickled him. He knew at an intellectual level that speedrunning had drilled some biases into him. The attitude that lives were disposable, that risk was illusory, that high risk really meant high reward. But he still couldn't kick the habit. Was it the right choice, or did it just feel right? Either way, he grinned. I've got a good feeling about you, Eclipse. Let's have some fun together, eh? Then he felt like his soul had been dunked in a warm broth. He shivered, eyelids fluttering, his hairs standing up on their ends. Consolidating. Level up. Great Law of the Eclipse. Grade, medium. Saturation 0. Rank up. Demigod to God. There was no great explosion of chi within him, nor did he grow 3 new horns. An advancement of Tao made very little fuss on the exterior, but inside his soul felt as though it had gained a new dimension, gone from a line to a plane or more. A new world opened within him, a vast darkness edged with shining silver. Once he got to the kingdom of Ur, got his hands on some potent technique manuals, he could tease out the full extent of his new powers. For now, though, he opened his eyes. Each advancement of law, he saw the world anew. In the plane of law, it was like he'd put on glasses that only admitted one color. The reds in sun's kiln stood out to him, the darkness of shadow likewise, but they seemed to him somehow empty, incomplete, like single halves of a yin-yang. What did it mean to eclipse? It was a perversion of light, an unnatural intermingling of light and dark, or, in his case, the laws of fire and darkness. A solar eclipse left a black sphere streaming white light at the edges. A lunar eclipse was a red moon which gave off no light at all. He reached out a hand to the kiln. On instinct, snapped his fingers. The fire went out. No, that wasn't right. It melted into darkness. Solar eclipse. Now he stretched out his hands to the shadows pooling about his feet, to the shadows cast by boughs of trees, snapped his fingers. It was like all the world was aflame. Flame licking his feet, flames scaling the trees, flames roaring up branches and seething in the garden. He suddenly stood amid a raging forest fire. Lunar eclipse. Mang burst out the door. "What?" But when she blinked, there was nothing there. Darkness, just like before, albeit flavored with a tinge of smoke. If you looked closely, you could see it sloshing about like spilled ink before it settled. "What?" said Dorian innocently. "Oh, don't you what me? I felt that," she snapped. "Faff about in my garden some more, and I will spank you so mightily your brother will feel it." "Noted. No faffing in Meng's garden." "That's right." Snorting, she went back in. He grinned down at his hands. What an intriguing law this was. The possibilities were already popping to mind like firecrackers. He'd need to refine his whole technique set with this in mind. This would pair nicely with his Yama's chains. Yama's chains. A technique he'd spun up on a whim as a mortal. Not once did he think he'd make and remake it all the way up to hell. Imagine if I can convert darkness chains to whips of fire instantly and back again. Grappling and striking melded in one. And what about my fist techniques? Heavy as the night on one blow, a flare blitz the next. Dark for swallowing techniques whole, dark for dragging foes down, dark, thick and heavy and impenetrable. Fire for explosions, bright and furious and lighter than air. He glanced about at Meng's cute little garden. So much to test. But it was probably wise to save the experimenting for later, after he got some reference material from the kingdom of Ur. Not here, at any rate. Sun, meanwhile, was in some kind of drooling trance. He snapped his fingers in front of her eyes. She frowned at him blearily. "Eh?" "So, how goes it?" She blinked. Her pupils contracted. She shook her head like a wet dog, swallowed, grinned. "Tastes delicious." "I meant the Tao, child." "Oh, I think I got to godhood. There was this box." She yawned. "I could really do with a nap." "Wait, godhood?" She was nodding off. Dorian snapped his fingers, twice, and harder this time. She jerked back awake. Focus. You're a god now. Which law did you choose?" She frowned at him. It looked like she was trying and failing to see the tip of her nose. A pause. "Not sure." Dorian was incredulous. How in hell can you not be sure? Who cares? Sun waved breezily. She burped. Man, another few pies like that one and I can die happy. Not yet, sighed Dorian. I've still got some use for you. Come on, monkey girl. On your feet. Just then, her pan began to glow. They both stared at it. Please, don't tell me it's about to explode, said Dorian. I sure hope not. But Sun looked concerningly concerned. Then her eyes lit up. Oh, right. It means I'm unlocking new Jingubang powers. It's been so long. Must be tied to my Tao. It grew, flattening, thinning, lengthening, shining brighter by the second, not with light, but chi, and a familiar bloodline aura pulsed out of it, haughty, fierce, a champion's persona. It felt like the Jingubang was thumbing its nose at the multiverse. This was its original form, a stick of pure red steel capped with gold at either end. Gold etchings ran along its center in a language Dorian didn't read. Knowing Wukong, it was some pretentious poem, or more likely, now that Dorian thought about it, an ode to himself. The light vanished as soon as it had come. Then it started to fill again, from the bottom up. It got past the gold cap, surged a quarter of the way up the red body, and came to a rest. No way! It got up to the 26th transformation? Whispered Sun. Then her eyes bulged in horror. Ah, shit! She dropped to her knees. Her eyes rolled back, eyelids fluttering, reddening fast. She groaned, frothing a little, flopped fish-like. It looked like she was having a severe allergic reaction. Dorian prodded her with a toe. You okay down there? Techniques unlocking. She got out. Then she resumed her flopping. Oh my. Meng had come out of her hut with a basket of strawberries. She soaked in the scene. How many transformations did she jump? Dorian searched his memory. A figure floated in the murk, said back when they'd first met. 16? Where's she at now? 26. Meng scratched her chin. Then I expect she'll be down there an hour or two. She's getting techniques worth of ancestral knowledge crammed up her brain. So that's how the bang works. Dorian's eyes shone. Only for those of the stone monkey lineage, snapped Meng. Whoa, where's this coming from? I've seen that look in your eyes, you little rascal. Oh, relax. I've sworn a soul contract. Good. Besides, even if you had the bloodline, you couldn't wield it. And pray tell, why not? The bang has a mind of its own. It only serves those it thinks are worthy of it. Another intriguing nugget, largely because Dorian struggled to grasp it. The girl was no fighter. Did it fall to her by default since it had no other living heirs? Likely not. He'd heard tales of other such legendary soul weapons before. They were proud. They'd rather go ownerless than settle. Curious. Strawberry? Meng held one out. Sure. Thanks. Say, you wouldn't happen to know how the bang selects its wielder, would you? Is it a test of character, purity of heart? Seemed plausible, and the likeliest answer. Meng snorted. Of course not. Prowess matters too, and where prowess is lacking, substitute potential. It's the same with all these weapons, the Staff of Exandria, Buddha's gourd, hell, it's your brother's overbow, too. All the same. He swallowed. Seedy little thing. Potential, you say? So he and the stick were in agreement. Perhaps it was as simple as that. Though what he saw was mostly mental, perhaps there was a support fighter to be made of the frothing creature at his feet. She'd need some molding. And a hearty serving of self-belief.
But maybe, just maybe... What? Meng's face went blank, her eyes unfocused, flitting between unseen things in the far distance. Then she snapped back to herself, and there wasn't the faintest sign of her jovial demeanor now. Her face was a blank, cold slab, a warlord's mask. Then she sighed, the faintest touch of sympathy leaking through some invisible seam.
"Oh, Dorian dear," she said. "Who have you pissed off this time?"
"Why? What's the matter?" In the far, far distance, an explosion, followed by a ripple of chi. Dorian didn't think much of it, for all of half a second. Then he realized what it meant. This didn't come from within this island pocket dimension. It sounded far too distant for that. But the aftershocks spread through the portal to here. Outside, it must have been orders of magnitude more powerful, far more than what any mere god could generate, and more to set off such explosive attacks within the swamp of the damned. Another one rang out, closer this time. Its owner crossed a great swath of distance in mere leaps. Only two kinds of creatures did such a thing: suicidal creatures, and creatures so powerful they didn't have to give a shit. If Dorian's sick hunch was right, those princes of Ur hadn't been the only bounty hunters Jez sent. He glanced down at the girl curled in the fetal position at his feet. They had to go. She didn't look anywhere near ready to so much as stand, which was quite the quandary, since he really needed her cloaking abilities, especially whichever new ones she was dredging up, right about now. 203. The Road to Ur, 2.
"You should go,"
Meng said sharply.
"I'll not involve myself in your petty squabbles."
Then she eyed Sun flopping on the floor. She softened.
"But perhaps I'll give you a way out. This much and no more."
She tapped the air. A seam in the fabric of the multiverse split open, giving way to a foreign stretch of swamp.
"Out you go."
Dorian scooped Sun up. "Right. See you..."
"Blah,"
said Sun.
"Wait, we're leaving? Already?"
She looked around blearily. "I'll explain later. Let's..." She stumbled out of his grasp. Before he could snatch hold over her, she'd waddled over to Meng and hugged the old lady. Meng looked as shocked as Dorian was. It might have been the first time in 10,000 years she'd gotten a hug. She stood frozen for a heartbeat. Then, sighing, she wrapped her arms around Sun, too.
"Do visit again, all right, little one? Granny Meng will always have fresh cookies for you. All the cookies you could want."
"I will," Sun sniffled. She looked drunk on Dow fruit. "Do we have time for this?" said Dorian.
"Hush, you."
Meng hesitated, then with a resigned grimace sighed once more.
"Perhaps, just this once, mind you, I can stall this Empyrean while you run. 10 breaths, not a second more."
Dorian shook his head in awe. Sun had worked some black magic. Then she slumped to the ground and was a frothing mess again. Figures. "Many thanks, Meng," said Dorian, scooping her up, making sure to keep a firm grip on her this time. "Till next time." With one last wave, he leapt out the portal. It felt like stepping out of a dark cave and seeing the sun for the first time in days. His eyes took a second to adjust. For a second, the world was a slurry of motes and forms, and then harsh clarity faded in. The swamp was drenched in shadow. All of them glowed with a light only he could see, a light that was no light at all, like radiation. With a sick thrill, he realized that with but a flicker of will, that darkness could be made a raging firestorm. Dark and light were but flip sides of the same coin. It was so clear to him now.
With but a flicker of will, he could set this whole swamp ablaze. No time to linger. The moment he set foot ankle-deep in the marshes, he felt eyes on him. Thousands of pairs, big and small, hidden in the depths of the canopy. He didn't look up. The dark could hide no secrets from him now, and he knew what foul, boiling masses he'd see, and he frankly didn't need to know. He was uncloaked, exposed, hunted. The time for subtlety was long past. He sprinted down the marsh. As he went, shrieks crowded the air. To either side, jets of gunk water shot up. He didn't look. He only had eyes for the route ahead. 1 foot ahead of another in the shallows. He leapt atop a giant lily pad, swung off a vine, landed on another, leapt away as it snapped shut underneath him, kept sprinting. The swamp shrieked its fury from all around. Tentacles that could have dragged down ships burst out of the water ahead. He leapt nimbly over and kept up his sprint. Was it his imagination, or was that explosions going off far behind him? Too hard to tell. The shrieking of locusts and cicadas drowned all. "Son!" The girl was still white-eyed, mumbling and frothing, soaked with sweat. "Son!" He shook her, cursing, but she was too far gone. "Wake up, damn you!" How in hell did the girl wake up for a hug, but not now, when both their lives were on the brink of a violent and unceremonious end? He was uncomfortably aware of how close the swamp was getting. A clutch of skeletal hands nearly caught his ankles. A python's lunge went a handspan above his scalp. You did not blunder about in a place like the swamp. Dorian braced with each step for a reckoning. Thankfully, Meng had dropped them near an exit. Soon shafts of light poked through the trees. Purple daylight. Dorian felt relief burst in his chest. They must be getting close. He was just letting himself entertain the notion that he might get out of this unscathed when it hit him. He felt it coming an instant before it struck. It would have brained Sun instantly. He barely had time to jerk her out of the way, which meant, sadly, that a crocodilian tail struck him like the mother of all battering rams. He registered a moment of connection. Then he realized the connection was his face, plastered against slimy, wet bark. His mind connected the dots. Him running, something scaly and massive struck, and then, it felt instantaneous, him sliding down this tree, spread-eagled. And then the sensation of the tail hitting him struck his mind in full. Gritting his teeth, Dorian steadied himself against the trunk. He felt like half the lights in his body had gone out at once. His right arm, right leg, hells, even the right side of his face was slack. They were still connected, at least. That much he was sure of. They were doing a splendid job dumping an astonishing amount of pain on his mind. Meng said 10 breaths. Had it been 10? That fast? Then he blinked and realized what had come for him was not some Empyrean top-ranker. In fact, it was a horribly familiar face. The fucking Panlong. Half-step Empyrean coiling dragon. Legendary beast. Beady little eyes trained on his head. It still remembered his scent and followed him all the way here? Its ability to hold a grudge was almost admirable. Dorian skidded to a halt, tried skirting around, but the thing was there before he was. Cursing, he swung off a vine, but with leisurely contempt, the Panlong tracked him there. It smiled, bearing fat acorn teeth. Dorian lashed a llama's chain at the creature. Thick darkness thudded against the scales. Then Eclipse turned it scarlet. Gouts of flame licked the air. The dragon walked through the explosion utterly unscathed. All that had changed was the degree of contempt in its eyes. It was gloating. Fuck. Dorian couldn't afford to get tangled up here. He had bigger creatures to run from. His right foot was waking back up. He ducked on instinct. The dragon had burped, and the steam that shot out of its jaws drew a screeching line over where his head had been. It went fast as an erupting geyser. Somewhere behind Dorian there was a fierce hissing, the crash of a swamp tree whose trunk had been mercilessly liquefied. Those trunks were twice as tough as his skin. Forget that Empyrean behind him. Couldn't afford to get tangled up? Laughable thinking. He was lucky if tangled up was all he left here with. This thing outmatched him by far. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stand, but his right knee buckled under him. The Panlong saw his weakness, saw his hunched-over posture, his slack right side. It smirked, an expression Dorian hadn't thought its crocodile face capable of. Nauseating green steam trickled out the edges of its mouth. It was charging something nasty, something huge. It knew that Dorian saw it. It also knew that no matter where Dorian went, it would find him. He couldn't let it finish. But the dragon would be wise to a javelin strike, and such a tiny blow wouldn't matter anyway. It would shake the thing off. Dorian needed something decisive. There was one move he had left in his back pocket. He dearly hoped it'd be enough. Off one leg, he leapt. The dragon eyed him as though he were a gadfly. With half-lidded, lazy eyes, it tracked him. It hardly saw the need to move. And why should it? It had just savaged a half-dozen high-tier gods with the barest of effort. What could this lowly halfling possibly do? Tickle it? Dorian was betting on it. As he dropped, he pulled out a technique. Instantaneous, explosive. Back during the witching hours, absorbing those torch dragon eggs, he'd fashioned a technique he hadn't dared test. Close combat. Fist of the falling star. His left hand tightened to a fist now. No chi gathered there, nor law. No build-up. He simply fell, fist outstretched. He must have looked mad. He felt rather mad. He arched toward the dragon's scaly face, and it must have looked like a pebble flung at a mighty shield. Then, an instant before connection, the pebble went supernova. Level up, Fist of the Falling Star, level 0 to level 1. It felt for an instant like his fist was punching a wall, implacable, immovable. Then there was a shock of heat and light and fire, and the wall caved. And then broke. So much chi rushed out of him in that 1 second, surging with so much eclipse law he almost blacked out. The technique tore it out of him so fast he felt several veins rupture. The sheer force of the impact was astounding. There was a sharp crack. He thought for a moment that he'd snapped something vital in the dragon. Then he realized it was his hand. As he pulled it back, marveling at the mangled pulp that had been a fist, the coiling dragon flipped head over tail and landed, howling its pain in the depths. It did not reemerge. He had no illusions he'd killed the thing, but if that didn't keep it down, at least for a few breaths, nothing he threw would. He hobbled over to Sun, picked her up, and kept up his mad dash out of the swamp. Maybe they saw what he'd done to the dragon. Maybe, fried to the roots of his hairs and stinking of brimstone, he smelled of trouble. Whatever the case, no swamp creatures dared harass him as he plunged the rest of the way out. Only once he put 100-odd paces between him and the swamp did he take some time to reflect. That thing had been a half-step Empyrean, and a legendary beast to boot. Just what mad Tao was this eclipse? Could it be some specialty Tao tied to his bloodline? Or perhaps his cultivation system with its swirling stars? Such a curious Tao, more curious still that he hadn't heard of it in all his travels. With something so temperamental, so brimming with violent potential, he would have thought at least one god king would have made a name with it. Sun still blinked white-eyed in his arms. "Lot of help you were," he sighed. "I swear I still can't feel half my right leg." He was cut off by a crack like thunder, then a boom. the shrieks of rocks flocking quickly away. He chanced to glance behind him. A nice cloud of smoke rose above the swamp. The real Empyrean, the one bent on hunting them down. He was so drained of chi, of energy, of life after that bout with the Panlong, he couldn't even muster much fear in him, just a cold numbness. "Son," he growled. She blubbered at him. "I need you now." Another explosion, nearly at the tree line. "Son!" Her eyes shot open. Wood-colored pupils contracted. "What? Eh?" A dam broke in him. Fresh relief rushed down his body, flushing out the numb shock. "What took so long?" "Sorry," said Sun sheepishly. "These ancestors of mine were really insistent on handing me some new cloaking powers. They went on and on." She stopped, for she'd felt the same thing he had. The aura that glowered from the swamp's edge had no equal in Dorian's memory. None. Not even Meng's warlord form, a world-ranker Empyrean, top 5 in her prime, could top it. Its owner stepped out into the light. A red-haired lady with golden eyes. Her face was so utterly symmetrical, so carefully sculpted, it went past beautiful. It looked positively unnatural. Arcane orange markings painted her skin. 9 foxes' tails fanned out behind her, each sporting a scarlet flame at its tip. There were gods, and there were gods. They were not created equal. A truly elite god, one who wielded a Tao of immense caliber, wielded seas of chi with a legendary bloodline to boot. A god that might grace the tip of the multiversal rankings, could wipe the floor with 10 gods of mediocre quality. In the same way there were Empyreans, and there were Empyreans. Dorian knew this Empyrean, knew her well. This was Nugia, the 9-tailed fox. Last Dorian checked, 4th-ranked Empyrean in the multiverse. She was most definitely an Empyrean. Dorian couldn't fathom what Jez had to pay to set a monster of her caliber on his trail. Their eyes met. Slowly, she smiled, and Dorian saw the gleaming whites of her bared teeth. "Hey, son," he said. "Yeah?" she squeaked. "Now would be a really good time to show me those new powers of yours." 204. The Road to Ur, 3. There was a drawn-out pause, filled with a great deal of nothing. "Son," he hissed. "Cloak!" Nugia frowned at him. He, in turn, frowned at Sun. "Please don't tell me you're frozen again." "Am I?" Sun looked rather spooked at that. She raised a hand, wiggled her fingers. "Whew. Then what's with the delay?" "Oh." A mischievous grin spread across her face. "You can't tell? That must mean it's working." It was his turn to freeze. He swept his surroundings. Nothing had changed, far as he could see. It was Nugia's face that gave him the clue. She was still frowning at him, mightily puzzled. Then she tapped her interspatial ring and drew out a pendant. Golden, inlaid with a bloody teardrop of a gemstone. A blood tracker. She held it up to the light. It lay inert in her palm. "You are cloaking, only it's so good it's practically cloaked itself." Now that Dorian was looking for it, he felt it. A subtle sheen of chi flowed over him, a hair's breadth thick and damn near transparent. It handles not only sight and chi, but also bloodline? Hides sound, too. And smell. It's the highest level cloaking spell they taught me. So long as we don't make any big movements, we pretty much don't exist. She grinned. Neat, right? Neat? It's miraculous. Guess it is, isn't it? Sun scratched her head. Shame I can only hold it for a half-dozen breaths.
You should have led with that.
Psh, what have we got? 4 breaths left? That's forever for you. You'll get us out of this. She slapped him on the back. You've got this.
While I appreciate the confidence, said Dorian dryly, don't get too comfortable. I'm a gambler, not a miracle worker, though one often gives the impression of the other. But here, now, yes, I can slap something together, so long as you keep up the cloak.
Who's that lady, by the way?
So she didn't know, which explained why Sun wasn't shitting herself. Don't worry about it. How long can you cloak in the Shadow Realm now? Give me a guess.
Maximum strength, 2 breaths, but a normal cloak, maybe a dozen.
Good enough. A shadow slunk off a nearby boulder, resting beneath their feet. Let's get out of here. Nujia's prey vanished, teleported out the moment their eyes met. Like that. She blinked, pulled out her blood compass, dangled it in the air, cocked her head at it. But still it yielded nothing. She sighed. Such was life, brief spurts of excitement interspersed between vast spells of waiting. Trekking all the way here had been such a dull affair. Then, carving her way through that drudge of a swamp, flicking aside that old worm, Meng. Here at last. Her tails quivering, aflame, eagerness rising like the fledgling sun in her chest. And not, and waiting, and not. She pursed her lips. How vile. She turned on her heels and took in the broad sweep of the forest, an endless tangle of bark and vines and trees and moss, life seething in the branches, crawling up and down every inch of soggy ground. She raised a dainty hand. The sky went crimson. Fire fell like rain, hot yellow, feverish red, searing, passionate white. Not just any fire, but the fire of the 9-tailed fox, endlessly thirsty, a cleansing fire. In moments, the screams rose, screams high and low, screeching, grating, young and aged alike, serpents' hisses, the piercing cries of locusts, cicadas, all mingling in the air, interbreeding, birthing a new species of hurt. Nujia licked her lips. She raised her hands. She gave a breathless, happy sigh, and slowly, lifting her arms, began to conduct a symphony of pain. A 9-tailed fox's fire spread like lightning, faster than fire. It had gripped all the trees in sight now, and against the backdrop of its shining light, she saw thousands of writhing silhouettes, dancing, just for her. When they crisped to nothing, their souls would not go to the ghost streams. They would burn with their bodies. For now, it would have to do. "Wait for me, Dorian," she sighed. She smiled like a child, but her eyes were very, very old. Soon, soon. She had waited centuries, slogging, muddy centuries. She supposed she could deign to wait a few days more to burn. Thousands of li away, a giant one-eyed mutt raced on a stream of ghosts high up in the skies of hell. It hardly had fur left, only a mess of scars and crusted blood, crusted so long it had grown into him, become a part of him. It was part of what gave him the moniker Blood Wolf, 6th-ranked Empyrean in the Multiverse. A jolt startled him. He frowned at his blood compass. It had gone dull. Jez had said he'd paid off the wraiths. The Shadow Realm should have been sealed. So where exactly had his mark gone? He grinned lazily. "Oops," he whispered. "Jez, Jez, Jez, what have you done?" Thousands more li away. Jez frowned at his blood map. He frowned at his blood probe, at his blood compass. All had gone silent. "I don't understand," he said softly. He stood there, brows furrowed, and closed his eyes. He thought. 5 minutes, 10. Statue still he stood. Then, at the 26th minute, "Oh." He made for the dungeons. It was there, he gathered, where Kaya spent most of her time now. He hadn't interned her there. She went of her own accord. She liked the sounds, she said. Now he had use of her. Thousands of li away. "I must say, good sire, it has been an absolute pleasure," said Fate, bowing low.
"Rise, Fate, rise! You flatter me,"
rumbled Telak Oshon, Grand Chieftain of the Orcs. But Fate could tell he enjoyed it. It wasn't every day a god-king bowed to an Empyrean. "Not at all," and Fate meant it. Their handshake marked the sealing of a treaty he'd been pushing for since he first set foot in the 9th Circle of Hell. It was the last one he needed to secure, and he was so happy he'd managed it that his hairs, bushy at the best of times, had gone into a full frizz. He and Talak stood on high ramparts of Talak's great obsidian fort. Below them, leagues below, swarmed 10,000 tiny lights, each of them a torch which perched atop a barrack which housed a dozen-odd orcs armed to the teeth, ready to march at an hour's notice. Many fine folks in Hell weren't keen on letting Jez trample over the rest of Hell. The gargoyle fleets were one. These orcs were another. Then there were the lava whale pods, the various races of rocks. The trouble was bunching them all together into something resembling an army. The forces of Hell were infamously fickle, prickly, as Fate liked to put it. Even now there were flare-ups of chi in the camps below, little fights breaking out, then quickly stamped out.
"We should march soon,"
rumbled Telak. His temple was one giant crease.
"The males get restless. Too many in one place, sitting still. It is no good."
"On the morrow, then," said Fate cheerfully, "I shall relay it to the gargoyles and the whales and the rocks."
"Let it be done."
Telak touched the back of his fist to his horn. A prick of blood welled up there.
"Strength, valor, victory."
Simple and forthright, the orc way.
"Yes."
Fate had done some study of orc culture. How awfully embarrassing would it be if he committed some faux pas? Though he had no horn, he still put his fist to his temple.
"Strength, valor, victory,"
he said, but in his voice it sounded more like a squeak than a boom. Telak laughed, and Fate smiled. It had taken all of Fate's patience and diplomacy to string together this threadbare alliance. Even faced with an existential threat, only about half the free denizens of Hell could be persuaded to join in. The serpents and the dragons wouldn't so much as hear him out. The demons were a lost cause. But gazing at the void never much helped anyone. Fate gazed instead out at the simmering war camp before him. He couldn't help but feel a bubbling of hope. Then there was a heat in his breast pocket. It was his scrying glass. He gasped, fumbling it out. There was someone at the other end. His contact.
"What is that?"
said Telak.
A rather important friend of mine," mumbled Fate. "Please excuse me."
He tapped the glass. A stern face resolved. Flat expression, well-manicured hair, and a dapper suit framing the shoulders.
"My instruments have lost their minds," said the man.
"I don't follow."
"Someone appears to be cloaking him. Quite powerfully, I might add. The compass can't find him. Neither can the probe."
"Not even with a blood sample?"
"Yes."
"What about following fate threads?" It cloaks that as well.
Truly? Wow. Fate scratched his head. Then how might you find him? I don't mean to nag, sir, but I must remind you this is a mission of critical importance. He could feel his pitch rising. The kingdom of Ur is our most pressing hindrance. If you two cannot bring it down—
Calm, Fate. Take a breath. You're sweating through the glass.
Sorry.
For all the time he'd known the man, Fate had hardly seen him emote. When he did, it was like now, the slightest curve of the lip, so slight it could have been a trick of the light. But Fate could swear he was, ever so slightly, smirking.
Apologies. I hadn't meant to alarm. Only to inform. I can, of course, still find him.
Yes, all right, good.
Fate sucked in a breath.
Might I inquire as to how?
The man only looked at him and blinked. There was that expression again. This time, Fate was sure he wasn't imagining it.
I have spent the best part of 5,000 years in his company. I should hope I know something of how he thinks.
205. The Road to Ur, 4.
You know what my one regret is?
Said Dorian through a mouthful of fried locust leg. Said Sun. It was all she could get out. She'd managed to squeeze 5 into her mouth, which was quite the feat to behold. They bulged against her wobbling cheeks. They looked to him like one of those demon serpents that swallowed elephants. You could see the lumps bloating up the middle. But she had that fierce look in her eyes, that hard scrunch to her nose, as though she'd sooner her cheeks burst open than let the meat spill. Same look she'd worn fighting the Panlong or outside Meng's hut. Food was on par with a life-or-death confrontation, apparently. It sure would have been nice to snatch one of those prince's interspatial rings, or hell, even one of Meng's. Dorian picked at his teeth with a clawed hand. We're about to go to the largest trading kingdom in all of hell. We're about to bargain at its auction houses. With what, exactly? He spread his hands. I've got nothing. You have a heavenly-grade spirit stone up your ass? Said Sun, which he took to mean no. She finally managed to force down a swallow. Her cheeks shrank by half their size. Don't I wish? Only spices in my pack and knickknacks in my ring. Knickknacks? Magical ropes, lockpicks, ward breakers, that kind of thing. For heisting. Nothing of value, then. Hey! She chucked a locust head at him. Nothing of value to anyone who isn't you. Better. More chewing. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They sat around a ditch dug in the red-brown ground. In any other plane, it'd be a campfire, but here you hardly needed to dig 5 strides before you hit on a vein of magma. All about them, running out to a watery purple horizon, were red plains. Geysers spurted here and there. The occasional demon roamed about. But by hellish standards, it was rather calm. An iron rock drifted overhead not 30 paces from where they sat, utterly oblivious. How long can you hold this? The cloak field? She shrugged. Couple more hours? Excellent. I should be healed by then, or healed enough to shadow jump in any case. His veins still felt scraped raw. His chi was less than a quarter full, even with a cocktail of elixirs pumped through him. The locust legs did help. Little things were surprisingly juicy with chi. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
The hug back there was a good call, by the way, said Dorian, mouth half full. If you need to cross the bottleneck to Empyrean a few centuries later, that'll pay. You can never have enough Dao fruit.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. I did it 'cause I wanted to.
You do that a lot, said Dorian dryly. Maybe you're an idiot savant.
Why, thank you.
I don't think I meant it as a compliment.
I know. she said with an unflappable grin. I choose to take it as one anyway. Crunch, crunch, crunch. She tossed a hollowed-out locust carcass aside where it joined a heap of its brethren and reached for another. So, what's up next? Stop by a market in Ur, try out the auctions? Yes. We'll make a few pit stops first. I'll need a few technique manuals, elixirs, and so forth. But the auctions are the main event, and they have plenty to taste. The Royal Auctions of Ur are the premier auction house in all the multiverse. All kinds of ridiculously rare trinkets go on sale. He paused. I've seen eggs of every kind of legendary bird you can name. I've seen herds of golden ox sold for enough coin to ransom a god king. Trust me, child, you'll not be disappointed. It might be the most treasure-dense place in all of hell. Can't wait. Sun rubbed her hands gleefully. I can taste them already. How is it that you have such a single-minded focus on food? Snorted Dorian. It boggles the mind. If you put half the effort you put into heisting into cultivating, who knows how strong you'd be? Late Empyrean? That was rhetorical. Then Dorian did a double take. Also, wait, really? Sun shrugged. It's what my ancestors said, and Grandpa Wukong, and the spirit of the Jingu Bong before it went into deep sleep, always droning on and on about wasting my heavenly talents. What bores, she yawned. You folk like cultivating, I like eating. What's so hard to get? You could taste so many more delicacies as an Empyrean. Dorian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You wouldn't even need to heist them. You could snatch them by force. Yeah, but why go through all the effort? Don't you get bored sitting on your ass doing breathing exercises for centuries on end? I can heist anything I want to eat as I am now. Who needs strength when you've got a plan, a cloak, and really fast legs? She said. Oh, speaking of, I assume we're not paying for whatever's at the auction house? We'll see, hedged Dorian. If you thought stealing from Meng was a bad idea. Well, I didn't have time to plan for Meng, did I? Sun leapt up, thumped her chest. You haven't seen the half of what I can do, buddy. Planning's my real strong suit. It's what kept me alive. You'll see. It's when I have to think on my feet that I get in trouble. Don't you know how hard it was to get down to that torch dragon egg? That took 5 tunnels, months of digging, a stolen beast skin wetsuit, and a snorkel fashioned out of a minotaur horn. And I nearly pulled it off. Dorian pushed her head down with one finger. Nearly hardly fills me with confidence, runt. Simmer down. Just hear me out, all right? I do the cloaking, you do the stabbing. I do the planning, you do the improvising. We'll clean out that auction in no time. You did well back in the swamp, I'll grant you that. But let's not bite off more than we can chew, shall we? Said Dorian, glancing pointedly at the cicada legs spilling out of her mouth. Your strengths are twofold, cloaking and doing as I tell you. Actually, add a third. Eating so much, I'm beginning to suspect your stomach's an interspatial ring. Sun swallowed, then pouted. At least hear me out first. Let me whip something up. You can reject it if you want. If it'll shut you up, fine. Sun beamed as Dorian wiped his mouth. But I sense you're seriously underestimating the royal house of Ur. Trying to steal from them is such a bad idea, it is literally a saying. As in, that's stupider than stealing from the auction of Ur. Or, I got beat up so bad I looked like I'd stolen from the auction of Ur. Huh, not very catchy, is it? Nobody has ever accused the demons of being creative. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Well, I mean, Sun grinned. You have a better idea up your ass. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crunch, crunch, crunch. And then, with a roll of the eyes, don't I wish? The Labyrinth. Jez found Kaya soon enough. A teleportation took him to the dungeons. Before he'd come, they'd been grimy places, void of light, reeking with 10,000 years' rot. There were curse seals, traps, and all manner of ghoulish magics that made even the wardens nervous to enter. Now he stepped onto smooth stone floors flanked by smooth stone walls. Little squares of light let the sun into the room from above. Skylights piping in a glow from a sunlit pocket dimension. The air smelled of fresh mown grass. This was Humanoid Corridor 13B, where Kaya had apparently wandered. He came across his first cell. "Greetings, Galothian, or would you prefer Golo?" The lizard man was a rather dour sort, but Jez supposed it was understandable given the state of his affairs. He was given tomes and a cot and daily meals. Not that he needed them, being the 51st ranked God King on the multiversal rankings, but Jez figured he should do this much. He was holding him against his will, after all. Golo didn't so much as look up at him as he passed by. "Good day, Eve." The Phoenix Queen glared at him, which he supposed he deserved. "Sorry," he whispered, for what it was worth, which he knew was very little. But it was a war, and it couldn't be helped. He nodded, greeted the rest of the prisoners as he went, and there sure were a lot in this corridor, some 838 by his last counting. The God Kings were first up. Then there were a host of gods. "Greetings, Rao." "Good day, you." "How's the calf, Theonin? Do you get it?" To a centaur with abnormally muscular legs, he rather hoped the joke would lighten the mood, but the creature spat at him as usual. He winced. "Sorry, I admit, not my best work." On and on he went. It wasn't until he got to the higher-end demigods when he knew he was getting close. He knew he was getting close because of the screaming. He froze when he heard it, and then he was a beam of golden light rushing past the rest of the prisoners to the end. There was the confessions room, a lightless room, all blank steel walls lined with nasty instruments, one of Jez's least favorite places in all the labyrinth, but yet another painful necessity. Some prisoners had truths that had to be dug out, truths that would end this horrible business far quicker. The door was left conspicuously open, and through it he saw a demigod orc chained to the wall, fists thudding against flesh, screams, flashes of gold. His gold. He rushed in. There was Kaya, breathing heavy, fists clenched. She'd beaten Tepon so badly his ribs were caved in. He coughed black blood onto the floor. "Stop," whispered Jez. Then, as the blows kept up, "Stop!" he cried.
"Oh, hey,"
Kaya grinned at him.
"What's up?"
"What are you doing?"
"I asked your head torture guy,
Wendell.
That's his name? The big lizard man? Anyway, yeah, asked him to let me have a go at it."
What secrets could Captain Tepon here possibly know? He was but a god of the Twilight Watch. Tepon jerked up, lips dribbling black blood. He looked shocked. Shocked from the pain, or shocked that Jez remembered the lovely little conversation they'd had last time he visited. He didn't know.
"I wasn't beating him up to get answers."
Kaya looked puzzled.
I don't know, felt like beating something up, I guess."
"This room is to be used only when absolutely necessary," said Jez. "How could you—" He shook his head, took a deep breath. "You must know I don't like seeing hurt done to others, but to see my powers put forth for that purpose, it is especially hurtful. To me. Please cease."
"I don't get it. Don't you kill people all the time? How's that different?"
A tightness in Jez's chest. He sighed. "I wound when I must. Some evils are necessary. Awful, but necessary. Was this necessary?"
"No?"
Now Kaya wore a lopsided grin. But it makes me happy. Isn't that something?
Never mind. If he was to try to pull every one of his allies to his side with words alone, he'd never conquer the multiverse. Only he'd had some hope Kaya, this strong young lady, so young, not yet twisted up by time like the rest of them, that she might come to see things his way. A dialogue for another time. More pressing matters awaited. I need your help. Dorian has slipped our grasp.
What?
Suddenly her face darkened. He's found a way to escape all of our tracking devices, said Jez uncertainly. Blood probes can't find him. Neither can our most sophisticated instruments, following the threads of fate.
So what will?
Only the most severe bonds of blood and fate intertwined. One he can't slip. It is why I recruited you. In fact, as biological siblings, you share natal blood. In both blood and fate, you are linked at the basis level. There is a technique that only you can use to seek him out. And it was of vital importance to Jez and to the multiverse that one of its most destructive actors still loose be brought to justice. Weakened as Dorian was, he still ranked among the top handful of threats to his plans. So, despite his niggling unease at the look in Kaya's eyes, he spoke. I am considering tasking you to lead a hand-picked strike force to bring him to justice. You know his thinking better than they. You can act as their living compass. Can you do that? Not a second's hesitation.
Course I can.
Then she glanced down at her hands.
But I'm weak as hell right now. I've been slugging at this thing.
She jabbed a thumb at Tepon.
For hours, and I barely put a dent in him.
Tepon's torso begged to differ. Jez winced once more. Blithely, Kaya carried on.
You want me to hunt him? Give me more.
Gold wreathed her knuckles. Gold swirled in her irises. Jez felt sadness sink like a stone in the well of his heart.
So, what'll it be?
Said Kaya, grinning fiercely. 206. The Road to Ur, 5. Weeks later, Dorian and Sun saw the kingdom of Ur rise in the ashy distance, watched endless streams of caravans trundle toward it, yanked by herds of giant demigod drakes. In the mortal realms, they might have been kings. Here they kept their heads low as god traders lashed their impatience with flaming whips. As apt a metaphor for the importance of power as Dorian ever saw. The traders came in all species, clans of serpents, naga, minotaur hordes pulling stone wagons, jiangshi dens driving carriages of bone. They came from the sky, rocks and phoenixes and giant crows flying in their own cargo, but they grounded themselves to enter Ur's giant gates. They came from the magma seas, lava whales and dragons and the like, bobbing along crisscrossing rivers of magma, but they too were sent through canal lanes at the gates, where they were frisked with the rest. Far-flung and various as they were, the same feeling shone in their eyes, panted from their open mouths, the very same that moved Dorian now. Greed. The flame that lit the multiverse. At Ur, it rose to a raging bonfire. In Ur were housed some of the most lusted-for artifacts in all the upper realm, after all. No one got in and out of Ur without being thoroughly inspected, identified, and bound to an oath to follow Ur's rules. A kingdom built on commerce, even a demon kingdom, especially a demon kingdom, required all entrants to respect the rule of law. As a rule, Dorian didn't respect the law. Close enough. The kingdom itself was shaped like a giant crown. The outer edges were proud obsidian walls, the insides towering red steel spires. It was ancient even by godly standards. Back before the invention of interspatial rings, before portal magics were sophisticated, it had been the place for any respectable god to buy or transport anything whatsoever. Or rather, for unrespectable gods masquerading as respectable ones, which was as good as you could reasonably ask for here in Hell. Even now, Ur was still the spot for trade. The trouble with Hell and its demons wasn't so much the exchanging of goods. It was the backstabbing and infighting and thieving. This was Hell, after all. Its demons were hardly known for playing fair, not unless a place like Ur made them. "The first challenge," said Dorian, arms crossed, "is getting in. Ur is allied with Jez. No doubt they have my bloodline and aura fed into their gate wards." "Which we can't fool, yeah?" said Sun, mouth half full, munching on a carrot. Always munching on something. "They've got the most sophisticated anti-cloaking wards in all the upper planes. Can't fly in either. You'll be shot down before you get within 100 strides. No shadow walking? The whole place is a no shadow realm zone. They've got guardian wraiths that attack everyone who so much as steps through a portal." "Tricky, isn't it?" Sun turned to him. "Well, don't keep me in suspense. Where is it?" "Where is what?" "The back door." "I don't recall mentioning a back door." She stared sidelong at him. "I know you've got one. You must have been here 10,000 times before. You're telling me you don't have another way in? You?" "Fine, so there may be a back door," he said dourly. "I was planning a shocking reveal, you know. Never mind." He sighed. "Follow me." "Knew it," she said cheerily. "Is it underground?" "It's underground, isn't it? Ooh, is it through the sewers?" "It's always through the sewers." "Calm down, Runt." "Well, am I right?" "You'll see." "I bet we're going through the waste tunnel. Are we snorkeling in? Are there guards? It's not warded, is it?" She scratched her head. "But why wouldn't it be?" "I didn't say it was through a waste tunnel, nor in a sewer." "But it is, isn't it?" He stopped. "Hey, want to hear a parable?" "I love parables." "There once was a little monkey-kin who was far too excitable for her own good. One day she talked so much she annoyed a god named Dorian, then Dorian exploded her face. The end." Then he patted her head. She blinked. For a few seconds the only sounds were their boots on soil and Sun munching on her carrot. "Well, that's not very fun, is it?" "True stories seldom are." "What's the moral?" Sun scratched her head. "The monkey-kin should have bound him to a non-violent soul contract beforehand?" She grinned. "It's a sewer, isn't it?" "Yes, it's a sewer." The waste tunnel in question was a toxic waste dump that ran out quite away from the kingdom, underground, ending at a discreet lava lake nestled in the nearby mountains. The lava lake ran 10,000 li deep, linking to vast underground magma flows which branched through all of Hell. Dorian and Sun perched behind a clump of rocks, wreathed in Sun's cloaking as they peered over. Before them was a chute carved 30 strides up the side of the mountain. Lava gushed out, along with chunks of blackened filth, a thick cloud of cheese sizzling over the mess. On occasion, body parts, chopped up tails, a crisped arm, caved-in heads of all species, bobbed along, slowly melting. They were then dumped into the lake, which lapped them up greedily. The chute itself was flanked below by 5 guards, all demons, well into Empyrean, all very serious-looking. Built into the wall was an array formation. It pulsed waves of anti-cloaking chi, which spread out in a loose sphere, dissolving a few strides from where he and Sun were hidden. "They've tightened up security," noted Dorian. His left eye twitched. It was even more tightly guarded than the main gate. "What was it like last time you were here?" said Sun. "It was just one guy.
Beat him up, stole his badge, used it to bypass the wards inside, and I was done. Evidently, they've since heard of that loophole. He pierced the darkness of the chute. Down there, more auras. Not only guards, but also array formations, probably keyed to annihilate any intruders. It was slightly absurd how well guarded it was. It was a toxic waste dump of a sewer. Sun poked him. Please tell me you have other back doors. Unfortunately not. Would it be at all possible to get in through a front door? Only slightly less possible than going through here. At least here you'd only have a handful of guards to contend with. Trust me, the folks at the front gate have seen every manner of trafficking imaginable. The wards here are a joke compared to what they've got at the front gates. There's so many, I doubt even the guards know all of them. There was a pause. Then Sun nodded to the chute. So, this is all we've got to work with. Afraid so. Which just about tore up all his plans. Fate, you heinous bastard. It was a shame was so damned valuable. With all its resources, it might be the place that offered the most chances to skyrocket his powers in all of hell. Too bad it was clamped wall to wall. Just thinking about the layers upon layers of defenses just to get into this hellish city, not to mention the auction itself, was giving him a headache. Sun's noisy munching didn't help matters. Weren't you the one who was excited about stealing from the royal auction of Ur? Well, here's your chance to show off your planning skills. He gestured to the chute. How do you plan on stealing from them if you can't even get past this? Go on, hit me. Throw a plan at me. He might as well squeeze some amusement out of this. Sun opened her mouth. Oh, and some ground rules. Don't suggest obvious things. If an idea pops into your head within 5 seconds, say, what about tunneling into the chute or under the wall? Assume 10,000 idiots have thought of it before you and have failed miserably. Ur covers its ass extremely well. This was, as far as I could tell, its least covered bit. Now they've got iron diapers on. Sun closed her mouth, then opened it again, nose wrinkled. Iron diapers? Really? Not my best analogy, perhaps, but you get the point. Sun settled down to think. Dorian dropped onto his ass. Ah, he said, closing his eyes, kicking out his legs. Let me know when you're ready to... An explosion cut him off. He scrambled upright. Sun leapt so high she nearly cleared the boulder they were hiding behind. They both did a 360. The guards weren't looking their way. They were looking a few hundred strides to their right, and frowning. Smoke billowed from behind the rock. Then a humanoid figure leapt atop it. He was dressed in a peacock-feathered crown, trailing a cloak shimmering with crystals the size of oranges. He looked like he'd sprung from the pages of a shitty comic, down to his exaggerated sneer. Oh, bother, sighed Dorian. He relaxed. A quick glance around confirmed his suspicions. What's going on? Whispered Sun. Idiots 10,001. He jerked his head at the figure. 2 and 3. He jerked his head at the rock face. It took Sun a second to see them. 2 other figures, small, on grappling hooks, draped in colors blended nearly perfectly with the rock wall. They somehow gave off not a hint of aura. The guards, meanwhile, were frowning at this flamboyant clown on the rock. Behold! Boomed the clown. A high god aura blasted out from it. It is I, Kal-Il, dread lord of the molten lakes. Come, guardians of Ur, and meet your doom. One guard, a big albino ape, smiled at the fellow to his right. Told you. Fuck, said a rhinoceros-looking demon. It handed over a gold coin, which the ape pocketed smugly. What? Cease, fools! There was a slight waver in Dread Lord Kal-Il of the Molten Lakes' voice now.
What do you think you're doing? Tark here bet me 10 mid-grade spirit stones we'd get fewer over there schemes than last year. We're up to 6, and the year's not even halfway through. What? Dreadlord Kal-Il of the Molten Lake's eyes popped. Oh, my bad. It's, what's the lay term? Misdirection? Distraction? The ape looked to the rhinoceros, who shrugged. Regardless, you distract us while your pals scaling the cliff, said Pals froze halfway down the cliff. Sneak in behind us. If you listened real close, you could hear the kerplunk of Dreadlord Kal-Il's heart sinking to his stomach. It's the third most popular variant. Sometimes there's a distraction up front, and they try to clobber us from above when they think we don't notice. Then there's the simple bum rush, an old favorite. Then a third guard, a grizzled gargoyle missing a wing, gave a sigh. Not all of us enjoy the sound of your voice as much as you do, Rast. Put the fools out of their misery and be done with it. Very well. Rast snapped his fingers. 2 chasms of darkness gaped the air before the climbers, twin portals to the shadow realm. 2 huge, gnarled claws of shadow reached out, snatched them up, and yanked them in with contemptuous ease. Missed a spot, he said, jerking his head to Dreadlord Kal-Il of the Molten Lakes. Dreadlord Kal-Il of the Molten Lakes tried to run. A giant hand leapt out of the shadow at his feet, snatched him by the ankle. He grabbed hold of a boulder. Then a second shadow hand reached out and chopped off the offending arm. Dreadlord Kal-Il of the Molten Lakes was dragged screaming into the darkness, and that was that. There's our entertainment for the week, said the ape with a sigh. He glared at the gargoyle. You're no fun. I am not paid to have fun. I am paid to guard. Right. Behind the rocks, Dorian pursed his lips. Apparently they've upgraded security more than I thought. Guards didn't need to move an inch. He stood. Well, that route's a dead end. Wait! Sun looked shaken and excited at once. She had this gleam in her eyes, a gleam that made him a tad nervous. I might just have a plan. A real one. Oh? This had better be good. 207. The Road to Ur, 6. As Dorian heard the plan, over the course of 3 long minutes of excited babbling, no less, his expression underwent a series of metamorphoses. First a cock of the brow, a smirk of mild amusement, and then up went the second around the minute mark. If Sun noticed, she didn't stop chattering. Around 2 minutes, he was fully gaping at her. By the time she finished up nearing minute 3, every fiber of his face was taut with incredulity. So, what do you think? Said Sun, quite unnecessarily. That is the dumbest plan I've ever heard. Well, that's not very nice. How many things have to go right for this to work? He was struggling to conceive of them all. Sun puffed out her cheeks in thought. 9, I think. And it'll take, what, a week just to set up? 6 days, plus a half day to observe the guards' shift patterns, so 6.5, counting today. He turned it all over in his mind, scrutinizing each step like a blacksmith inspects a chainmail, testing if it'll hold. He frowned, then frowned harder. Strange. Strung together, it all seemed quite flimsy, but each individual link seemed plausible enough. Strange indeed, since the more he mulled it over, the more he was warming to it. Then he'd zoom out again, behold the picture in full, and the ridiculousness of it all snapped back in place. Are all your plans like this? Like what? This messy? Most of them are more so, but I usually have more to work with. Sun paused.
Aren't your plans like this? Of course not. Please don't tell me you always barge in and make shit up as you go, like with the swamp.
There's more to it than that, Dorian frowned. The best approach is most often the simplest, and the most flexible. My plans don't take longer than a few hours, runt. Make chaos, come out on top. There's so many points of failure.
But fewer risks, Sun replied. Come on, give it a chance. Please? At worst, we'll lose a week, right?
At worst, we get the Dreadlord Kal-Il treatment.
I mean, yeah.
She winced at that, then at the boulder, still marked by the demon's claw marks. He saw the instant the fear pricked her again. Her hands ate at each other as she swallowed. She seemed like a popped balloon, drifting slowly to earth.
Those were some huge goddamn hands, weren't they?
Probably Empyrean wraiths.
Sheesh, for a waist shoot?
If you thought this is bad, wait till you see the auctions. It wasn't that he was trying to discourage her. He was simply applying a little pressure. If a plan was to be solid, its maker had to have conviction in it. For a moment, she was silent. He let her stew. He saw her forcing it down, the way an alcoholic might force down the urge to vomit. She firmed her mouth.
I still think it's the best idea we've got.
What do you know? He turned it over in his mind a third time, then shrugged, smirked. All right, we'll give it a shot. She beamed. He didn't really expect it to work, but it would be quite funny if it did, which to him was a point in its favor. Step 1 was the easiest. Retrieve Kal-Il's arm. The same that had made that futile effort clinging to the boulder, the same that Wraith had chopped off. Now it lay grasping in the dirt. But on that arm was a hand, and on that hand was an interspatial ring. A quick jaunt with a cloak, and it was in their hands. Silver inlaid with gold. Open it up, and all there was gold. As Sun had suspected, these weren't merchants. These fellows were like him and Sun. They wanted to sneak in as customers, which meant they'd bring with them some hefty purchasing power. In this case, it was a little less than they'd hoped for. 50 mid-grade spirit stones, scarcely middle class among the buyers of Ur, but it would serve just fine for their purposes. Step 2 was the least risky. Wait and observe. This took the rest of the half-day. The guards wouldn't stand here forever, of course. They came and went in shifts. At the witching hour, 2 more guards came down from within the tunnel to relieve them. Sun gave him specific instructions. With his eyes, the dark tunnel might as well have been lit by torches. He was to take note of the array formations in the tunnel itself as the guard came through. There were 2, far as he could tell, one at the mouth of the tunnel, one in the middle. Both generated nearly translucent blue wards. It seemed these were timed. Only at a certain point in the day, at the changing of the guards, the wards changed color, went from blue to white. The guards would wait for it to go white, then hold out a badge which gave out a certain matching aura. The wards would let them through, and vice versa as the relieved guards went back. Sun chewed thoughtfully on another carrot.
The wards are timed, too? I'll make a few small tweaks. We'll need to be just a little more careful than I thought.
Step 3 was the most far-fetched.
There's mail into and out of Ur, right?
Of course. You can transport packages, but nothing living, not unless you subject yourself to a battery of extra screenings.
Can you send mail to a guild? Say the alchemists?
Yes, that much is easy. Couriers go in and out all the time. We can pay one to ship a letter. He saw where she was going and frowned. But there's not a shot in hell we can convince someone on the inside to let us in. Even if we had a big enough bribe, which we don't, they couldn't if they tried to. And besides,
All mail is screened." "It's nothing so drastic," she said hastily. "Or obviously illegal. Just weird."
"Oh? Do tell."
"That's weird," said Minthus, junior alchemist at the Alchemist Guild. He was frowning at the oddest commission. It was unsigned, scrawled, and terse. 10 mid-grade spirit stones to make a barrel of rot flowers brew. If done to standard, second larger order to follow shortly. A nearly useless, low-grade elixir. Horrible smelling and gunky, its only purpose was to cure a trivially weak disease. And it produced a mind-boggling amount of toxic byproduct as a result. Usually, nobody ordered more than a flask. A barrel of the stuff. But then Minthus's eyes gravitated toward the glimmering spirit stone sealed with the letter. 10 crystals splitting the light of his one sputtering oil lamp and throwing the ghostly splinters over his hobble-legged desk, his stool, which always seemed to creak when he shifted his weight the slightest bit, over his moth-eaten coat hung on the rickety doorframe. A coat he was meaning to replace every month, it felt like, yet every month the prices kept shooting up. What madness had possessed him to call a city comprised entirely of hagglers his home? He wasn't paid to question the customer, he decided. The only hassle was the byproduct. That much toxic waste. He'd need an interspatial ring to store all of it, and with how corrosive it was, it'd rot through the pocket dimension in a day. A trip to the waste chutes, then. For 10 mid-grade spirit stones, he'd happily make a dozen trips. With a grunt, he got to work. Step 5 was waiting and prepping. Sun heated up her pan and set to work. Sun cooked for pleasure, sure, but cooking was a close cousin of alchemy. Prepare the right ingredients the right way, and you could squeeze some latent powers out of them, gathered in a plate rather than a flask. Here, a few Ba serpent poisons mixed with its flesh would do. Not the best antidote, but any better was outside their price range. They wouldn't be in the toxic flow long anyway. Step 6. This one wasn't hard in theory, only it was rather a bore, and it took Dorian the best part of a day. This wasn't the only lava lake in the mountains. Far from it. They were all connected in vast underground networks, and in these networks lived all manner of nasty beasts. One in particular Dorian knew intimately, the lava whale. Fat and thick and dense and heavy, even as a demigod, he took a full day off and went whaling. Dove into a few lakes, picked off a few stragglers, gored them right through with his javelin, and then, crucially, collected their corpses in an interspatial ring. All in all, he got a good 24 of them, just about enough to, if placed just right and packed tight enough, clog up the flow of a lake, for a few hours at least.
Shit, it actually came through.
Sun pointed to the chute, which dumped nearly twice the flow of toxic waste now into the lava lake. The flow went on for a good 10 minutes or so before it subsided, so viscous and pitch black that, should 2 nefarious snorkelers swim quickly up it, they might not be noticed, even with their cloaking done away with. Huh. Dorian would have given a coin flip's odds that the Alchemists Guild would actually deliver.
And now, the finishing
touch, Sun scribbled on a piece of parchment.
30 mid-grade spirit stones to make a barrel of rot flowers brew. Dispose of the waste 10 minutes past twilight precisely. If done to standard, more orders to follow shortly.
I'll get this to the courier, said Sun.
Then we'll get in position, yeah?
Dorian watched her scamper off with mixed feelings. On the one hand, he was pleasantly surprised she'd gotten this far. He was nearly proud, even. On the other, he'd begun this plan really as a curiosity, an idle indulgence. And then, as things so often do when you set them in motion, it kept going. He kept expecting the multiverse to call it off, for fate to put a stop to this silliness. Am I really about to place my fate in the hands of this excitable runt? It seemed rather nuts all of a sudden. She was well-meaning and puffed full of cheery confidence, that much was certain. What was considerably less certain was just how well this plan would actually hold up. A good attitude did not a good plan make. He scratched his head. What exactly had he gotten himself into? 208. Breaking in. They were swimming, deep in the underground lava flows, heading to the source of the waste dump's lava lake, and Sun was going slightly nuts. This far down, it wasn't really swimming, more dragging yourself forward inch by inch, wrestling with churning flows of molten steel. She wormed in Dorian's wake, which made things easier, but still, it hadn't even been an hour and her arms were screaming at her. Her legs were screaming bloody murder, too. Her lungs were crying, squeezed like shriveled grapes. She wished desperately she could heave in a breath, just one. But last time she gave in, she got a lungful of molten rock, retched it out, felt like she was melting, burning alive from the insides and the outsides at once. And the feeling of strangling smallness, too, like she was being squeezed tight in the fist of a giant, jostled, crushed, shoved from all sides, closing in, closing in, closing in, closing in. And that was only the swimming. Then there were the sounds, the pitiless grinding groan of the currents, the slosh of steel, and the roars. Wails? She didn't hear them as much as feel them, vibrating through the magma, through her bones, chattering her teeth, watering her eyes. Still, she forced a grin, made the muscles stick there and hold. One stroke at a time. I've got this. I've got this. One. Meanwhile, on another parallel and much less pleasant track of thought, fuck. She was aware that she was having a bit of a panic attack, which was quite common for her. Nothing to panic about, she reminded herself. The irony was not lost on her. A basic life skill, useful as a skillet in a kitchen, was acting, like slipping into another person's brain, if only for a few moments, so all the holy fucking shit the world screamed at her, and the fuck her body screamed at her would shut the fuck up. She wasn't about to crack or freeze. Her brain felt brittle and split open, cracked like a nut. One half, actually a lot more, was losing its shit. But a tiny part of her also registered that it could be worse. It had been a lot worse in the past week alone. That was when she really let it show. When her brain was fried so bad her feelings started seeping into her voice, coloring her mask, wresting control of her limbs. Very, very bad. This was not that. This was fine. This was just fine. She was going to be just fine. Dorian was oh so grateful for times like these. He stretched out his arms as he backpedaled, grinning, feeling the currents down his back like the hands of a masseuse. If infants could feel in the womb, this must be a little like that. He could drift here forever, luxuriating in the warmth. A minor revision, actually. Maybe not forever. A little itch prickled at his mind. They were getting close to the lake, close to the starting line, and excitement rose to a low boil. He turned back right side up. Being splayed on his back was nice in spurts. A life lived that way, taking fate up the ass. It'd make for the most mundane form of existence imaginable. It was also how most creatures in this multiverse lived all their lives. He was frankly at a loss as to how they could bear it. Take a breath. Then the run begins. It always begins. He stopped, pulled out a tiny artifact shaped like a conch, pressed it to his mouth. "How's it going back there?" he called.
"Great,"
came Sun's voice, cheery and eager as ever.
"Excellent. You ready to climb?"
"Ready as can be. Say the word." By her tone, she was ready to take on the world if it came to it. He grinned. Say what you will about the girl, and he did, but she brought an infectious good spirit, a helpful thing in a plan. When she wasn't shitting herself, that was. Weird how there was no in-between. These tunnels were not bugged with arrays, nor was most of the journey up to the lava lake. It was not unusual for lava whales to pass through, after all, nor eels, nor dragons and the like. Those creatures on any other journey would have attacked by now. But Sun's cloaking really was quite excellent. He really ought to invest a little more in her cultivation, now he thought of it. Cloaking was only the basic skill of her bloodline. The 72 transformations were named that way because its users could transform into, at its highest level, almost anything they wished. Part of the reason Grandpa Wukong was so devilishly hard to nail down was that the old fart could be a fly one instant and an elephant the next. In all their duels, he never managed it. They were coming up to the proper chute now. Dorian tapped his interspatial ring. In there, stacked in a heap, were lava whale carcasses, dozens in all, enough to temporarily clog even a lava lake's flow. Time for step 8. Execution. What a lovely word that. Accurate, one way or another.
893 to 541 ice phoenixes, proclaimed Guard Rast, leaning on his staff.
Above, a thin stream of toxic waste dribbled down to the bubbling lava lake. Tark gave him a long, suffering look.
"Come on, that's crazy talk."
"What?" said Rast innocently. He was very much not serious. He just liked poking Tark.
"Did you forget the ghosts have Perengian?"
"Please, that coot's 6 decades past his prime. His joints are held together with paste and prayers. He can't dive a 10th as well as he used to. Henathon Three Eyes will blow him off the field."
"He's still as creative a controller as there ever was," said Tark stubbornly.
"Says who?"
"Me. Says me. I say it."
"Please."
Rast was enjoying himself.
"Even if he was in his prime, which he very much isn't, he's one player. Who's he got around him? Street sweeps and hucksters. I swear one of them tried to sell me a brooch the other day."
"Come on, man. That's just disrespectful."
"Name me 10 ghost players."
"There you go," said Rast smugly. He turned to the third guard, a weathered old gargoyle.
"And you, Pline, any thoughts?"
"No."
"What, you too good for it?"
Pline just grunted.
"I've got better things to do than watch folk put balls in holes."
"Like what? Drinking? Whoring? Off to the royal auction, are you?"
A joke. The royal auction happened once a moon cycle, and no guard, not even an elite guard like them, would ever sniff the entrance. None of them could afford so much as a ticket. Pline grunted again, said something in that grumbly, raspy, soft voice of his that got all garbled up in his tones. Rast took it to mean something like, "None of your damned business." Most of what Pline said circled round to that.
"Tch."
Then Pline frowned, repeated what he said, and pointed.
"See that?"
The lake had started to overflow at the edges. All manner of horrid black gunk and a cloud of chi sizzling above it like a tiny thunderstorm. Toxic residue.
"Ah, hells. It's not clogged again, is it?"
"Looks like it."
"Fuck."
The overflow spread at a startling pace. Luckily for them, the waste was so dense it was more apt to build high than wide, a small mound of goop piled up at the center of the lake. And luckily for Rast in particular, it was nearing time for the end of his shift. The stench was enormous at the best of times. He couldn't imagine how awful it'd get now. "I'll put in a report when I get off shift," he said breezily.
"What about us?"
said Tark, wide-eyed. Rast gave the tower a squint.
"At the rate it's going, pray you've got good plumbing at home, and a big tub, and a shit ton of soap."
Then, as if things couldn't get any worse, the flow thickened, threefold, at once.
"What the fuck?"
Tark threw up his hands.
"It's the alchemists dicking around again," grunted Pline. "Happened 2 days ago, too."
"Ready?" said Dorian, just to make sure. Sun nodded. "Let's go." And up they swam. 5 minutes to reach the surface of the lake, pawing through increasingly toxic strata of magma. By the time they were near the top, it was all gunk. He had some darkness in his bloodline, and had the protections of his scales besides, and even he felt it chafing. The antidotes Sun had cooked up helped a little, but still, they had to get out of here, fast. Soon he hit the bottom of the makeshift mountain. "All right," said Dorian into the conch. "Do it." Up ahead, they were hitting the edge of where Sun had calculated the anti-cloaking spell spread. If it detected anything, the guards would know, and they'd be fucked. So they uncloaked. After so long cloaked, it felt like stripping naked with predators nearby. Then, flail by flail, he dragged himself up the waste mountain. The most precarious part of their plan was quickly approaching. The chute itself was 30 strides up the mountain, and no matter how thick the stream was, there was no chance they were making it that far without a guard noticing. First climbing 20 strides up the insides of a shit mountain, then swimming the rest? Significantly more doable. He reached the top. Gods, it stinks. Gods, it burns. Everywhere. He went all this way by chi sense alone. And now he sensed a thick cloud of falling chi above him, the chute, water splashing to the mound. Its thickness and the absurd toxicity of the chi waste it made had the effect of making the cloud extra thick, a rot flower brew special. It also masked his and Sun's auras nicely. He was at the top now, gunk splashing down onto his head. Breath held all this time. Eyes shut. Quick as he could, he threw the javelin up the middle of the stream. It anchored itself inside the chute. It made a little splash down the sides as it went, but shit was splashing everywhere. The auras of the Empyrean guards were so palpably close now. If they looked up and paid even the slightest attention in this split second, they'd see him. He yanked on the rope. He went straight up the middle of the stream, and he was in. Stood at the mouth of the chute, perched at the very edge, mere strides away from the first wards, and waited for Empyrean fury to smite him from below. There had been a fair splash. Nothing, thank heavens. Sun was much easier since she was much smaller. He let down the javelin and yanked her up. There was a minor splash, and she came through gasping and shivering, wild-eyed, so patchy and burnt she was more skin than fur. She looked like she'd narrowly survived a hurricane and a wildfire and an earthquake, possibly at the same time. He frowned. "You holding up?" She blinked. Then her eyes were big and bright. "Oh, this? Barely feel it." She grinned. "Let's go." Which was patently ridiculous, but now was hardly the time to point it out. The wards glowed white. Open. If they timed things right, the changing of the guards was now over. These wards would soon snap closed. Less than 5 minutes to get through. Sun had studied the aura of the guards' badges for days. Now she spread it across them as they walked. Dorian held his breath as they went up to the edge of the ward and through. Not a ripple. Aura mimicry, the same way Sun had bypassed the bloodline wards in the torch dragon's nest. They ran on a ledge, the Gunk River roaring mightily beside them, headed to the other end of the tunnel to where the second ward awaited. Dorian could hear, to his surprise, the thump-thump-thumping, the faint clamor of voices echoing down the dimly lit tunnel. "I must say," he said, "when you first suggested all this, I thought we wouldn't get past step 2. But it's actually working. I'm pleasantly surprised. Good job, kid." "Aw, well, thanks." Sun scratched her head. "I was a bit nervous going into it too, honestly. Usually I like to leave a little more margin for error. If we got the timing even a little wrong, we're fucked. Every good plan needs a little luck." Not far now. Less than 100 strides, and he could see the last ward checkpoint and the ladder behind it leading up to a street if the chattering was anything to go by, which was, naturally, the moment a boot stepped down from above, onto the ladder's highest rung. Dorian and Sun both skidded to unceremonious halts. They watched in mute horror as the guard descended, seemingly oblivious. Full-fledged Empyrean. Dorian's skull was about to explode. There wasn't supposed to be a guard now. They'd timed the patrols. Wasn't supposed to be. What a silly notion. Just unlucky. Some niggling, tiny voice in his head, that voice screaming all this while that no plan could go this smoothly, sulked bitterly in his mind. But he could hardly dwell on it now. The javelin slipped above him, poised to strike. What was he wearing? A tailored suit? Thin glasses? White gloves? He looked like he'd gotten lost on his way to a dinner party. He couldn't be dressed less appropriately for a sewer. Then the guard turned, and Dorian froze. The javelin dropped limp to his side. "Greetings, my liege," said Gerard, caretaker of Dorian's doomed estate, 6th-ranked Empyrean in the Multiverse, and perhaps the closest thing he had to a friend. Gerard bowed, slow and deliberate as always. When he straightened, there was the barest slant to his lips, something nearing amusement. "What took you so long?" 209. Boost 1. "What took you so long? I expected you days ago." Gerard tapped his watch. "You're late." For a few seconds, all Dorian did was stare. "You're alive?" Gerard spread his hands. "I was given a last-second warning. Call it fate." There was that quirk of the lips again, so fast it was nearly a twitch, the tiniest of smiles. "You're alive," said Dorian again. Words seldom failed him. For him there was usually no such thing as nothing to say, for nothing was so easily filled by nonsense. But right now his tongue felt like a plank of dry wood in his mouth. "Gerard?" "Indeed." There was a long, heavy, almost uncomfortable pause, which was punctured by Sun chucking her Jingu bong with a battle cry that sounded more like a dying gasp. Gerard tilted his head just enough to let the edge of the pan sail past the curve of his eyebrow, not a fraction of an inch more. "Who the fuck are you?" cried Sun. "A wine connoisseur, a gardener, a servant, and most recently, homeless. Possibly soon an accomplice to insurrection." Gerard arched a brow. "And who are you, might I ask?" "Sun Wukong the 9th, heir to the Wukong lineage. Stay back, buddy. You don't know who you're messing with." She tried snarling like a pit bull. She had all the menace of a chihuahua. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance," said Gerard mildly. "Down. Runt, said Dorian in a faraway voice, putting a hand on her head. She let out a sort of wheeze, which somehow managed to have a questioning inflection. This is Gerard, a servant of mine who I'd thought lost forever, until just now.
But you needn't take my word for it, said Gerard, unruffled. We met when you hunted me as Salus God-Hunter in the 14th century, but I gather a handful might know that. Something more personal, then. Your least favourite colour is grey, for you claim it is the colour of entropy, and most recently you smashed my tea table after your last run.
Gerard sniffed.
I quite liked that one.
Fuck, it is you. Another pause.
Hells, you old stick, I could hug you. Please, spare me.
Gerard eyed him warily, slightly tensed, ran a worried eye over his goop-soaked form, and Dorian laughed. Gerard had never been a touchy one at the best of times, and now was as far from the best of times as Dorian could recall.
Don't worry, snorted Dorian. Your coat's safe. Hugging's not my style anyhow. But my, I can't tell you what a relief it is to see you. I'm pleased to see you as well, my liege, despite the circumstances.
Dorian opened his mouth. Gerard beat him to it.
No, your bodies have not survived, nor your treasures, unfortunately. Escape was something of a last-minute affair.
Grumpily, Dorian shut his mouth.
Though I have come bearing gifts.
Gerard gingerly stepped out of the way of a slush surge gripping half the walkway.
May we speak elsewhere? This place,
he wrinkled his nose,
saddens the soul.
A ladder up, and they were out on the streets of Ur, streets that ranged a plethora of monsters, a sampling of the most nefarious species in hell. The demons alone dripped dark chi everywhere. With so many diverse flavors of horrible, Sun and him, caked in waste, hardly stood out. Gerard handed them masks anyway. They clung to the face, flat and matte black, showing the eyes and little else. A secondary cloaking spell seemed attached to it. It flowed over his body now, subtly damping his aura, blurring his features.
You'll find you're rather famous, infamous, in the city already. We must take care.
Am I now? Said Dorian, amused.
The kingdom blames the deaths of 2 of its heirs and the permanent disfigurement of a 3rd on you. The bounty is quite astronomical.
How much are they offering?
On the order of 12,000,
Dorian whistled.
Peak-grade spirit stones.
Saints, he nearly jumped at that. That's top shelf of the auction type money.
Most from Jez, but the kingdom added another slab.
Dorian pressed the mask a little tighter. With that kind of money, he wagered half the kingdom knew his face.
But I have arranged a safe house. Let us speak further with fewer prying ears about. Follow me, said Gerard.
They struck out along a curved stone path. The city of Ur was arranged like spokes on a wheel. There was a curved path, the middle, circling the king's palace, the center of the wheel, those crimson spires they'd seen in the distance. They sprung up like a giant trident, flush with gold-green flags, walled off by golden fencing and so many arrays they looked like a giant translucent dome of pure chi. It was here that the royal auction would be held. For now, the spokes that were far more interesting. Each was a wide street crammed full of bustling shops, except each street was also themed for one kind of good. They passed the metalworkers' street, paved with steel, which rang with hammered metal, sparks showering out of every other window. Suits of armor, a bronze breastplate for a dragon, a silver helmet made for minotaurs, were put on proud display before flung-open doors. Dorian passed over it. His scales would serve just fine, and metal would only slow him. What drew his eye more was its neighboring street.
The Martial Street. Gyms on one side, each dedicated to a specific martial art. An open-air gym where greased-up minotaurs wrestled for all to see, atop mats so worn they looked like soggy bread. A gym for Jiangshi to train their bites, sharpen their teeth. An aerobatics gym for flying monsters, and giant sinkholes where the lava dwellers did battle. All teeming with life. The right side was mostly technique shops. Stone signs hung from gleaming red steel rafters. He'd stop by one of these for a fist technique soon. Even better if he could find a martial art tailored to dragon bloodlines. He doubted he'd find one tailored to the torch dragon itself. Torch dragons were stupid rare, but even an adjacent art would help tremendously.
"Sir, it is always possible to return later," said Gerard gently. "We have business."
"Sure. Just one thing. I'll be quick." He was off before Gerard could dissuade him. 4 shops down on the gym's side, a plaque had caught his eye. "The Spirit Pavilion," it read. It was embossed in gold and set on the front face of a 3-floored pagoda made entirely of silver. 2 round windows shone from the second floor, gleamed like smiling eyes. A square doorframe made the pagoda's gaping mouth. There was no gate itself. You went in and out as you pleased, apparently. Spirits didn't think much of boundaries. "Isn't this that ghost-fighting thing?" Sun's voice floated at him from behind. "Grandpa always tried to make me do it." "Spirit fighting," corrected Dorian. "They're headquartered in the ghost realm, but they have outlets in cities across all of hell." The premise was simple. For aspiring fighters and seasoned vets alike, you'd ideally wish to test your strength and train yourself without the threat of constant mutilation. Even hard sparring at a high level was a life-and-death affair. The Spirit Pavilion offered folk a chance to do battle in the spirit plane. It was fighting without fighting, a simulation of sorts where the spirits, attached to spirit clones of their bodies, did battle in a kind of sandbox world. There was even a popular and highly lucrative sport made of it, with championships and grudge matches and a cottage betting industry. Something to consider, perhaps later. He did plan on visiting the Ghost Realm. Now that was an intriguing place and excellent for martial and Tao progression. A visit was in order after this business. It was also the Spirit Pavilion that did the multiversal rankings of gods, Empyreans, and God Kings. That was what he was after now. After all, his strength was all over the place. His chi was far beyond a god of the same level. His bloodline lagged behind. His Tao was a beginner god's. Where did he stand overall? The multiverse's rankers would know. He strode up to a counter where a ghost lady greeted him. Or, more accurately, looked at him in a what-do-you-want sort of way, her aged face sagging with loose skin, drooping her mouth. "1 ranking crystal, please." 10 low stones. Low-grade spirit stones. It was Gerard who forked them over. The lady all but chucked the crystal at him with a levitation spell. "Thank you," said Dorian to nobody in particular, since she'd already turned away. That was the thing about ghosts. The worst had already happened to them, so why did they need to give a shit, really? Dorian clasped his hands over the crystal surface, poured in some chi, and gave the thing a light shake. Then it felt for one instant like he and the crystal were one. He was outside himself, the outside world fading to dull echoes of itself, a blur of light and color. A vast eye seemed to open up before him. It scanned him head to toe. He shivered. The instant passed. Assessment complete. User Tao level, God. User rank, 184. User percentile, 99.998%. 184th strongest god in the multiverse. Not awful, considering only my chi is even sort of up to snuff. The Tao fruit were a good start.
but the rank's hardly anything to be proud of. Most gods would be ecstatic at such a rank, but of course, Dorian was not most gods. All this meant was there were still 183 gods ahead of him. Almost all of them were at the peak of their Tao as gods. Some chose not to move to Empyrean on purpose. Some of them had held those positions for millennia. The distance between him and the top dozen or so gods was still vast. This was a multiverse of billions. The elite at each power level, even God, were monsters in the truest sense. Those top rankers could handle the typical Empyrean with ease. First, he'd gather the bulk of his resources here at Ur. There were some serious heists to be made. Then some intensive martial training at the Ghost Realm and its legendary pavilions was in order. The journey to Empyrean was nothing like the journey to God. It was nothing even like the journey to demigod. This was where the true grind began, but also where monsters separated themselves from mere men. Soon, he vowed to himself.
"Done,"
said Gerard. Dorian took a long look at the opposite street, where colorful clumps of stores hawked martial techniques. For now, he tore his eyes away. Right, on with it. So much to steal, so much to buy, so much to train, so much to drink and eat, so many ranks to climb. Speaking of, he turned to Gerard. "So, where is this safe house anyway?" said Dorian. "And you said you brought gifts?" 210. Boost 2. Dorian fully expected the safe house to be a storage facility in an alleyway, or perhaps underground, some dingy, out-of-the-way place that shunned light and bathed in smog. It was where he would have put such a place. Instead, Gerard led them to a hotel that looked like the shorter yet prettier little sibling of Ur's royal palace. It was only one spire, but it was a blemishless feat of red steel, smooth, unbroken curves flowing up to a crown of a roof. The doorman standing to attention beside a set of gilded doors was a dark elf, rare in these parts. White-haired, dark purple skin, delicate features, and a crescent moon on the forehead. He looked as sculpted as the tower he stood by, and he bowed as they strode up. Gerard nodded coolly. They went right in. Said Sun, tugging at Gerard's arm. "Excuse me, Mr. Gerard?" Gerard flinched, paled, yanked his suit out of her grasp, and inspected the cuffs the way you might the sight of a snake bite you weren't sure was venomous.
"Miss Wukong, kindly—"
he yelped. He cleared his throat.
"Kindly refrain,"
he said again, this time in his smooth tenor.
"I'm rather fond of the suit."
Gerard was rather fond of everything he owned. The man could dote over a toothpick.